Good morning. I'd like to call the September 12th, 2023 meeting of the County Board of Supervisors to order. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Supervisor Lavanino.
Here.
Supervisor Hartman.
Here.
Supervisor Capps.
Here.
Supervisor Nelson.
Here.
And Chair Williams.
Here. At this time, please stand and join the board in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice. The next item of business is the approval of the minutes from the August 29th meeting.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Unanimous. CEO's report.
Good morning, Chair Williams and board members. I have a few things to report this morning. One is some good news. Our county this past week received an award for alternative fuel vehicle leadership from the National Clean Cities Group. The recognition is for the county's work in reducing our fuel consumption and greenhouse gas emissions by adopting a zero-emission vehicle policy. So that's great news and recognition to all in the county. In addition, General Services Fleet Operations has been approved for a $5,000 per electric vehicle rebate from Central Coast Community Energy, amounting to $150,000 for 30 Nissan Leafs that were recently purchased. Additionally, the California Clean Vehicle Rebate Project provided an additional $2,000 per vehicle, amounting to $60,000. Total savings on the purchase of these new EVs is $210,000, which dropped the per vehicle purchase price to $31,000. So thank you again to Central Coast Community Energy. The Planning Department, General Services, wanted to just inform the public that they facilitated the successful decommissioning of the Line 96 crude oil pipeline, formerly owned by Veneco. The 6-inch diameter pipeline was approximately 9 miles in length and extended from Elwood near the Bacara Hotel to a tie-in point at the Plains All-American Pipeline near Las Flores Canyon. The decommissioning was overseen by the county and funded by a $550,000 grant from the California Department of Toxic Substances, and it was officially completed in July with no incidents. And lastly, the Ag Commissioner would like to let the public know that the California Department of Food and Agriculture is warning of a recent uptick in a statewide findings of several varieties of exotic fruit flies. If left alone, any of these fruit flies have the potential to cause billions in economic damage to California's food supply. The California Department of Food and Ag is working closely to combat the incoming fruit flies with parcel inspections using specially trained detector dogs and border inspections. Santa Barbara County is glad to report that no findings of these exotic fruit flies have been detected, although the county continues to be vigilant. And that concludes my report.
Thank you. We'll go with the clerk announcements, and then I have an announcement from Supervisor Capps.
Chair Williams and members of the board, I have a number of announcements and changes this morning. First, we posted an addendum to today's agenda on Friday, September 8th, amending the closed session agenda and adding departmental item number 7. The closed session agenda was amended to add an additional agenda item under public employee appointment, reappointment for the Community Services Department Director. Additionally, departmental item number 7 was added to the agenda and is from the Public Works Department and the Board of Directors Flood Control and Water Conservation District. It is to consider recommendations regarding the Santa Maria River Channel realignment. I'd also like to note for all those participating in today's meeting that departmental item number 7 will be heard immediately following departmental item number 1 with an estimated start time of 10 a.m. This addendum was posted online and made available to the board and the public. Additionally, we received a memo on administrative item number 21. Administrative item number 21 is from the General Services Department. It is to consider recommendations regarding the ratification and approval of emergency contracts in response to arson and water damage to the Santa Maria Courts Department 8, County Project number 22042. And this should be reflected as in the 5th district and not the 3rd district. And there is a 4/5 vote required on this item. Additionally, on administrative item number 15, I have a quick announcement on that item. Administrative item number 15 is from the County Executive Office. It is to consider recommendations regarding the appointment of the Human Resources Director. And prior to the board acting on administrative item number 15, in accordance with Government Code Section 54953, Subdivision C3, the Human Resources Director salary information shall be summarized verbally. Effective January 2nd, 2024, Christine Schmidt's annual salary will be approximately $225,000. Lastly, for the Board of Supervisors' methods of public participation and to provide public comment, on general public comment or an item on the board's agenda, please see page 2 of the agenda. Individuals that would like to provide verbal public comment may do so via Zoom by registering in advance via the link available on page 2. If you have any questions, please contact the clerk of the board's office at area code 805-568-2240. Again, that's 805-568-2240. And that concludes my announcements.
Supervisor Capps.
Thank you, Chair Williams. I just wanted to take a moment to acknowledge the deep sadness and the lives that have been shattered in many parts of our county, and as well as Ojai, over the untimely death and passing of Benny Shermer, who passed away in Isla Vista over Labor Day on the bluffs there accidentally. Benny was a returning student at Santa Barbara City College, a theater arts major about to star in a play, and his life was cut short. I know all of us feel tremendously here in the county that our number one job is to keep people safe. Many people have been working on bluff safety. I'm committed to doing everything we can to prevent this kind of accident from happening going forward, working especially with the Isla Vista Community Service District. And I just wanted to acknowledge the life of Benny Shermer. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I so I have several items pulled, A6, 14, 16, and A28 by the public. Can I get a motion on any other, the balance of the consent agenda and the addendum? Okay.
Chair Williams and members of the board, I have additionally from the public administrative item number 24, 25, 28 was previously mentioned, 29, and 30.
Well, not that we have much left in the balance of the consent agenda, but maybe we could get a motion on that.
Excuse me, and additionally 1 and 18 added to that list.
Okay, I think I wrote that down. So I'll make a motion for the approval of the balance of agenda with the exception of item 1, 6, 14, 16, 18, 24, 25, 28, 29, and 30.
Bingo.
No.
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And that includes adoption of the addendum, right?
Yeah, it was part of the motion.
Great. Okay. Then A1.
Chair Williams and members of the board, we will begin with administrative item number 1. This is from the Agricultural Commissioner and Weights and Measures Department. It is to consider recommendations regarding the 2023 Noxious Weed Grant Program, agreement number 23309SA with the California Department of Food and Agriculture, CDFA. And we have one request to speak from the public on this item, and that is Mark Shatillo. Mark? And Mark, we just heard you briefly. If you can please unmute yourself to provide your comments. And Mark Shatillo, we are on administrative item number 1. Great, thank you.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, Mark Shatillo on behalf of the Friends of Mission Canyon. Number one, I wanted to address briefly because of the importance of the noxious weed eradication program, and wanted to request direction from the board to the agricultural commissioner to expand this program to go beyond to address a larger area and a bigger suite of weeds. This is a $6,000 grant from the state. There are considerable funds. And the noxious weeds are a problem throughout the county and contribute significantly to our fire issues. So that's all I had on number 1. Madam Clerk, shall I continue? I also want to speak briefly on 18 and 24.
Mark, hold on one moment and we'll read that into the record.
Thank you.
Okay, can I get a motion or comment on item 1? Supervisor Hart.
Chair Williams, I don't think $6,000 is a lot to expand the numbers of, the scope geographically and also in terms of the noxious weeds. But I would like to look into what more the Ag Commissioner and his office could do about noxious weeds. I think Mr. Chitillo raises a really important point about them. We saw in Maui what happened. That was the noxious unnative grasses that caused the fires. I think that's one thing, and it's just also a real threat to natural habitat. So it would be interesting to get a report back what more we could do.
Well, we can make that request, because that is definitely a problem in Mission Canyon and elsewhere in many of our districts. So can I get a motion on A1?
Make a motion to approve item A1.
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Unanimous. I've got A14 first. Six, and then.
Chair Williams and members of the board, administrative item number 6 is from the Behavior Wellness Department. It is to consider recommendations regarding Dignity Health, DBA, Marion Regional Medical Center, fiscal years 2021 through 2024. Second amendment to the services agreement for crisis stabilization unit services.
Mr. Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Williams. I pulled this item just to highlight it. It's a unique partnership between the county and Marion Hospital. This crisis stabilization unit, we're actually renewing that contract. So I actually asked today Ms. Anderson and Dr. Ketlar from Marion Hospital to come up and maybe highlight the program that we have here between the county and Marion Hospital and what we're doing on this side of on mental health, as well as some of the ongoing partnerships that we're having now. As you guys are all seeing, the construction outside on Hope Village, a big part of that project is a partnership with Marion Hospital on some respite beds there as well. So I just thought this would be a great opportunity to highlight for the public. So if Ms. Anderson and Dr. Ketlar could come up and make a few comments about the program and the ongoing partnership that the county has between Dignity Health
Thank
and
you.
our citizens.
Yeah, thank you for asking us to talk about it. We're excited to do so and just have a few comments to tell you how the unit has done since it opened on September 7th. Dr. Ketlar, who is one of our emergency room physicians and has a passion for behavioral health and has worked with this project from the beginning, is going to tell you some of the specifics as far as the number of patients we've seen and all of that. I just want to thank the County Board of Supervisors for your support of this. This unit, which opened on September 7th and is taking care of hundreds of our community members and all, has had great success, number one, but just the realities of it costs us about $4.5 million a year to take care of this unit. There isn't a lot of reimbursement or funding on this unit. The only way we can make this happen is through the county support and also through grants and then donations from people in our community. Additionally, just last month, the County of San Luis Obispo agreed to let their patients from some of their emergency rooms come to our unit, and they're going to fund that. So that's going to be a help too. So with that, I'll turn it over to Dr. Ketlar to say a few comments, and then I'll pipe in.
Yeah, and I just want to personally thank the board and the county for this partnership, because as an emergency medicine physician, I've seen the huge positive impact. And as Sue mentioned, September 7th opening, that was of 2022. We have treated almost 600 patients during that time period there. We still have capacity to treat more, but what this unit is doing is persons who are in a significant mental health crisis in our community, if they're in the hospital emergency department, in the past, they've had to wait sometimes hours, days, and we know long periods of time to get needed inpatient care elsewhere. This is an in-between that can provide very acute care. We're getting them in front of a board-certified psychiatrist and specially trained staff in a separate unit that has a very therapeutic healing environment within very short periods of time during their crisis. They're seeing the psychiatrist less than an hour after their arrival to the unit, many times immediately, and they're getting a treatment plan going. Out of these 600 patients, approximately 7 out of 10, 70%, have been able to be transitioned back into the community instead of having to go hundreds of miles away for inpatient care. And so this unit has specially trained staff, and from the ER side, it's been dramatic. Not having persons on holds for long periods of time in the ER. We still have persons on holds in the ER, not as long and not as many. And so we're making progress. We still have capacity, and this addendum to the contract is going to allow us to more efficiently use this unit for more persons in crisis in our community. And I think, this will be a wonderful regional, center for this and a part of the continuum. So thank you very much for this, contract and this help.
The other thing too is we've gotten such heartwarming letters from some of the patients that have been helped there to be able to go into this unit in crisis. Just to describe it, if you're in an emergency room and you're there sometimes for days, you're in a room by yourself in a lot of cases with in some cases we have a guard watching you so that you don't harm yourself. There's no restroom in that room, and you're in crisis. You're in mental health crisis, and by opening this unit, we've been able to move them to, like you said, a therapeutic environment. We have 24/7 staff there. We have 24/7 psychiatrists who can help them immediately get out of crisis, get medications or whatever's needed to get them out of this crisis. And that's why 70% of them can stay then and go to outpatient services within the county or anything else. Anyway, it's been a great asset to our community, as is, Hope Village, same thing. We have patients that are not able, that are homeless, that are not in a state, they aren't in acute need for a hospitalization anymore, but they need a roof over their head to fully recover. And this is going to give us the opportunity with the partnership with the county to be able to give people that opportunity to heal fully and get them, in a good place and get them to housing and all. Really, hopefully, get people off the streets in our community. So, with that, thank you very much for your support. We really appreciate it.
We really do appreciate your partnership on how we can better serve our constituents together.
Yeah.
Thanks.
If I could, it's a great model of a public-private partnership, not only behavioral wellness and Dr. Navarro's team, Marion Hospital. The Marion Hospital Foundation was one of the big driving forces about raising some of the initial funds for this unit as well. So it's also the philanthropic community of the Santa Maria Valley that has really stepped up to make this possible. So I didn't think we were going to pull 10 items this morning, but I wanted to make sure that we didn't let this go by without it being noticed, because it's a pretty crucial part of the continuum of emergency care in the Santa Maria Valley. And I think it's also a challenge to some of the other hospitals in the region to look at this model as something that they may want to replicate. So again, thank you all. And I'd like to make the motion to approve item A6.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. A14.
Chair Williams and members of the board, administrative item number 14 is from the County Executive Office. It is to consider recommendations regarding a compliance and accountability report for the period of July 1st, 2021 to June 30th, 2023.
Supervisor Hartman.
Yes, I just wanted to call this out. I think this is the first time I've seen this on our A agenda, and it's a new function that we have in our CEO's office to ensure that we actually follow up on the audit and track it in a more systematic way. So I think that's that kind of accountability is really terrific and part of the Renew 2020 initiative, and just wanted to congratulate our CEO on that.
Any other comment? Supervisor Capps?
No.
Okay. Can I get a motion?
Motion to approve item A14.
Second? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? A16.
Chair Williams and members of the board, administrative item number 16 is from the County Executive Office and the Public Works Department. It is to consider recommendations regarding the countywide community workforce agreement implementation.
Supervisor Hartman?
I just wanted to call this out. This has been a long time in the works, and for projects 10 million and over, this provides a lot of security and will help assure that we have local workforce hired, and Supervisor Williams and I worked very hard to get it to this point, and especially Director McAlpin, really appreciate the hard work. It was hard work, long, and he was an extremely effective negotiator, and Josh Medrano as well.
Supervisor Nelson?
Yes, thank you, Chair Williams. I acknowledge the hard work that was put on by Chair Williams and Supervisor Hartman, as well as everybody else involved in the negotiations of the community workforce agreement. There was a version of this that I think I could have supported. I know there's a lot of back and forth that happened at this board, and I wasn't involved in the further negotiations. I'm a big supporter of our labor, and especially our local labor. I am concerned about potential increased costs. I understand we have the $10 million threshold, which should help on many of our projects, and I acknowledge that and appreciate that, but at this point, I'm not going to be able to vote to approve this, so I was hoping that we could have a roll call vote.
Then can I get a motion
Move staff recommendation.
and a second?
I can second.
Roll call vote.
Supervisor Lavanino,
No.
Supervisor Hartman,
Aye.
Supervisor Capps,
Aye.
Supervisor Nelson,
No.
Chair Williams.
Aye.
Motion passes 3-2.
A18.
Chair Williams and members of the board, administrative item number 18 is from the Fire Department. It is to consider recommendations regarding an agreement with DUDEC to develop a community wildfire protection plan, CWPP, and transportation study for the Santa Barbara foothill communities. And we have one request to speak from the public, and we are going to Zoom with Mark Shatillo. Mark?
Good morning again, members of the board. Mark Shatillo on behalf of Friends of Mission Canyon, and wanted to take the opportunity to endorse this project and appreciate the foresight and effort that has gone into getting it to here and to move forward. As you know, the South Coast has a number of individual community wildfire protection plans. However, having a unified plan will help coordinate, in particular, the evacuation issues, which are so important, as you saw in the safety element, dealing with areas and communities that have limited access in emergency circumstances. So kudos to the county and to the department for making this move forward. One of the critical pieces is public engagement. And I see that is part of the plan as it was proposed. And I just wanted to underscore that and offer to the project implementing staff to reach out aggressively and engage the community throughout this process. Because this only works when the community embraces the principles in community wildfire protection, and we all are pulling on the oars at the same time in order to make it work. Mission Canyon adopted the very first county community wildfire protection plan through a community effort led by the Mission Canyon Association. And I think that demonstrates how much the community needs to play a role in these plans. So appreciate the effort and look forward to a very productive process at improving safety throughout the South Coast foothills communities.
Any further public comment?
That was our only request to speak on administrative item 18.
Supervisor Nelson.
Make a motion to approve item A18.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It's unanimous. A24.
Chair Williams and members of the board, administrative item number 24 is from the Planning and Development Department. It is to consider recommendations regarding a report on emergency permit case number 23 EMP7 for the SoCal Edison transmission right-of-way storm recovery at the end of Tunnel Road. And this is in the Mission Canyon area, 1st District. And we have 4 requests to speak from the public on this item. We're going to begin on Zoom with Natalie Yanez to be followed by Ray Hawk. Natalie?
Thank you, and hello, supervisors. My apologies, I did not necessarily mean to speak publicly, just trying to join as an SCE representative in case there are questions. So I will yield back my time. Thank you.
And we will now go to Ray Pop.
I echo Natalie's comments. Thank you.
And we will now remain on Zoom with Mark Chatello to be followed by Jason Carson. Mark?
Good morning again. Good morning again, members of the board. Mark Chatello again for the Friends of Mission Canyon. This is an important item and I appreciate it being pulled off. In our view, this permit represents an abuse of the emergency permit process, particularly in a situation where the applicant had a hand in creating and worsening the severity of the emergency itself. In December of 2019, SCE destabilized the slopes above and below Tunnel Road with an unpermitted clearing project where they graded and scaled the cliffs. And those cliffs and roads and areas remain destabilized to this day. They caused prolonged closures of the tunnel trail and had significant impacts from erosion into Mission Creek, which had devastating impacts on the habitat that was impacted. They applied for permits and on behalf of Mission Canyon, well, on behalf of Friends of Mission Canyon, and with the cooperation of the Mission Canyon Association, the community worked with SCE to try and come up with solutions that would be appropriate for the circumstances, minimizing impacts, minimizing the disruptions and closures of the trail, but providing a long-term restabilized trail network and road network there. Instead, SCE withdrew their permit application and used the emergency permit process to accomplish most of the road management and maintenance work that they had proposed to do under permit, but they excluded the stormwater control devices. So they've created a further destabilized situation on Tunnel Road. And as we go into El Nino conditions this year, there is grave concerns that there will be worsened and additional emergency conditions with additional failures along Tunnel Road, as well as increased amounts of erosion and impacts to Mission Creek and the receiving waters. So we would ask that the board direct staff to continue to focus on this project. And I will say that staff has worked very hard and put in a lot of time on this project. And we appreciate the support from the 1st District Supervisor's Office in focusing on this issue. But our work is not done. There needs to be emergency preparations for wet weather conditions that we're expecting to see this year. I don't mean that emergency as in without permits, but rather to be prepared for conditions so that the impacts are minimized and the trail and roadway are stabilized into the future. It's unfortunate that SCE has not chosen to reach out to Friends of Mission Canyon in any way through this process. And while we appreciate that they are working with the Mission Canyon Association, it's been a challenging environment, and we regret that it really doesn't appear that SCE has been willing to take the steps that are necessary in order to stabilize the air systems that were destabilized back in 2019.
Thank you, Mark. That
And
is
to
your
control.
time.
All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk, Mr. Chair.
We will now go to our final speaker, Jason Carson. I do see he is from SCE, so I am unsure. Jason, did you want to provide some comments? And that concludes public comment on this item. Oh, I'm sorry, I see a hand raised. Azim, Gabe?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes. My name is
Hazem.
Hazem Gaber. I am the Senior Environmental Manager for Southern California Edison, and I would like to provide some comments in regard to the subject projects. Thanks the board for the time today. In regard to Mr. Shatello's comments, I think there is a bit of confusion in the subject project. This particular project that is in the hearing today is in regard to the emergency condition that presented itself at the beginning of this year, and that due to the atmospheric storm emergency that we have seen between the months of November to February, where Santa Barbara County have received 12 inches of rain, approximately 12 inches of rain. So this particular project, which is totally separate from the 2019 incident that Mr. Shatello have referenced, or any other projects that was in the area. This was simply to remove the debris and the road ruts that the storm have caused. And that was reviewed by the county planning department and was authorized under an emergency permit. In regard to the storm and erosion controls associated with this particular project, while this particular project is exempted from the state construction stormwater general permit, SCE have developed erosion and sediment control with adequate best management practices to manage any erosion during its construction and post-construction. Matter of fact, these BMPs shows effectiveness even till now after the Hillary storm events. So this is separate in scope and from any other projects that was authorized before. SCE has an obligation to provide safe access to its infrastructure, which in the tunnel road in Mission Canyon, the transmission towers up on Tunnel Road, and that's why we cleaned up. We saw an obligation to clean up the ruts and the debris from that storm event, and for the public safety as well. Is there any questions?
Yes, I think it boils down to drainage and damage prevention, since we may have a wet winter on the way. I think perhaps Mr. Chitillo's school of thought is that if we deny the permit, that you will be forced to do additional drainage. I'm sure your viewpoint is that this facilitates additional drainage. I'd like you to explain what drainage has been done and what is the quickest path to further drainage so that we avoid further damage on the road.
Okay. Glad to answer. In 2020, Edison submitted for grading and land use permit to repair the drains from road area 1, which is the entrance of the Mission Canal Trail, all the way to road area 5. and that includes repairs and cleanup of all the drains to its functionality. Additionally, recently this year, we have installed 2 additional McCarthy drain at the early part of the trail to help with the hydrology and conveyance of stormwater sheet flow from the roads itself of the trail to the canyon with minimum erosion and sediment transport. And along the years since 2020 and up till today, there is frequent inspection on the trail during and post storm events to make sure that erosion controls and sediment controls are at its minimum. The reference drainages, there was a proposed project called Goleta Santa Barbara, and that's from area 10 to 16, the upper part of the trail, that have seen a lot of erosion along the years. And this is a natural occurrence that is proven hydrologically in that area. This area specifically, due to hydrology, topography, receive a lot of erosion that occurs naturally. However, SCE repaired those in part of it in this particular project to make sure that there is safe access and usage of the trail. So, and additionally, the berms has been repaired and compacted to make sure as well there is no additional erosion from the road that will end up into the stream, affecting the environment or the public.
So drainage has been completed in 10 and above, and 1 through 5. What is SEE's plans in the 6 through 9?
6 to 9 drainage is subject to a separate project that is under agency reviews. Currently, it's called the Stream Restoration Project, and that is still subject to permitting and CEQA review. But there is a proposed scope for SCE for the road repairs that will enhances the road functionalities and drainage.
Looks like that's all public comment. Is there any comment from the board? Questions from the board? Or did I beat it up real good?
Are you satisfied with that answer?
Yes. Just so that folks know, our staff has been involved with the Mission Canyon Association, and all the additional questions that the Friends of Mission Canyon have brought up, we have brought to SCE. And I think this drainage issue is an important one. Mr. Chitillo did bring some good suggestions for drainage to SCE, some of which are being incorporated into the plan. But as you heard, that most of the stretches are, the drainage is actually done, and obviously the purpose of the emergency permit is to address storm damage from this last season, and I can buy the idea that conditions changed after the storm season of this year. I will move item 24.
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Item 25.
Chair Williams and members of the board, administrative item number 25 is from the Public Works Department. It is to consider recommendations regarding the Public Works Director's report on emergency response actions from impacts of flooding and storms and continuation of emergency actions. And there is a 4/5 vote required on this item. We have 2 requests to speak from the public. We are going to remain here in Santa Maria, begin with George Alvarez, to be followed by Andy Gutierrez. George?
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. I'm here again on a very important subject, Guadalupe, the flood area, that I was here 23 years ago. addressing the issue. And unfortunately, government has a tendency of not having foresight, hindsight. It cost us dearly because of lack of preparation. And it's on you, not on me or the general public, because we elect officials to do the job, and you failed for 23 years. I bring this up because there's no need for more failure. You're responsible for the well-being and safety of people. Guadalupe, unfortunately, for the history, has been the bastard child of this county. 23 years later, I was proven right. No response in dealing with issues. I'm glad to see finally something's going to be done to help the issue. Farmers were devastated. Families were taken out. There's a lot of cost, and the government prevails in putting value on property versus lives and human beings. It's cheaper to buy the property out than to fix the problem. We have a problem that you have to fix now, or do I have to wait 23 years down the road for you guys to do something about it and deal with politicians that ain't worth a piece of? Of course do, because they don't do their job. The federal government slapped Guadalupe in the face because where are they? Where's our representative dealing? I went to that meeting with the county, and we were upset, even though 100 people showed up. The true representatives of the community, the Mexican population, was not represented. I'll be racial about it. It's a Mexican community. 100 people showed up, maybe. I was there. And nothing was solved, but people got aggravated. I hope you do the right thing with the responsibility you were given. Until then, we'll see. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Andy Gutierrez, and that's our final public comment on this item. Andy?
Supervisors, good morning. My name's Andy Gutierrez, and I'm a resident of Guadalupe. I've called it my home of record since 1957. I've seen several floods through the riverbed. I stood on the bridge while it was just inches away from the bottom of the bridge. I've seen the park flooded. I've seen the church that my mother had her funeral in flooded. You guys, according to George, you guys had the supervisors, not necessarily you, but you as supervisors having the ability to help do something to stop the water from going into the park area and the residents on the lower side of Guadalupe. And then now, since this last storm, it ruined the road. It came, I don't know if it went into the sewer plant, but it got close. But the road is needing repair. Ever since they made it a beach that you can't drive on, that was a major source of income for the city of Guadalupe, and that's gone. Also, Flaco's gone. That's another county, but that's a different issue. But help us. Have the foresight. See what needs to be done. Because leaving that side of the bridge without a levee of some type, it's going to happen again, just like George said. And now we're looking at El Nino, climate change, all this other stuff going on. It's going to happen again. It will. Thank you.
And that concludes public comment on this item.
Board comments or motion?
Well, I just want the public to understand that we're also hearing this specific issue in just a few minutes. So if you had a comment slip in and you felt like your time just passed, it didn't. This is about something else. But
I'll make a motion to approve item A25.
second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, A28.
Chair Williams and members of the board, administrative item number 28 is from the Sheriff Coroner's Office and the Probation Department. It is to consider recommendations regarding a Fifth Amendment to the agreement with California Forensic Medical Group, CFMG, WellPath for the provision of medical and mental health services. And we do have 2 requests to speak from the public on this item. We are going to begin with Stan Roden on Zoom, to be followed by Suzanne Horn. Stan?
Can you hear me?
We sure can, Mr. Roden.
Oh, okay, thank you. Chairman Williams and honorable members of the board. I had the distinct privilege to serve on the 2022-23 grand jury, but I'm here today solely as an individual, urging you not to act at this time on extending the, I'll use the term WellPath contract with the sheriff coroner, unless and until responses are filed to the grand jury reports. As many of you have read them, I know that you're aware that 5 of them involved deaths in custody. There were 8 or 9 referred to the grand jury, but we only had time to address 5, addressed in 4 separate reports. Replete through those reports are problems with this contract and the relationship with the sheriff coroner, problems about supervision, problems about hiring, retention, training, oversight, and most critically, in one case, the failure to have mental health services available from 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. on the mistaken belief that somehow physical problems exist 24/7, but mental health issues stop for some strange reason at 11 o'clock at night. Second of all, the Murray case just filed an additional report to the federal court showing serious delinquencies of a similar nature. So the grand jury responses to our reports are due within this week for the 60-day responders and 90 days, meaning the middle of October. So I'd ask that this matter be put over until after those responses can be read, reviewed, commented on, and hopefully become the subject of a public hearing before the Board of Supervisors. This matter should have been handled in February. It wasn't for whatever reason. It's dragged on from April 1st without an extension or new contract until this day. So I hardly see that another month or 2 of delay would make much of a difference in the equation. I'm glad to answer any questions, and I thank you very, very much for your time.
And we will now go to Susan Horn, who is our final speaker on this item.
Yes, hello. My name's Susan Horn, and I'm a health educator with public health, now retired, and I'm also working with the Criminal Justice Work Group for League and CLUE. And I just would, I'm not going to repeat what Mr. Roden just said, but I would have said that if he hadn't, and asked for a delay that until in this item to renew the WellPath contract until after the responses from the grand jury report. And finally, I would also like to add that we need to see the annual evaluations of WellPath. I understand that those reports are supposed to be annual to the Sheriff's Department, and it just makes sense that those evaluations should be seen before the contract is renewed for another year. Thank you so much for the chance to comment. That's it.
Supervisor Hartman.
Thank you. Well, this is a critically important item given the recent deaths and the grand jury report. And so I guess I have a couple of questions and then a comment. The first question is, they talked about the difficulty WellPath has experienced in staffing and how they've been really good at trying to fill in. But why haven't we had the annual report in a timely way?
Hi, I'm Brian Smith. Hi. Hello. Okay. Hi, I'm Brian Smith, Regional Director for WellPath, and your question is very valid, and I do appreciate you asking that. And we'll say that in our processes of giving those annual reports, we have had some delays in that, and we acknowledge that and recognize that, and are committed to making sure that, moving forward, we are delivering that annual report on time so that it can be reviewed prior to the renewal of the contract. So we do acknowledge that.
So you are coming back October 23rd with the annual report. Would it cause heartburn to delay this contract until that time?
So I would say yes, it would cause heartburn.
Could you explain the repercussions?
Yeah. With that, some of the things that are included in the renewal of the contract is the added monies that are available to help with recruiting, to help with ensuring that we are retaining our staff. And so the longer that we continue to push that out, the more that we continue to have potential turnover, because we are not competing in the market with what we're seeing in else places. And so I do think that it would create some hardship waiting another month to have that review before we actually review the contract.
And can you explain why you were able to do it for probation, but you couldn't? I mean, we feel culpable up here too. It's our job to oversee what's happening. And if we don't get that report, we can't do our job. And so it's a really serious matter. And so I'm trying to understand why it's so late.
Yeah, I understand that. And I appreciate that. And both reports were around the same time. It's just this particular report had some additional edits that we wanted to make sure got into the report. And so it did cause it to get pushed out a little bit.
Was it WellPath? Was it not getting enough support from the sheriff? I mean, where?
No, it was. I recognize that, and I will say that it was on our side. Wanting to make sure that we put in the totality of everything that we have done this year, all of the hard work that our team has done, and making sure that that's fully recognized and that you guys are able to see the work that this team has been able to accomplish, around like the 11,000 mental health visits and the more than almost 55,000, nurse treatments that have been done, and that being recognized in that and included. And so there were some additional edits that did delay it towards the end. But it is complete and ready and has been presented to the sheriff's report, and it is ready for you guys to review.
So when this comes back, I'd like to see it come back as a D item. I think it's really merits discussion. I'd also like to see it come back with some options about how our public health department could be involved in oversight. There was something in the staff report that talked about how WellPath is partnered with CFMG physicians because you can't administer. So I just think healthcare providers, professionals should be involved in the oversight of the WellPath contracts. So I would like to see that come back. So when we're ready, I'd make a motion asking D item and come back with options for public health oversight.
Supervisor Capps.
Thank you, Chair Williams. I appreciate the public for speaking out on this, raising very legitimate concerns about the grand jury report, the timing. I share those concerns. I also share the concern that it's such a huge contract that really deserves a lot of attention, $14 million. So I understand, though, that we're a bit over a barrel here because we are so delayed that this is, my one question is, this is just for the remainder of the year, so 6 months.
Yes, that is correct.
I appreciate that. So I support Supervisor Hartman's requests, both that this come back. We need a full report. The public deserves that. We deserve that in October as a D item, and as well as exploring options for the CEO's office of public health taking a larger role in this contract. It's of utmost concern. The grand jury has highlighted a lot of real issues, real problems that I want to make sure we really act on and not just do this passively. Thank you.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Williams. I'm trying to understand how we're 5 months into a contract and we're asking to approve it now. What happens at the end of a contract completely? What's the obligation of WellPath to continue? Where's the sheriff with this? Why isn't this something that we saw in February? Why did it take so long to get to where we are today?
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, the process for negotiating this contract has been hindered by all of those different things that everybody said, and as mentioned, it's been hampered by what the grand jury's asking us for, what Murray is asking us for, plus our own bureaucracy. So just getting this in front of the board is taking quite an awful long time, even though this process started in January, negotiating this. Just getting this, the board letter prepared took over a month just to get it to here. So it's been all of our problems, not just WellPath's, not just the sheriff. It's been the whole process. Now, having said all that, I just think that these folks have been a real good partner for us. They've hung in here. They could have told us 60 days ago to go out for bid, and we'd be in a pretty good pickle. And putting this off even more is, I think asking a little bit much of these folks. The scope of this contract, as you're saying, is 5 months in. Well, if you divide this thing by 12, how much money have they not gotten? Because we have not been able to pay them since April. So I think, yeah, it's great, and you can make us pay for it and beat us up, but please, these guys need to get paid.
Well, I want to make sure that we do pay you for the services you've done. On the other hand, WellPath went through an RFP process to get this contract in the first place, and you guys made commitments to this board and the community that you guys would provide those healthcare providers and these services. And I know some things have changed with Murray and changing circumstances around us, but there's also an obligation there that I think that WellPath has to make sure that these services are delivered and that they honor the contract that they have. I think in the future, we really shouldn't start negotiating a contract 2 months before it expires. It sounds like a contract is extensive to this. There should be some additional foresight in that. I know there's a lot of things going on in the county, but this is of huge importance. Lives matter here, and I think that's something that needs to be addressed. I'm not prepared to vote against this because absolutely you've done work and you deserve to be paid for it. But I think that there needs to be a lot more effort by the Sheriff's Department and WellPath to move this forward so that we don't have this case where we got a room full of taxpayers here that are asking, well, how does this type of stuff happen? It doesn't happen in the real world. And so I really expect us to be better in the future.
I obviously think that the matters of life and death are the most important, but I also don't want to allow some of the issues that were come up before with the contract, before the grand jury report to go unnoticed, which is a question of delay of workflow. It's a complaint that I've gotten both from police departments and from members of police departments, and our own department is just that the workflow is shaped around with WellPath employees where officers often wait a long time. I've been told sometimes hours for bookings. Obviously, when we're short-staffed, that's a problem, and our levels of overtime is a big fiscal hit that makes it harder to pay you. Has those issues been addressed in the extension? Will they be addressed in the contract next year?
I think Supervisor Williams, that those issues have been addressed on a case-by-case basis. It's not all the time or every time. Sometimes there are points during the night, especially when emergencies happen and the nurses are called to do other things than to do the intakes. And that's been an issue. But on those issues and those specific cases, we do have the HSA and our contract, person, Anthony Espinoza, they're, to be called, and they take care of the situation when it's occurring. It's an unfortunate problem. We've been working at it, and I think it's, it doesn't happen as frequently, even though it probably shouldn't happen at all, but it doesn't happen as frequently as it has. in the past.
But there's no benchmark in the contract.
No, sir.
Well, I mean, I have a lot of heartburn about what's going on. I do think that you've made some progress on the main issue, which is to through the working with behavioral wellness, having behavioral wellness staff help on some of the after hours. So I want to say that cooperation could make a difference. And I guess my my standard by which I would look at the next contract would be to address those basic mental health needs, but also to have benchmarks for intake time, to have a plan for CalAIM implementation, right? I mean, we have a department that knows how to do Medi-Cal reimbursement. That's public health, and if we don't do good Medi-Cal reimbursement, we are going to be on the hook for far more money than we have. And so I just would want to see strong involvement from public health as part of the next contract, and I look forward to seeing in October the report. Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, we're in a really bad position here. I mean, bringing a contract where we can't even put it off till the next month without a bunch of financial implications for the contractor really ties our hands. Obviously, we all have a lot of concerns about this, and what I'm most concerned about is I'm already looking at, so this contract goes to the end of March of next year, which we should actually be building this contract right now. That's just around the corner. So we're talking about last year's contract. Now, I don't want to put you over a barrel either. It's not fair to you. So from my position, I'm inclined to authorize this, but beginning next month, I want to start us delving into next year's contract, putting in, the guardrails that we want to see, putting in the all the necessary milestones that we want to see met. And so I understand your concern, Supervisor Hartman, and thank you for pulling this item. But I don't. I'm just feeling kind of hogtied right now, and I don't like the position we're in. But I kind of feel like we don't really have any other option.
Is there a motion?
So I would like to move staff recommendation with the direction that when this comes back October 23rd, that it comes back as a D item and with options for a role that public health would play. And I would like to see it addressing the grand jury report and the Murray evaluation, that those be included as part of the package.
Supervisors, before you do that, the last meeting in October is October 17th, not the 23rd.
It said 23rd in the
You're correct, and I think there might have been mistaken, but according to our board schedule.
Okay,
Is that correct?
All right, thank you.
Not your fault, thank you.
That's even sooner.
That's good.
All right, second.
I just want to make sure that CEO, that's something that we can accommodate.
On our long-range calendar right now, October 17th meeting is 6 hours, so I think we can.
And I'd like to clarify, Mr. Chair, that the motion include the CEO exploring public health. Did I hear it? Okay, excellent, thank you.
I think considering the fiscal threats we have had from incorrect Medi-Cal billing, this is, I know it's not the issue as much that the public has understandably looked at, but I think that's the other big issue. Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
No? Okay, it's unanimous. A29.
Chair Williams and members of the board, I would just like to note that administrative item 29 and 30 were inadvertently pulled by staff. So we no longer have any requests to speak, but I can read them into the record just for clarification, since we will need to vote to approve them. A29 and A30 were both from the Social Services Department. A29 is to consider recommendations regarding a contract with the Workforce Development Board of Ventura County, an agreement with Managed Career Solutions, SPC, for High Road Construction Careers Resilient Workforce Fund Program. There's a 4/5 vote on that item. And A30, also from Social Services, is to consider recommendations regarding a subgrant agreement with the Foundation of California Community Colleges for the Breaking Barriers Summer Youth Empowerment and Employment Program, an agreement with Managed Career Solutions for the Breaking Barriers Summer Youth Empowerment and Employment Program.
Can I get a motion?
Yeah, make a motion to approve A29 and A30.
Second?
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, we are running a little bit behind, and we do have some items later on that have some a timeliness. So I just want to make sure people know that. Let's go to administrative item 32.
Chair Williams and members of the board, administrative item number 32 is sponsored by Supervisor Williams. It is to adopt a resolution of commendation honoring Lillian Martinez of the First 5 Santa Barbara County Children and Families Commission as the September 2023 Employee of the Month in Santa Barbara County. And joining us today in person, we have Lillian and Martinez. And I will go ahead and read the resolution into the record. Liliana, I'm sorry, Liliana. Whereas Liliana Martinez exemplifies the county's organizational values of accountability, customer focus, equity and inclusion, innovation, trust, and ethics. And whereas Liliana Martinez models the transformative behaviors of collaborative problem solving, alignment with the county's vision, risk-taking, data-driven decision-making, and strategic thinking. And whereas Liliana has been and remains a consistent, reliable source of support to First 5 Santa Barbara County with her flexibility, responsiveness, and willingness to offer support where needed. And whereas Liliana exemplifies extraordinary customer service with a friendly and approachable manner that models the values set forth by the county and department to serve those that live and work in the county of Santa Barbara with respect and patience. And whereas Liliana continues to be a valuable asset to First 5 Santa Barbara County Children and Families Commission by supporting new and existing initiatives in a professional and efficient manner. Now, therefore, be it hereby resolved in order that this Board of Supervisors recognizes Liliana Martinez as the Employee of the Month for September 2023, passed and adopted today.
Chair Williams and members of the board, just a couple more words beyond the resolution that's been stated here today. First of all, to say thank you to Liliana for the work that we're honoring today as an Employee of the Month, and to share with all of you that we experience every day in First 5. So just much appreciative for your work. And I've seen her over the time that's grown in quiet confidence, and very studious and very insightful, and gives great centralness, if you will, for our team that makes it stronger.
And thank you, Wendy, for having a team that allows us to grow. I really appreciate First 5 and the county as a whole. So I'm really appreciative, and thank you so much.
Item 33.
Chair Williams and members of the board, administrative item number 33 is sponsored by Supervisor Capps and Supervisor Hartman. It is to adopt a resolution proclaiming the month of September 2023 as Suicide Prevention Month in Santa Barbara County. And joining us in person today, we have Tony Navarro and Rod Pearson. And I will turn it over to Supervisor Capps and Supervisor Hartman.
Whereas this resolution recognizes suicide as a national and statewide public mental health problem and suicide prevention as a national and statewide responsibility, and designates the month of September as National Suicide Prevention Month in Santa Barbara County. This month overlaps World Suicide Prevention Day, September 10th, recognized internationally and supported by the World Health Organization.
Whereas suicide continues to be a global public health concern, claiming the lives of millions each year and leaving a devastating impact on families, communities, and societies.
Whereas the Center for Disease Control's provisional data for 2022 shows a record high of 49,369 suicide deaths, coming after modest declines in 2019 and 2020. This provisional data from last year also shows the highest number of firearm-related suicides on record, driving the overall increases in suicide deaths to record levels, and that suicide deaths are increasing fastest among people of color, younger individuals, and people who live in rural areas.
Whereas Suicide Prevention Month provides an opportunity to raise awareness, educate, and mobilize communities to take action in preventing suicide and supporting those in emotional distress.
Whereas the theme for Suicide Prevention Month 2023 is Connect, Communicate, Care, highlighting the importance of human connections and the role they play in saving lives.
Whereas the Department of Behavioral Wellness, in partnership with other community resources, plays a critical role in offering prevention, intervention, and treatment for individuals struggling with mental health challenges and/or addiction.
Whereas the collective community can create a supportive environment that prioritizes mental health and well-being and provides space for open conversations on these topics, including acknowledging feelings of hopelessness and the promotion of healing from trauma and despair.
It is hereby ordered and resolved that the Board of Supervisors recognizes the month of September as Suicide Prevention Month in Santa Barbara County and recognizes the significance of Suicide Prevention Month and commit to actively participating in awareness campaigns, events, and initiatives throughout September 2023.
Commit to creating stigma-free environments that foster open conversations about mental health and encourage individuals to seek help without fear of judgment or discrimination.
Acknowledge that suicide prevention is a collective responsibility, and we will work together to build supportive, connected, and empathetic communities where every life is valued and cherished.
We express our deepest sympathy to those who have lost loved ones to death by suicide and honor their memories by taking meaningful actions to prevent future tragedies.
Affirm that everyone has a role to play in suicide prevention, and by connecting, communicating, and caring for one another, we can make a positive difference and save lives.
Passed and adopted by the Board of Supervisors of Santa Barbara County, State of California, this 12th day of September 2023 by the unanimous vote of the members present.
Right. Thank you. As the chair of the Behavior Wellness Commission, I'd like to thank you for this. This is something that is very personal to a lot of us, and I just encourage all of you, pay attention and to take it to heart. Suicide will hit all of us at some point in time. Be prepared and be aware, because when it happens, a lot of times, please be prepared.
Morning, Chair Williams, supervisors, and county staff. Thank you so much for this proclamation this morning. This is a vitally important issue, not just worldwide, but here in our county as well. And we have Ruth Shepard here today, a resident of Santa Maria, who's going to share her story. And thank you so much and support the recognition and the awareness. Suicide prevention is everyone's responsibility, and really helping the community to understand that it's okay to not be okay. It's okay for us to have conversations about feeling like you want to die. And when we have those conversations and we openly accept it without judgment, with empathy and understanding, and really try to walk in someone else's shoes, we can even with just one smile and a few words can really be the difference that makes someone decide they want to stay. And that's what this is about really acknowledging not only the grief and loss of the many lives and lights that have been lost in our county already this year and in previous years, but to talk about the hope and resiliency and how we can save lives moving forward. So I'd like to bring up Ruth Shepard, and I'd like to say a few words.
Imagine this, pulling up into your driveway and you see your husband's truck parked outside. It's not the time of day when he should be home. You walk into the house and you look everywhere for him, upstairs, downstairs, and he's nowhere. Then you walk into the garage, there you. I cried out to God. I said, no, this is not how it was supposed to be. This was not the way it was supposed to go. He was supposed to be there for my kids when they graduated. He was supposed to be there for them, to walk them down the aisle. And he was supposed to be there for me, to hold my hand as we grew old together. But my story is only one of thousands. And I'm here today basically to share this story and to help those survivors of suicide that are going through the trauma, the hurt, and the guilt. Look to God. He will hold your hand and he'll walk you through every step of the way. Look for resources in your community, support group, county health department, churches, family. Lastly, never.
Thank you for your courage to share that with us today. And I want to thank Tony for being there at our Carpinteria suicide candlelight vigil on Sunday, put on by HopeNet. Any of you are welcome to join us on the 10th of every year.
And Chair Williams, I just had one thing I'd like to add, and that is Director Navarro had a conference, and at that conference a month, 6 weeks ago, it was discussed that in the 10-year span between 2007 and 2018, suicide rates have jumped 84% for children aged 17 years and younger. So this is an epidemic, and we really need to focus on this as a county and as individuals and as a community.
Supervisor Capps. Okay, thank you. Administrative item 34.
Chair Williams and members of the board, administrative item number 34 is sponsored by Supervisor Lavanino. It is to adopt a resolution of commendation honoring the Club Comité Cívico Mexicano de Guadalupe on their 100th anniversary celebration. And joining us in person today, we have Jose Nichols. And I will go ahead and read the resolution. Whereas Mexico declared its independence from Spain on September 16, 1810, and whereas Club Comité Cívico Mexicano de Guadalupe, formed in 1923 and incorporated in 1989, is celebrating 100 years of existence in the community. And whereas Club Comité Cívico Mexicano de Guadalupe has been organizing yearly Mexican Independence Day celebrations, including a parade. And whereas Club Comité Cívico has been a supporter of organizations which serve children, parents, and seniors who reside in the community of Guadalupe. And whereas Club Comité Cívico will celebrate Mexican Independence Day this year with a 2-day event on Saturday, September 16th and Sunday, September 17th. Now, therefore, it is hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors honors Club Comité Cívico Mexicano de Guadalupe for its 100-year annual celebration of Mexican Independence Day and its contributions to the community, passed and adopted today.
Chair Supervisor Williams, the rest of you supervisor, we thank you for this proclamation. We thank you for your support over the years. And just 10 years ago, I was standing right here, receiving one for 90 a year. It seems like last month. But I would like to, first of all, also acknowledge that with me is our newest board member. His name is Hans Garcia, and we want to welcome him to our board. As you all are aware, throughout California, throughout the United States and Canada, there is a problem because service organizations, and I mean the majority of them, are losing members to aging out. And so it's gratifying to receive new members coming in. So the legacy of the Comité Cívico in Guadalupe will continue. That's important. And we talk about resiliency and you know, the part of resiliency is for the inhabitants, the citizens, to have their cultural traditions valued. And I think that's very important. I would be remiss if I didn't mention the City of Guadalupe and its staff for our support. And I see a couple of young ladies in the audience, Alma Hernandez de Wilson, who has been a very strong force in maintaining, making sure that we have our cultural traditions. And also I see Jeannie Sparks in the audience. She covered our festivities for, I'd say, at least two decades. She's laughing, but I'm pretty sure it's close to that. So again, thank you for this proclamation, and we look forward to the next one. Thank you very much.
I'll see you Sunday in the parade.
All right. Yes, that's right. We'll see you.
Item 35.
Chair Williams and members of the board, administrative item 35 is sponsored by Supervisor Williams and Supervisor Hartman. It is to adopt a resolution proclaiming the month of September 2023 as Hunger Action Month in Santa Barbara County. And joining us via Zoom today, we have Eric Holken. And hi, Eric, thank you. And I will go ahead and read the resolution into the record. Whereas the issue of hunger and food insecurity continues to impact communities across the U.S., including right here in Santa Barbara County. And whereas access to sufficient and nutritious food is a fundamental human right, and efforts to eradicate food insecurity require collaborative action from individuals, organizations, and government entities. And whereas Hunger Action Month, observed annually in September, serves as a reminder of the urgent need to raise awareness about food insecurity and mobilize efforts to address it. And whereas the Food Bank of Santa Barbara County has demonstrated exceptional dedication in the fight against hunger, as evidenced by the fact that it serves more than 1 in 3 county residents annually through a network of partner agencies and a plethora of innovative, evidence-based, and award-winning nutrition programs. And whereas the Food Bank of Santa Barbara County is a member agency of Feeding America, the nation's largest hunger relief organization that plays a significant role addressing Hunger Action Month through the following actions: raising awareness to educate the public and the prevalence of food insecurity in the U.S., engaging the public by encouraging individuals, communities, businesses, and organizations to participate in Hunger Action Month by organizing events, campaigns, and activities like food drives, volunteer opportunities, and fundraising events. Advocating for policy changes that can have a lasting impact on food insecurity and engaging with elected officials to raise awareness about the issue and advocate for policies that support food assistance programs. Partnering with stakeholders to amplify the message of Hunger Action Month and increase its impacts. And storytelling, sharing personal stories from individuals who have been affected by hunger to put a human face on the issue and emphasize the importance of community support. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this County of Santa Barbara commends the Food Bank of Santa Barbara County for its dedication to combating food insecurity and for its role in positively impacting the lives of the people, children, and families in Santa Barbara County, passed and adopted today.
Thank you. Chair Williams and members of the board, on behalf of the Food Bank's board and its staff, I just want to express how grateful we are to have Hunger Action Month receive this kind of recognition in the county. I mean, for me personally, it's an opportunity to just reflect on the issue of hunger, why that I'm involved in it, and also for others in the county as well. And for the food bank, it means rededicating ourselves to working with our over 200 partner agencies countywide to really try and remove this from the lives of neighbors throughout Santa Barbara County. So this year's campaign is designed to highlight some of the impossible choices that millions of people in America are often forced to make between food and other basic needs. You know, doctors talk about long COVID and the symptoms that continue to affect people. It's kind of occurred to me that it seems like food security often is acting in that same way. It's just hanging around as a result of COVID. It's been complicated by some of the effect of inflation on the cost of food. So here in Santa Barbara County, I think joining the movement to end hunger allows everyone in the community to be part of a solution to what is really an eminently solvable problem. I'm excited that the food bank is now just beginning a new 5-year strategic plan that will have us look at dramatically expanding the volume of food that is available through our new share house facility, which is being built in the south, but is going to be serving the entire county. And then to also focus on supporting our member agencies with financial investment in transport and refrigeration for them so that we build their capacity and their resilience. And also the other key element is really a new focus on providing prepared meals for seniors. We see this as one of the crucial issues that we're going to be facing over the coming years. So I just want to thank you all again. This resolution will really help us to highlight the challenge of food insecurity. So thanks so much to the board and to the county.
Thank you, Eric. Thank you for your work and all of your employees. We continue to work with you, serving the same folks, the same folks who are our clients are also food insecure. So this is a great partnership. Seeing no more lights, I will move on to general public comment.
Chair Williams and members of the board, we have one request to speak from the public on general public comment, and that is George Alvarez. George?
As I was overhearing some of the people that you gave accolades to earlier, suicide has been around for a long time. I attended UCSB in 1969. I was house counselor there at Tropicana Gardens. I supervised 125 students. We lost a few. And unfortunately, the circumstances are ridiculous. We lost 2 because their grades were not standard to their parents. How pathetic. I lost a friend, Vietnam, came home, took his life. It hits all of us. Having that said, we need assistance from federal government in dealing with this, especially with our veterans. The high rate they suffer from. Yet we're not us. Our government is not doing enough for it. We have the money. God knows, if we can send billions to the Ukraine, can't we take care of our own, for God's sake? We should. So you have to reflect as the general public here watching, what are we doing as Americans, for God's sake? We're not taking care of our children. We're not taking care of our own. I'm going to take a hard hit on the educational system. They're at fault. The woke crap that they're teaching our kids creates problems. Let parents be parents. Let them be the judge of their moral decision, not the school system. Because they have to grow up knowing what life is, good and bad. Not from educators. I'm sorry, they lost that particular shield a long time ago. So that's from that perspective. The homeless issue shouldn't be that big of an issue. We have the money for it. I ran the shelter the first year it opened up here with Tora Miyoshi. I opened it up. I was homeless coordinator for the Catholic Charities. I'm familiar with these issues. That's why I'm here bugging you guys on a regular basis, hoping I can instill some form of light in dealing with these issues. I've dealt with them. They're still around us, for God's sake. It takes leadership, a strong will, and a commitment from all of you. You 5 make a difference in this county. We're the little tadpoles looking at the frogs here, what we're going to do here. It's up to you to structure yourselves and commit. I have some respect and admiration for this young man over here. I like your candor, the way you handle things. All right? Dave, I've known for a while, known his dad, whatnot, during the course of my political wars in the city of Santa Maria. I'm embedded in a tick in this community. I'm 74 years old. Brought 1969, I brought the Rigetti Marching Band to Guadalupe for the first time in the 16th September parade. I was a drum major at Rigetti. Wow, Mexican drum major, what a coincidence. Rarity, but I was, and it was fun. The community of Guadalupe has an outstanding opportunity of being something. Unfortunately, it hasn't got there. I don't know why. We've suffered a lot. We've gotten federal money, and we haven't gotten anywhere where we should be. That's on the government and on the people from that perspective. So with you, have a good day, and looking forward for the next one. Bye-bye.
And Chair Williams, members of the board, we did have an additional request for general public comment, and that's Joshua Madrano. Joshua?
We'll close public comment. After you, Josh. Not right in front of you, right after.
I promise I'll be kind. Well, thank you very much for this opportunity, esteemed board. And I walked in as you were discussing the CWA, and from the Tri-Counties Building Construction Trade Council of San Luis Obispo, Santa Barbara County, as well as Ventura County, we'd like to thank you for everything that you're doing for the community, for your fortitude in moving forward, for your forward thinking, and we look forward to proving you all right and making this a success for the community. I'd like to also thank Assembly Member Greg Hart, who is not here, who was one of the champions in the very beginning. I'd like to thank staffers, Mr. McGulpin, as well as his staff, Mr. Snedden, for doing everything that they did. And I would be remiss to not thank Ray Vandernet, BTC's legal, who has since retired and was at the very start of the CWA in 2014, retired during the process, and I'm looking forward to reporting back to him that all of his efforts were not in vain. So thank you very much, board. We look forward to moving with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Joshua.
And that concludes general public comment.
Let's move to D1.
Chair Williams and members of the board, departmental item number 1 is from the Planning and Development Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding an extra health service and retirement waiver for the Planning and Development Department.
Mr. Wilson.
Good morning, Chair, members of the board. This item is to request that we rehire Mr. Eric Snyder, that retired back in March, to provide critical assistance to the inspection services for the department. We have recently experienced a vacancy in our inspection staff, and in addition, a long-term working supervisor is out on long-term leave, and so we feel it's expedient that we rehire Eric to provide services for inspection services, as well as his skill and expertise in responding to disasters. So that's the request today.
Supervisor Labanino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I know sometimes when these come, we have discussion about whether it's relevant or if you should have hired the person sooner or you should have known about the retirement. I just want our board to know that as your representative on the retirement board has legal counsel decision that has gone back and looked at the extra help waiver that we've used in the past and determined that it does not meet the spirit of PEPRA and the Public Employees, Public Employees Pension Reform Act. And so, as I'm sure Mr. Wilson is aware, this can be for just a very short amount of time. So in the past, we've had county employees that were extra help for decades, and that's no longer the case. I believe it's a 6-month window now that's being allowed. So I hope that helps because these folks aren't going to be extra help forever.
Mr. Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Williams. And as everybody in the county knows, I typically vote against these. I appreciate Director Plowman for reaching out to me to go over with me the specifics of this situation. The way this works is that it comes to the board if it happens within 6 months. think we're about a couple weeks short of 6 months right now. So that just shows this wasn't necessarily a planned revolving door issue. This is really an emergency that's taking place in that department with some unexpected change of circumstances. And I think that's exactly why this law is in place for this circumstance. So I actually will be voting to approve this one.
Yeah, and I think Mr. Wilson understates his case. Expedience is very understated in these cases. You know, the applicants are waiting a long time, and so even if I generally voted against these, I would vote for them for P&D. Any public comment?
Chair Williams and members of the board, we have no requests to speak on this item.
I'll move items A through C. Staff recommendation.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item 7.
Chair Williams and members of the board, departmental item number 7 is from the Public Works Department and the Board of Directors Flood Control and Water Conservation District. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the Santa Maria River Channel realignment, and there is a 4/5 vote required on this item.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and board members. Thank you. Public Works is here today to report on the Santa Maria River channel realignment and to request funding to put the river back into its normal channel. If this item is approved this morning, it'll assist and protect the disadvantaged community of Guadalupe. It will take hundreds of acres of prime farmland and West Main Street out of the river bottom and restore coastal access to the Guadalupe Dunes. Today's presentation will be a tag team. I'll kick the presentation off. Then Interim Assistant Director Walter Rubicava will present. After Walter, Deputy Director of Transportation Chris Sneddon will present, and I'll close the presentation. With that said, our presentation will cover the following areas today. We'll touch on background. We'll talk about the timeline that's kind of brought us to today. We'll go through assessment and the 2 actions that are on the table today. We'll talk about Governor Newsom's executive order, which was approved in early August. We'll go over considerations. We'll talk about West Main Street today and a potential future for West Main Street that we hope doesn't happen. We'll look at 6 options that are contained in your staff report today, and then we'll go over the recommendations. And this is just a picture in one location this past winter. On the left-hand side of the picture, that's the normal channel of the river. And as you can see, the river's come out of its bank and it's flooded and inundated a piece of farmland there. Let's talk quickly on background. This past year's historic rainfall caused the southern bank of the Santa Maria River to breach in at least 3 locations. So within the city of Guadalupe, there were 2 locations impacted. Pioneer Street, a church and the homes on the west side of the street were flooded. It's shown over there on the right-hand side of the screen. The city's sewage treatment plant and its effluent spray irrigation fields, as well as its effluent ponds, which hold undisinfected effluent. They were also flooded and inundated. And unfortunately, this caused the city to release effluent directly into the Santa Maria River and onto the Pacific Ocean for quite some time. Also impacted were 2 homes within the unincorporated county. As I mentioned, hundreds of acres of prime farmland today is now within the footprint of the storm relocated Santa Maria River channel. Certainly this impacts the farmers who own the land, but also the farm workers from Guadalupe and the surrounding areas who depend on those farm fields for their livelihood. Approximately a quarter-mile of West Main Street was destroyed and is now considered Santa Maria River bottom, and we currently have no access to the Guadalupe Dunes, nor the private sand plant just at the entrance of the dunes. So let's take a moment and look at, again, how we got to this particular point today. And as your board knows, the rainfall last winter, certainly historic rainfall, it was countywide. It started in January and ran to about March. We experienced significant damage countywide across all infrastructure we maintain within Public Works. In Guadalupe,
Again, the river breached in at least 3 locations, and today that is the river's current channel, unless it is relocated prior to this winter's forecasted El Nino winter season. The county, through Kelly Hubbard in Office of Emergency Management, requested emergency assistance from the Governor's Office of Emergency Services in April. Kelly checked in often with Cal OES. However, we received no official response to our April request for assistance until June, when Cal OES asked us to resubmit our request. Kelly and the Public Works team did that within a day, which was pretty remarkable. And in late June, state and federal agencies came to Guadalupe for a field trip to see how the river breached and inundated the city of Guadalupe and surroundings. After the meeting, FEMA informally determined that this issue is not an emergency because the water had stopped in June. So today we wonder if that would have been the same case, if you will, had Cal OES acted on our initial application in April, because that was 60 days later. Shortly after that, the Army Corps of Engineers commenced an advanced measures technical study. The results of that technical study were provided to us in August, at the end of August, actually, August 31st. You go back one, Chris, real quick. On August 4th, the governor issued an executive order allowing work in waterways if they are dry for 2 purposes: to repair levees that were damaged by the storms last year, and to also remove debris that had accumulated in rivers and waterways due to the historic rainfall. And really, the executive order is the reason that we are here today. It will expire on November 1st without an extension. And if the disadvantaged city of Guadalupe is to have any chance this coming winter, the county of Santa Barbara really has to take on a leadership role, as we're finding that no other level of government wants to do that. So our state and federal partner agencies have unfortunately not provided any financial solutions at this point to the county nor the cities. So at this point, I'm going to turn the presentation over to Walter Rubalcava and Chris Snedden. They'll go deeper into the details and solutions to prepare Guadalupe and West Main Street for the coming El Niños.
Excellent. Thank you, Scott. Good morning, Chair Williams, members of the board. Before we discuss the U.S. Army Corps' technical study and feedback, I just want to take the opportunity to thank the Army Corps team, especially Ken Lawler and his technical staff. They worked night and weekends to finish the study. There was a lot of benefits that came out of that collaboration between the Flood Control Group and Army Corps. One of them was the study itself, but second, the temporary emergency protective measures that are being recommended came out of those brainstorming sessions and the collaboration. First, I'll describe Action 1, which is a debris removal. It includes sediment and vegetation removal. It would be a cost of up to $8 million. It would begin at State Route 1 over here, and it would continue all the way down to the Pacific Ocean or to the point where the executive order is no longer valid. The benefits of Action 1 is it would provide some level of protection the entire length of the work. So if we can make it down to the Pacific Ocean, it provides some protection the entire stretch. On Action 2, it's the HESCO baskets, and you can see those down here on this photo here. They're sand-filled baskets. They could have some vegetation, but it's generally sand-filled. Those would be approximately 8,500 feet long and cost about $6 million. They'd be placed at strategic locations, including Pioneer Street. It would protect the home at 9th Street. It'd provide some protection at the wastewater treatment plant as well. Some of the downsides with Action 2 or the HESCO baskets is it would not provide continuous protection along the entire stretch. As I mentioned, it would provide property protection and protection at the wastewater treatment plant based on strategically placed locations. However, it would not prevent outbreaks of the river. And some of those outbreak impacts we'll discuss in the next slide, or in a few slides actually. Now, as far as the implementation options, there's really 2 that we're looking at. And we acknowledge that the most effective approach would likely be a combination of action 1 and action 2 together. However, to do that would require what you see in your board letter is kind of a combination of option 1, 2, and 4 combined, but it's a sit and wait option, and we don't think that's a valid approach at this point. So what staff is recommending, you see it there, option 3 is to begin action 1 now with the debris removals. If the funds were approved today, we could start that immediately. Next slide, please. Now, as Scott mentioned, the executive order, that's really, without that, I don't think we'd be here today. It streamlines the debris removal and levee repair by suspending multiple regulations. For example, it suspends the California Fish and Wildlife and Water Board discharge permit. It enacts CEQA emergency exemptions. Unfortunately, it does not cover the federal requirements. However, our staff has been working over the last week or so with the federal agencies, including Army Corps and U.S. Fish and Wildlife. And as of today, we are confident that we have a path forward to begin this work. Now, as far as the status today, we are using existing emergency contracts and the Guadalupe Flood Zone Fund. We have County Fire already assisting out there in the river with vegetation removal, and we want to take this opportunity to thank them. We also have R.W. Scott, who's already begun mobilization out there and are ready to start work as soon as tomorrow. Again, they're a local contractor. The flood control staff have already begun planning in case the funds are approved today because we can't lose that time. Next slide, please. As far as considerations, all the areas of the river will become regulated waters of the U.S. if the river is not restored by March of 2025. This is very important for us. Obviously, as you can imagine, if that river leaves its banks and continues to impact Pioneer, 9th Street, the wastewater treatment plant, the home at West Main, and West Main Street itself, you could imagine the regulatory requirements that are going to be impacted. You could see this farm here. The flows used to come down this stretch here. All this would become waters of the U.S., significantly impacting the agricultural community. Another very big impact is West Main Street. If West Main Street, as of now, is impacted with very little flows, if it continues to impact, it would likely result in the closure of West Main Street unless a significant financial investment was made into that. And Mr. Snedden will discuss that in a few more slides or on the next slide. The next item, flood control, will work through November 1st. And it would likely deplete 25 years of Guadalupe flood zone funding. The fund itself has approximately $1.4 million right now. We plan to spend about $1 million of that before November 1st. That would leave about $400,000 in order to respond for any future emergencies. The reason we said 25 years is because about $40,000 to $42,000 comes into that fund every year through the benefit assessment. The third bullet is extremely important, and we want to make sure this is clear. This is not a permanent fix. All this repair contemplated today is temporary and subject to breakouts. The community needs to understand that. Everyone listening needs to understand that this is not a fix, a future long-term fix. This is temporary. The next bullet, in its current state, any flow can be problematic. The reason we made that comment is back in March, when Twitchell was down to releasing only about 500 CFS. It was already cutting across his field and going over West Main Street. So we're not talking 1,000 CFS, 5,000. It's down to 500 CFS. That farm field and West Main Street are now the low point of the river. So then that last bullet is recommended action, which is the debris removal. Will reroute the flow back into its natural path and give this river a fighting chance to stay in its new course and provide some level of protective measures. And with that, I will pass it over to Mr. Snedden.
Thanks, Walter. So Walter touched on this a little bit, but getting into West Main Street and some of the issues that we're trying to address. If you look at the majority of the roadsides that are damaged on West Main Street, so this is the entrance and then going out to the beach. We have the eastern site, we have a central site, and we have a west site. The eastern site looks like this, or looked like this, and then we put in a temporary low water crossing, which looks like this. That was completed a couple weeks ago. And to get to Walter's point about flows, this low water flow crossing can handle maybe 200 CFS. So it will get inundated pretty quickly if the river isn't put back into its natural alignment, and would overtop, and then with higher flows, it would probably erode out around it as well. So it's going to need attention and maintenance over time, particularly if the river is not put back in its proper alignment. At the central site, there's about 900 feet of road that's washed out. And the central site is particularly challenging because essentially the current flow is along the road. So they're concurrent. They're both flows that come across the farm fields this way. And then at higher flows, it comes out through here and flows along this path. So there isn't really a repair to this road without putting the river back in its proper alignment. What we're doing right now is grading it out to have a temporary access road that is currently in construction. Again, any kind of flows, and that's going to take a lot of maintenance, if not complete reconstruction. The western side is a little different. You're getting out more towards the dunes. This is the more environmentally sensitive area. And the river is eroding away. Sorry, Brian. The river is eroding away at the base of the hill here. And this is the road along here that's getting washed out. That site, we're in the permitting and design stage, and we're hoping to get to construction with a temporary repair that would shift the road over in the next few months. Those are the temporary repairs. In terms of the longer term look at this road, if the river is not put back, and you can imagine, as Walter said, if this area here becomes waters of the U.S. or this area in here, there really is no way to put a road back that's feasible right now. The Corps of Engineers doesn't allow generally roadways put into the waters of the U.S. So you'd have to, if you'd pretty much have this access cut off for the foreseeable future, even if you got through the permitting. And if you did get through it, it would involve building an incredibly long, incredibly expensive structure that spanned across there. With that, I'm going to turn it back to Scott.
Thank you, Chris. Mr. Chair and board members, this next slide details the 6 options included within your staff report this morning that we believe exist for your board today. And I'll quickly summarize the options at this time. Walter mentioned it, but you'll notice the colors are a little off here. There's 3 that are yellow, and we call those the wait and see options. And then there's a green one we call the action option. So option 1 could be continue waiting and hoping that Cal OES engages to help the city of Guadalupe on all the options that we presented today. Option 2 is we could continue working with Senator Lamone's office as well as Assemblymember Hart's office to mission task the National Guard to come to Guadalupe to address the imminent threat to this community. Option 3, this is staff's preferred option. And we're recommending locally funding Action 1 today, remove debris and vegetation in the normal Santa Maria River channel prior to the expiration of the executive order. So if this does get approved today, we have 6 weeks to really get out there, get some local contractors on this, and start removing the material. I did want to touch on the expiration date, though. On our projects, typically when we work in channels and waterways, the state of California through Fish and Wildlife, I think now the old Fish and Game, we get permits that say we have to be out of the waterway by November 1st. But if it's not actively flowing on that date, they typically give us another 30 days. So our hope is we continue. If this is approved today in mid-October, we can work with the senator and the assembly member try to convince the governor to move the expiration date out December 1st. That'll give us some more time because it's critical to get this debris removed from Highway 1 to at least past the kiosk in the river. So the roadway is also affected and we get beach access back. Option 4, staff also recommends option 4, but it's to pursue state and federal funding to help us build the HESCO baskets as well, as designed by the Army Corps of Engineers. Option 5 is your board may also provide certainly alternative direction to your staff this morning. And then option 6 is a no action option today. This next slide shows the recommendations exactly as they're presented in the staff report. And for the sake of time this morning, I will not reread those. And in closing, today, Mr. Chair, it's unfortunate, certainly, and disappointing that the state and federal agencies have not developed financial solutions at this point to help the city of Guadalupe. All the residents really have left is now us at this level of government to try to do something before El Nino. And I want to thank certainly my public works team, Walter and Chris. I mean, our workload plates are overflowing right now from the historic rainfall work from last year, and they've all just stepped up and embraced, taking this task on to see what we can do for the city of Guadalupe. I want to thank Kelly Hubbard as well from OEM because she's worked in the state and the federal agency routes to help bring outside funding in to help us. And I'd also like to thank Wendy Mota from Congressman Carvajal's office. 24/7, we could reach her, and the congressman and Wendy are doing everything they possibly can to help with the federal agencies as well. So at this point, Mr. Chair, we're available for questions. Certainly here, the Public Works team, and Stacy Silva is here to answer the O&M questions. So thank you for your attention this morning.
Questions from the board? Mr. Lavadino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Question on, I guess the first question for me would be, how many times in your careers, Mr. McAlpin, have you recommended county funding in lieu of state and federal funding on a project like this?
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Lavadino, this is the first.
Okay. And then I think that's important because I want the community to understand that this isn't normal business operations. This isn't the way that we normally deal with this. And the only reason that we're here is because we have exhausted every possible avenue, I feel. I'm very confident that we've basically heard no enough times at this point where we finally got it. And but I also know that this isn't the normal procedure of the way we deal with things. And Mr. Senda, I'm just curious, and maybe, or it's Mr. Rubalcaba, I'm not sure, but where's the next coastal access if we don't do anything and this gets wiped out, as you said, with a 500 CFS, which is a sprinkle? Where do we go from there?
Supervisor Lavadino through the chair. I don't know to the north of our county. I don't know the condition of Oso Flaco. In Santa Barbara County and be Surf Beach, it's about over 30 miles away.
Okay. And then my last question is about on the HESCO baskets. If we do option 1 and we go ahead and do the debris removal today and we approve that, if there's forecast, we get within a week or 2 weeks and we can see that there is a significant forecast of significant rain coming. How long does it take to implement those HESCO baskets for temporary, short-term, and just limited areas? And would the Army Corps ever be in a position, or the state, to fund that if we had an imminent emergency in their mind?
Supervisor Lavadino through the chair. The last part of your question, I don't know the answer to that. We've been asking, the biggest challenge we have with the HESCO baskets is our county staff does not have the technical expertise. And even Army Corps stated that it would be best to have a consultant from the HESCO basket company come in to determine the places to locate it. So as far how quickly it could happen, we didn't get that answer either. And that's why we're so challenged with Action 2 and why we're recommending Action 1, because we have so much more control over it.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Hartman.
Um, my opinion is we have to do something short term, and so I'm really concerned about what we do longer term. And so, as I understand it, short term we're going to basically clear and dredge the river. Is that, and take out as much silt as we can?
Yeah, it's a debris removal operation where we're taking out sediment, heavy loads of sediment and vegetation all the way to the Pacific Ocean.
So if the Army Corps isn't going to build the levees up, is that a long-term strategy like we do in harbors or elsewhere? I mean, can we, on a regular basis, if we got permits? I mean, I again, we must do something short-term. I'm just trying to think with this opportunity, how we get ready for the long term.
Supervisor Hartman, through the chair, two different parts to that response. First, the work that we're doing will require maintenance, and we need to figure out that puzzle as well, for sure. Long term, more permanent, doing, for example, a levee similar to what's upstream has the cost to benefit ratio challenge, which is very difficult to overcome. So the strategy that the federal and state government would likely take, including County Santa Barbara would support, is Pioneer needs to be looked at from a relocation standpoint. Those homes in the flood zones are generally relocated if they don't meet the cost-benefit ratio. The wastewater treatment plant also has to look at long-term, how do they provide protection from that? And then West Main Street also. So what we're proposing today is not long-term. We still need to look into that. What we're here today is trying to figure out an emergency protective measure because the long-term is so great.
Still a big question
It's still
mark.
a big question mark.
And Mr. Chair and Supervisor Hartman, I think the one thing that I just want to clarify is we're building a unengineered stockpile berm, not a levee, because as Walter mentioned, we've been through that process before. Actually, Supervisor Capsmall tried to get a levee for the community, and we ran into the benefit cost ratio issues at the federal level. So that was not a possibility. So the material that Walter's talking about coming out, the sediment will be placed on the south bank of the river, and it's just an unengineered berm, and the vegetation that gets cut up will be put into that earth as well, with the hopes that it will start to grow too and give it some strength. But the long-term maintenance will be a challenge for us.
So what is the long-term maintenance?
Our hope now is, we can talk to some of the ag community folks. They have the equipment, they have the staff to potentially help us. And it could be a partnership where the county gets the CEQA approvals and the permitting, and they perform the long-term maintenance.
And is that vegetation removal or is it silt removal? And how would the executive order expiration affect that?
Well, this would have to go run through its normal permit process. So we would do that through our programmatic EIR process that we bring to your board every year. It would be a partnership. So the County of Santa Barbara would be on the permits, as well as the ag community partners who would be involved.
But your best judgment is that this is a short-term, not a long-term solution, even this,
What we're proposing today, yes.
and the maintenance of it.
Right, yeah, and Walter mentioned it too. The key is getting that river back into its channel, because we don't have a whole lot of time. I mean, March 2025 seems like a long way off, but El Nino is certainly the most pressing, urgent issue today. But our understanding too on the Waters of the U.S. determination is we have to give the federal government a 1-year notification, if you will, that we're going to move it prior to March 2025. And if we miss that deadline as well, it will become Waters of the U.S. and we'll lose the road and hundreds of acres of farmland to the Waters of the U.S. determination.
Okay.
So we'll take a couple more questions, but I just want to let folks know
because of the amount of items pulled this morning, we are running very behind. And so, first of all, if you're here for an item that is not the Comprehensive Economic Development Plan or this item, we will not be hearing him before closed session. So you can do some other things if you want to, or stay riveted if you want. The other is in number of public comment. So we have our next item, the Comprehensive Economic Development, is needed to be a time certain in San Luis Obispo and a time certain here, which was the difficulty of scheduling this. So because of that, we need to have them present in time to make it to San Luis Obispo for the other meeting there. So there's about 30 speakers. So if we did 2, we would have an hour of public comment. So I'm going to have, and if we did 1, you wouldn't be able to talk about something so important. So I'm going to put it at a minute and a half. And if people go shorter, I can be more charitable to the other folks who are left. So I'm just wanting to make sure people frame their comments around those limitations. Mr. Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Williams. And I just want to, first of all, just lead off with that I support this proposal here. And I think it's good for the public to hear that you're already hearing 3, and I'm probably getting some head nods on all 5 of us moving this forward. So as your comments, are going to be constructive and I think are an important part of this discussion, I understand that I think you're seeing a lot of sympathetic head nods up here on the board, and so I think we're moving in a good direction. So with that, just a couple questions for staff. We got R.W. Scott mobilized, ready to work out there. Are there opportunities also for some of the landowners through some of this emergency action to be able to partner with us even now, not just the maintenance, but even now on some of this debris removal?
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, we would love that opportunity. If this is approved today, we'll begin those discussions today.
I think that's a good thing to be heard by those in the public, that there's an opportunity to leverage, because we are against a time limit here with the governor's executive order. There's no promise that will get done. So it's all hands on deck. And I think that the public needs to understand that. It's unfortunate, and I know that there are a lot of frustrated people out there on inaction in the past, but I know that under the leadership of Supervisor Lavanino and Public Works staff and Ms. Hubbard out of OEM, this has been quite a bit of action for Santa Barbara County. And I know that there's also someone out there that are concerned that sometimes in North County we don't get our share as well. I have seen the collective county rally behind this project, and I've been really encouraged by that. And so as we move forward with that, I want to make sure that we're keeping that in mind with your comments, that we are going in the right direction here. And I do see this to be a fix, yes, temporarily, but if it's not done temporarily, this becomes permanent. And that's really something that we all need to be really concerned about. Many people early on said, well, we'll find a solution eventually. But I like to remind everybody in those conversations, we lost Point Sal after El Nino. That we had access there prior to El Nino, but when those storms hit, the county chose not to do the repairs necessary. And we've lost that other really important coastal access that we have here in the North County. So all hands on deck. We need to be gaining ground, not losing ground. And I really appreciate Public Works staff and Supervisor Lavanino for bringing this forward, as well as CO staff with looking at the creative ways to fund this. This is not a inexpensive endeavor, but it is something that is crucial. And I think that I really appreciate them finding creative ways to make this fit with our existing commitments that we already have. So thank you.
Let's go to public comment.
Chair Williams and members of the board, we currently have 23 requests to speak on this item. And
I will close the roll after that 23.
And we will begin on Zoom with Benjamin Pitterly, to be followed by Belinda Popovich. Benjamin?
Yeah, hi, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Thanks. I'm going to try to condense this to a minute and a half. I'll do my best. But good morning. I'm here today representing Los Padres Forest Watch. First, we recognize that there are serious concerns about flooding and that there's urgency here. I guess if my message today can add just some context to what's happening, maybe more with regard to that long-term discussion, and if that's all I accomplish, then I think it's worthwhile. But rivers meander, and just it's important to keep in mind that these are totally natural processes. Meandering, it is part of the hydrologic and ecological function of rivers, and it's actually essential to the creation of certain types of habitat, the pool and riffle features that are used as habitat for so many species. This is how many of those features are formed. We recognize that this section of the river floodplain, it has been deeply encroached on by agriculture, but with farming in the floodplain, unfortunately, it's not really surprising at all that some flooding of agricultural lands has occurred. This happens in other areas as well. We aren't saying do nothing, especially with respect to protecting homes and infrastructure. But we do have concerns with, a massive excavation of the main channel. We're altering very important ecological processes. And so, one thing I think that staff said was that we need to give the river a fighting chance to stay in its channel. But, so with respect to staff, that's entirely opposite of what rivers need. Rivers don't stay straight in their channels. Rivers need to breathe, and that's just the laws of physics. And so we hope that the long-term planning.
Thank you, Benjamin. That is your time.
Okay, thank you very much.
We will now go to Belinda Popovich. Belinda?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Wonderful. Thank you so much to everyone here that I had been a volunteer helping with flood victims. So I've grown up in Guadalupe and see that river being put back into its place as critical from a mental health aspect, as there's many times where myself, friends, and neighbors go out to our access on Main Street at the beach there to, relax, walk along the beach, fish on the beach, and sometimes just sit during lunch at the beach. It's also an aspect that will help us in the long term with trying to bring people into the community so that way we can get more tourism as well. But also a fact of food stability, as there are many people that access that beach to help bring, meals to the table just by paying for their, fishing license. They go out there multiple times a week in order to access the fresh fish. And by losing that, they're having to go further out to Osoblaco, which much more gas, more walking. It's just more exhausting on, what they're trying to accomplish. And so by having that access, I think it's more critical than what, some might see. But as a member of the community who loves that beach, I'd love to see that this gets put back into place and also provide some safety to the homeowners as well as to the community of field workers and, landowners as well. Thank you so much.
We will now go to Judy Wilson on Zoom, and then we will return to Santa Maria with Ethan Bertrand. Judy? And Judy, we have unmuted you on our end. If you can please unmute on your end to provide your comments.
Good morning. Have recently moved to Guadalupe the last year and a half in the new Pasadena development. And I feel that, as Belinda said, to piggyback on that the beach area is not only important to tourism and the mental health of the local residents here in Guadalupe, but it's something that hopefully can be addressed, and long term a long term solution can be had and can be moved along very quickly. Thank you.
We will now return to Santa Maria with Ethan Bertrand to be followed by Michael Cash. Ethan?
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chair and Supervisors. Ethan Bertrand here on behalf of Assemblymember Hart and Senator Lamone. Over the past month and a half, Assemblymember Hart and Senator Lamone have been working hand in hand together to urge that Cal OES take action and provide assistance to the county as requested. We're going to continue to work with Cal OES. We see that this is a long-term project. This is obviously the first step, but this is something we'll be working on together for a long time. We've been meeting weekly for a little more than a month with Public Works, as well as the County Office of Emergency Management, and we're committed to this long-term partnership to make sure that we protect the community of Guadalupe and make sure that the residents are all taken care of. Thank you.
We will now go to Michael Cash to be followed by Claire Weinman. Michael?
Thank you. First of all, I want to say to our Board of Supervisors, I've seen you out there fighting, and I've had the opportunity to work with almost all of you. And Steve, Mr. Lavino, I wish I would have gave you my bulletproof vest when you met that community. You were amazing, and you were a great fighter for the community. I really appreciate it. Most of the time we discuss funding regarding possible outcomes. Today we discuss not only what has happened several times in the last decade, but what we'll know will happen again. The county has been outstanding providing mutual aid to first responders to all type of critical incidents. Today I ask you for that same mutual aid assistance to protect the lives and property of residents, not only in the city of Guadalupe, but in the county of Santa Barbara. Your votes to address this issue to assist with clearing the Santa Maria River will be a protection for all residents and property for Santa Barbara residents, and I appreciate your time. Thank you.
We will now go to Claire Wyman to be followed by Todd Bodum. Claire?
Good morning. Claire Weinman with the Grower Shipper Association of Santa Barbara and San Luis Obispo County. I'm speaking today on behalf of the ag community who continues to experience harm and remains vulnerable to continued damages if action is not taken. Time is of the essence, and we urge you to act today. We've worked so hard since the first storm events to provide leadership and recovery, and are beyond frustrated that in all this time and everybody's effort that the needle still barely moved. Our window of opportunity to act is closing quickly. We urge you to take these steps to restore the functionality of the lower Santa Maria River. If someone has a broken arm, we aren't going to ask them to wait around indefinitely to see if it gets better. We'd fix the problem promptly before the damage gets worse and becomes irreparable. We're concerned about the damages to the city of Guadalupe, the pain of homeowners, loss of essential infrastructure, and beach access. We're concerned about the acres of prime farmland that have lost and still haven't been replanted, the millions of heads of broccoli and cartons of strawberries that aren't feeding our families. We're concerned about irrigators, tractor drivers, and harvesters who lost income and employment now and in the future, and the businesses in Guadalupe and Santa Maria that are interdependent with all of that. But we're also alarmed that so much debris and sedimentation is accumulated that it could back up the watershed if not addressed promptly. We're concerned about the connectivity up to Twitchell. And in closing, just wanted to emphasize that, continued inaction would be the equivalent of throwing a handful of paper towels in the toilet and wondering why it's clogged and hoping that it'll fix itself. So we can't change what happened in the past, but we do have some control over where we go from here. We urge you to take this important step to restore the functionality and recovery for northern Santa Barbara County. Thank you.
We will now go to Todd Bodum to be followed by Garrett Matsura. Todd?
Thank you, Chair, Board, Public Works staff. Great job in your presentation, and citizens at large. I'll be short because I know that there's a lot of people going to speak today, and we'll cover most of the items. I feel like this is short-term solution is actually a long part of the long-term solution, and I feel like there's lives at stake here, not only people and human capital, but also importantly is by contributing the various funds to this to mitigate the problem, we'll actually have an economic return on your investment. Thank you.
We will now go to Garrett Matsura to be followed by Mayor Iriston Julian of Guadalupe.
Good morning. Excuse me. Good morning, Chairman Williams and honorable members of the board. Thank you for your time.
I had a whole lot of stuff written out, but it's been covered by so many people. I'll keep it much shorter. As a member of the community and also the president of the Guadalupe Business Association, we really want to emphasize how important both the short term that's been proposed and the long term solution is important, not just to the local Guadalupe economy, but for the regional economy. And once you start talking about ag, then we start moving into the statewide and national economy when we see produce from Guadalupe all over the United States. So this type of thing resonates, and it's really important, and appreciate your time and hopefully your approval of the funding. Thank you.
We will now go to Mayor Arsene Julian of Guadalupe, to be followed by Stephanie Kraus.
Good morning. Thank you for the board and the chair for presenting this. And I wanted to take a moment to thank Supervisor Lavadino for moving a meeting there in Guadalupe where about 100 people attended, along with the public works staff. I support what is presented today. The first time I went out to that beach was in 1951. So there's a lot of history with that locality for the farmers, for the people that work the field, and for the people that use it. So I fully support what's being presented by the board. And by the way, when you presented in Guadalupe about 2 months ago, there was bilingual ability, and we appreciate that. And you go there this 16th, you're going to see a lot of people in Guadalupe that are Latinos. So thank you.
We will now go to Stephanie Kraus, to be followed by Jamie Gamble. Stephanie?
Thank you. Thank you, members of the board and the Public Works Office. I'm really impressed with, I know how much work has gone into it, and I thank you for all your efforts. I really want you to vote in favor of this. It may seem like a short-term solution with not certainty, but short-term solution is going to lead to a long-term solution. And I think that everybody in Guadalupe is worth it. We are worth it. So please do that. Thank you.
We will now go to Jamie Gamble, to be followed by Michael Roberts. Jamie?
Yes, I'm Jamie Gamble, and with Moretti Minetti Ranch Company. We basically, all those pictures you saw up there were mostly our property. I'm going to set aside the fact that we've endured millions of dollars of property damage, but more so what I've learned over the 50 years of being there in my lifetime and the changes that river has taken. The fact that on an environmental side, that I've never seen that river do what it did this year or this past season. There was no habitat left. I mean, that river was so high. So to me, it just makes more sense that if it was clear and the river stayed in the channel, that the habitat on both sides would endure. But mostly just want to say, you guys did a great job. You're spot on what needs to happen, especially on option number 1. So, thank you.
We will now go to Michael Roberts, to be followed by Lacey Litton. Michael?
Good morning. My name is Michael Roberts, and I'm a Guadalupe community member. And I had a whole speech written out as well, but it's already been said. I'm an avid bicyclist. I've been riding out to Guadalupe Dunes ever since I moved to Guadalupe. And so I have watched the progression of the damage, and I've watched the progression of the repair. And just from my own observations, I ride out there every other day. The repair of phase 1 will not withstand another deluge of water from the Santa Maria River. And I hope that you vote for the city of Guadalupe, and thank you for your time.
We will now go to Lacey Litton, to be followed by Erica Weber. Lacey?
Hi. I just want to clarify that the excavation of the channel is a restoration due to lack of maintenance in the channel previously, with residents and farmers in the community paying the price. This restoration effort is necessary to prevent continued meandering of the riverbed eating away at the footprint of Guadalupe. Not only is our North County beach access restricted, but all other agencies we have asked for help have rejected our pleas. So you are our only hope for short-term and long-term protection. The ag community is ready and willing to help in restoration and ongoing maintenance efforts. Supervisors Lavanino, Nelson, Flood Control, Public Works, I just want to express my appreciation for all the work that you've done on our behalf to restore and protect, and I urge you guys to allocate the appropriate funds. Thank you.
We will now go to Erica Weber to be followed by Jennifer Harrison. Erica?
Good morning. Thank you, Chair Williams and members of the board. My name is Erica Weber. I'm the Executive Director of the Guadalupe Nipomo Dune Center. And I'm just here to give my support to this proposal. It is, first, let me just thank the Board of Supervisors, especially Supervisor Lavignino's office for their immediate communication and their efforts on our behalf, and for the Public Works Department and efforts thus far to restore access to Main Street and to take Guadalupe into consideration. It's much appreciated, and I'd like to just see this move forward because it not only helps the immediate needs of the residents of Guadalupe and allows public access to our beaches, but I too agree that it will be this temporary fix is going to lead to a more permanent fix down the road. So thank you for your time this morning.
We will now go to Jennifer Harrison to be followed by George Alvarez. Jennifer?
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. I'm Jennifer Harrison. I'm with the Santa Maria Valley Chamber and Visitors Bureau, and I oversee all of the tourism efforts. And really what that means is not just Santa Maria Valley, but all of northern Santa Barbara County, which includes Guadalupe, and it's a very important component within that discussion. And having that beach access really sets us apart from our neighboring destinations and is critical to the conversation that we have with our visitors outside of the area. So I won't take too much of your time, but we hope that you'll support the proposal and make sure that we protect what is beautiful in Guadalupe. Thank you.
We will now go to George Alvarez to be followed by Andy Gutierrez. George?
It'd be next to impossible to come up here and give accolades to you guys. I'm sorry. It's what it is. 20-something years of suffering, and now we come to the point where this should have been done a long time ago. It costs us money, aggravation. And then the audacity, I'm sorry, the head person, you have a tendency of loving to cut short comments. You have plenty of time to give accolades to staff, which wastes my time. You take into my time of our First Amendment to address our government on issues of importance, and you cut me down to a minute and a half? How dare you? Live up to your job, the responsibility of the people, not of other concerns. You didn't address the Boys and Girls Club, if that thing's gonna take care of that. I love the beach, I've lived all my life, but that's my last priority, to ride a bike, to check out the whales. I don't give a damn. I need to take care of my city. That waste management area has to be taken care of. It's gonna flood in and give what? Bacteria to little critters? I stand my ground on the First Amendment. Learn that.
We will now go to Andy Gutierrez to be followed by Albert Nunez, who is our final speaker.
Hello again, Mr. Chairman and Supervisors. I really appreciate the work that you guys done. It's looked outstanding. But truth be known, that long-term has to be planned. It has to be proposed, planned, an idea put in. I was a kid when I remember the boulders being put in place for the levee where it is to the east of the bridge in Guadalupe. And I saw them pour the concrete over the boulders. I used stories. But if we could do something long-term, to do something to protect Guadalupe, and the groundwork is there. You guys have it going on. but the long term is also needed. And I appreciate your thoughts on that.
We will now go to Albert Nunez, who is our final speaker. Albert?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Board, for the time this morning. A longtime resident, my family's been in the area since the late 19th century, but I'm not here for sentimental reasons. This is my home, and I don't have a second. They say that all politics is local, and voters care about the issues that directly affect them. Well, this issue got within a couple miles of the house while other residents were standing in it. Restoring access to the beach is important. The beach is as much a part of our identity as a town as the good food and fog. It's important to restore the access to that beach for education, for tourism, for preservation, for the view. That's true. I'm more concerned about the impact on the waste treatment plant. I'm more concerned about basic public services being interrupted as our public responders are pulling people from the river. A fair amount of calls in Guadalupe, without even looking, are medical calls. We have a large elderly population that are at risk. I would hate to see any treatment or response for their needs to be impacted because our public responders are too busy filling sandbags. I urge you to meet the Public Works request for additional funds. Help us. Shore us up. Thank you.
And that concludes public comment on this item.
To the board. Mr. Lavigno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to, because it was brought up, that I wanted to thank Dawes for rescheduling this, our chairman, because this was actually supposed to be item number 7. And the agenda was already out. I came to him and I said, hey, we're gonna have a large contingency coming from Guadalupe. This is very important to this district. And is there any way that we can move up so that we don't have people sitting here all day? The problem was on the agenda, our next item, those people actually already were promised that they were gonna come and make a presentation here. They also have to make a presentation at the San Luis Obispo Board of Supervisors, which they have to be there at a certain time. So he shoehorned in this item so that we all could be heard today. So it was either this, cut public comment down to 1.5 minutes, or it was we were gonna be here until 4 or 5 o'clock this afternoon. So I understand, Mr. Alvarez, that you didn't feel that you got heard. I apologize, but I thought in the balance of everything, this was probably the best tack to take. So I wanna thank you for that. Thank you.
Supervisor Hartman.
Yes, I want to talk about the waste treatment plant because it seems that we've got a plan for the road, and we've got at least short-term plans for other things. I had an opportunity to talk with Director McAlpin earlier. The city of Guadalupe doesn't have a lot of resources internally to deal with planning for the wastewater treatment plant, but Director McAlpin thought that it might be possible for his department to work with the Regional Water Quality Control Board as well as the city of Guadalupe, if Mayor Aristone is open to that, to think about options both short and long-term for the wastewater treatment plant. You said that long-term, some of the assets are gonna have to be removed and some are gonna have to be protected. And so I think the wastewater treatment plant is really a crucial asset, and we need to begin thinking about that sooner rather than later, both to prevent overflow from the ponds and further water quality violations, and just to make sure there is an infrastructure act, there's money out there, and if we put concerted effort to it, we might be able to lay claim to that for the city of Guadalupe. So I was really delighted that Director McAlpin said that technical assistance in this matter would be, the county would be willing to step up and try to coordinate that. So I'd like to see that happen.
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Hartman, we're happy to help.
our resident expert, Marty Wilder's here, and his assistant, Kevin Thompson. So they're the best in the business, so we'll do what we can.
And maybe you could talk to Mayor Julian on the way out.
Supervisor Capps.
Yeah, I'd just like to weigh in with my support for the option recommended by staff. Director McAlpin, thank you for presenting us with several options, but to me, after listening to this and doing my homework here, it's clear there's really only one option, and that's for us to the county be the first and last line of defense here. I appreciate Ethan Bertrand being here on behalf of our state legislators, and I hope that something more can be resolved in the weeks to come, but we don't have any time for that. Thank you, Supervisor Lavanino, for your hard work on this and for pointing out that this is not the normal way in which we would seek funding for the local sources for something of this magnitude, but I'm just reminded that these are not normal times in terms of our extreme weather events and the massive impacts that they have to our farm workers, to our people, to livelihoods. It's been made very clear to me how important and imperative this is to do this quickly, to do this right, and for the county to be the first and last line of defense. So I'm happy to support the option presented by staff. Thank you.
I also support option 3 as outlined in this by the staff, which is that as I understand it, that's the $8 million up to $8 million. Hopefully, it costs less for debris removal and essentially to realign in the traditional channel. And obviously, we should continue to look for opportunities for the longer term fixes as well. As some members of the public might not know, we've had a lot of experience with flood control projects because there's been a lot of them in recent years because there's been a lot of flood damage all over the county. And so I've learned that the way this is normally done is we use some of our flood control account generated by local property taxes to match up against federal or state monies for reimbursables. And that's usually the only way that this is sustainable from a fiscal standpoint. And in the South County, it's $63 a parcel, about thereabouts. Here, it's a little bit less. But it is obvious that this is not going to be enough in the long run. We've got to figure out some other ways, because when, like this case where we're not very confident of getting reimbursal, and the general fund is on the hook for it all, we're going to run out of money fast if we do a couple of these. That being said, it's the right thing for the county to take a risk for the people of Guadalupe, but it is definitely something we should be telling Cal OES and the feds that we're going to do this with or without your help, but in the long run, we're not going to be able to do this 5 times. We're not going to be able to even maybe do this 3 times. So we've got to figure out some other long-term solutions. But I think it also tests us whether we are willing to stick our neck out for the people of Guadalupe, one of the communities that needs it the most in this county, and we sure are. Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Williams. Just one of the public comments that I wanted to address was from Los Padres Forest Watch, where there were some questions about, rivers meander, flooding the floodplain. I think it's important for them to understand, and I'm sure they do to a certain extent, that this has been channelized. The whole Santa Maria Valley is a big floodplain that for years and years that we've worked and balanced with nature to address that, and this is an area that really has not been maintained or addressed. And so this is an opportunity for us to balance nature and human interaction out there. And I actually encourage Los Padres Forest Watch, as this moves forward, to be a part of the solution that we find together, to make sure that we're protecting habitat, at the same time protecting really important public assets. So just going to float that out there for Mr. Pittery. I mean, I think his comment was supportive, but hesitant on what the long-term impacts to the environment might be. But I do think that those things can coexist. They have in the past, and I think they can in the future. So I hope we're able to do that as we've moved towards a long-term solution here. And like I said earlier, I absolutely support this financial allocation.
Supervisor Lavanino.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I wrote 2 speeches. Corey, you can go ahead and shred speech 2. That one better never see the light of day. But obviously now that I needed 4 votes today, or the people of Guadalupe needed 4 votes. And so, I was going to wait until we got to the vote, but I think everybody's pretty much laid it out. So I just want to give my thanks. Many thanks to our Public Works Department. Our board members know any time of the day, any day of the week, you pick up the phone, that department is going to answer that phone. And I hope to see our contractors out in that river this afternoon. That would make me happy. I want to thank Wendy, instrumental in getting us the technical assistance from the Army Corps. Ethan, Greg Hart, and Senator Moan's office. It was finally actually having a one-on-one phone call with Assemblyman Hart. It's nice that the former colleagues that you can just be honest with each other. And, he finally told me, you can wait, it's not going to happen. I'd rather hear no than, keep stringing us along. So that was a bad phone call to take, but it helps to know exactly where you're standing. It's also important for me to thank our CEO's office and budget staff, especially Paul Clementi, for finding the funds needed to address this emergency. Many hours were also worked by our county counsel's office. So Rachel, thank you for providing all the legal direction. And I also have to thank my chief of staff, Corey Bantalon, for living and breathing this for the last few months. And also thanking the citizens and the leadership of Guadalupe. Your community resilience and how you responded to the flooding is a model that other communities should emulate. Mayor Julian, Chief Cash, were out there, with the water up to their knees, and I just want to thank you for doing everything in your power to protect your residents. And to the residents themselves, thank you for holding us accountable. Yeah, I probably did need a bulletproof vest showing up at that community meeting, but this job isn't all ribbon cuttings and high fives, right? Sometimes you got to get held accountable. And I hope this action today by our board demonstrates to you our commitment to do everything we can to fix this problem in the long term as well. But make no mistake, this is an historic day. Scott mentioned in his 25 plus years, he's never recommended what he's recommending today. And it's historic not just for the citizens of Guadalupe, but for all of Santa Barbara County. Not because we decided to fix something that both our state and federal partners decided wasn't a priority. For me, it's historic because members of this board, they set aside their own parochial interests, right? They have districts just like I do. Everybody put their project on the back burner and voted to spend a lot of money, $8 million, to support our most underserved community. Today, a lot of times we get labeled with being politicians, but I would say today you guys were public servants. You should be proud. So, if I take this personal, I do. I only got a couple years left, and doing something important like this was important to me. So I think we rose up to the moral challenge, and we collectively put our money where our mouth is. And I've taken heat for 13 years for getting along with people and trying to find common ground where I disagree with people. And so we all embraced the new county vision, which emphasizes collaboration and camaraderie, putting people above politics. And today we set an example that hopefully could be replicated at the state and federal level. I don't have a lot of confidence in that. But we proved today we are not adversaries, we are colleagues, and we're focused on serving the people. We have some opposing views on some hot button issues, but today's actions proves we can do the people's business in a non-political, congenial manner. I'm proud to serve with you, and I look forward to tackling the tough issues that lie ahead of us. Thank you. And I will make a motion. So I'd like to make the motion that acting as the Board of Supervisors, we move staff recommendations A, B, and C.
And as a former representing Guadalupe, allow me to second.
Thank you.
There's a motion and a second. Did you still want a roll call?
No, we're good.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye. And then acting as the Board of Directors for the Flood Control and Water Conservation District, I'd like to move recommended items A through D.
Second?
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It's unanimous. Okay,
All right.
we're going to get a quick break. What's the quickest break legally? 5 minutes? Okay. 5-minute break, and we will do the SEDS. Item 2 after that. We are reconvening. Departmental item number 2.
Chair Williams and members of the board, departmental item number 2 is from the County Executive Office. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding a comprehensive economic development strategic SEDS plan update.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Williams and members of the board. Jasmine McGinty, Principal Analyst in the County Executive Office. Today, we're asking your board to receive and file an update on a comprehensive economic development strategic plan and provide any feedback on that draft plan. So before I hand it over to Reach here, I will just give a brief update of the SEDS. So a SEDS is a federally recognized 5-year strategy-driven plan for regional economic development, and it unlocks federal funding sources for the region, which makes local governments, nonprofits, and civic groups throughout both Santa Barbara County and San Luis Obispo County more competitive for federal economic development administration funding. So this was a community-wide endeavor and a regional collaborative effort with the County of San Luis Obispo, and your board contributed funding towards this effort, as well as San Luis Obispo County and the Bank of America. The county staff helped oversee the process and develop the plan through a seat on the SEDS Strategy Committee, which also include the county's Workforce Development Board and other city, education, nonprofit, and tribal stakeholders. The development of the plan involved broad community engagement with over 400 stakeholders engaged, as well as extensive qualitative and quantitative data which was collected that helped drive the creation of the goals, strategies, and actions that come from this plan. The action today is to receive and file an update on this plan, but it also kicks off the public comment period for the SEDS document. And Reach will talk a little bit more about that process. So now I will turn it over to Melissa James, President and CEO of Reach.
Button.
There we go.
Nothing gets by me.
You passed the first test.
First test. Chair Williams and members of the board, it is great to be here with you this morning. Thank you so much for the regional collaboration and shoehorning all of these agenda items together to make space for us to be in 2 places at once almost today. I am joined, my name is Melissa James, President and CEO of Reach, and I'm joined today by Jeff Marcel, who is a partner at TIP Strategies, who has supported this project, and Julie Sitton-Perniski, who has been the lead on this project. And we're looking forward to providing an overview to all of you and the public on the draft SEDS, which today marks the opening of a public comment period. So we're also eager and anxious to invite the public to share their perspectives over the coming month as well. Before we jump into kind of the details, I did just want to say that the previous item that we just heard was so rewarding to be a part of. I just seeing the collaboration, the conversation that took place on the dais by all of you and the action that was taken, it truly, I did not expect to be crying about a river channel.
Me neither.
But it really represented to me a lot of the spirit of what we've been trying to achieve in our region, is that when you come together and you work across political boundaries, jurisdictional lines, all those different types of perspectives to drive community consensus, you are able to really make an impact on the community. And that really is kind of the guiding principle of the work we do at Reach and a foundation to the project that we are sharing with you today. So just that little disclaimer. So a little bit about the SEDS. Jasmine teed up that it is a federal process that is going to make our region more competitive for federal investment. At Reach, we are doing a lot of work to try to kind of put the Central Coast on the map in state and federal venues to draw down investment. We're thrilled about this project. And one thing I just kind of want to share in context as we set it up, that both at the state and the federal level, there has been a move and a priority to focus in on regional economic development, especially post-COVID. It is something that is being incentivized by the state and federal government as a prerequisite for larger investment to our region. So we're looking forward to what this tool will do for our region to help bring funding. So with that, I jump to the next slide. Just quick overview. We're going to do an overview of the project. We're going to make sure that the community understand what a SEDS is and why it's important. It's a government acronym, but we want to unpack that a little bit. And then we'll go over just the top lines of what is in the Central Coast Resilience Roadmap, share about the public process and how the public can get involved, and then talk a little bit about some next steps. So before we dive in, I did want to kind of comment a little bit on some of the regional collaboration to date in our region. Some of it we just witnessed at the county level just this morning, but there has been a broad amount of activity over the last 4 or 5 years to try to align regional collaboration to draw down greater investment and to do more for our communities. And we've seen great success so far, and the County of Santa Barbara has been a very important strategic partner in some of these efforts. So just to name a couple, we have started the regional conversation with the Reach 2030 plan, which was unveiled in 2020, and it got the conversation moving and started to outline some really big opportunities that we could pursue together. A couple including opportunities around clean tech innovation and space and aerospace, with a couple of major kind of anchor projects related to Diablo and Vandenberg Space Force Base, in which the county has been a very important strategic partner. And because of so much collaborative work across a lot of sectors of the community, we have seen $160 million be brought to our region out of the state budget for economic development and land use planning related to Diablo, 1.7 million related to offshore wind planning, 5 million for kind of inclusive economic development planning for a larger Central Coast region. And then we've also seen $60 million in tax credits to support launch companies doing business out at Vandenberg. And in process right now is the potential for an $80 million allocation for infrastructure investment at Vandenberg. So those just give some highlights about how this regional coordination is actually working, and we are adding more tools into the tool belt. Quick kind of highlight around some of what you'll see in this plan, some of the economic challenges. These are things that you know well and you grapple with all the time. It's things such as 1 in every 2 working families on the Central Coast are struggling to get by. We continue to have suppressed wages overall, and we know that housing is a pain point, and we have not kept pace with population growth. And even those who are in housing, whether they're renting or they're owning, many are house burdened. So this is a cost of living issue that we talk about quite a lot. But we've also seen some bright spots. There are a handful of growing industries that offer very high paying jobs that are present here, and they're continuing to add tens of thousands of jobs across our region. And these are in industries and tradable sectors that have the promise to help diversify our regional economy, but also offer economic mobility for our region and for our residents. Just super high level, I went too fast. Today, we are just giving you the broad overview of the SEDS and the process to invite public comment. We are also unveiling a data dashboard that is available to the public. It has both economic data and workforce data. It's on our website, reachcentralcoast.org/SEDS, but there's an easy navigation if you just go to the Reach website. Anyone can kind of dive into the raw data there. And then there are a couple other pieces in a phase 2 of this project that we'll outline at the very end that are in motion as well. So as I tee up to turn it over to Jeff Marcel, who is our consultant from TIP Strategies, a global consulting firm, and they have specialized in doing SEDS across the nation in both metro and rural communities. I wanted to just kind of root in that the Resilience Roadmap is a federally funded plan. Jasmine shared this as well, with matching funding from both counties and the Bank of America. So truly public-private partnership. I think with that, I'll turn it to Jeff.
Super. Well, good afternoon. I'm Jeff Marcel. I'm a senior partner with TIP Strategies. Thank you for the opportunity to present to you this afternoon. My job is really to share with you what a comprehensive economic development strategy is, why it's important, and a little bit about the planning process that has taken the last year and a half to come into being. And so let me dive in just first by doing a quick introduction to who I am and who our firm is. TIP Strategies is a 28-year-old nationally recognized economic development and workforce development strategic planning firm. During that 28-year history, we've worked with over 350 communities around the country to help them analyze their local economies and think through plans to ensure that they have a sustainable, healthy economy and a growing economy as well. As Melissa referenced earlier, our firm has developed a fair bit of expertise in comprehensive economic development strategic planning. Here are some current projects that we have done over the last year that are SEDS projects, and they've been approved by the EDA. So we have a fair bit of experience in this space. And let me share with you a little bit about what a comprehensive SEDS is. It's a program that comes, as you've heard, comes out of the Economic Development Administration, out of the U.S. Department of Commerce. And the EDA encourages communities to move forward on SEDS planning because they want to make sure communities, regional communities, are coordinated, they're collaborative on all of their economic development programs, their priorities, all of their initiatives. And so that's the genesis, that's the reason why communities dive in and get involved with the SEDS. Now, a SEDS does require several different elements, and you can see them bulleted here. It has to be a data-driven project. It has to be also driven by stakeholder engagement. It's a multi-stakeholder plan as well, and I want to be clear on this. A SEDS is not a plan for a single organization. It's a plan for many organizations within a single region. So this is not going to be the REACH's plan. Now, there'll be things that REACH's will logically move forward on, but there'll be other organizations across the two-county area, the workforce boards, et cetera, and other organizations that will take on strategies and actions that have been identified. It also incorporates other planning efforts that have been taking place within a region as well. So think of it as an umbrella plan that incorporates a lot of functions that touch economic development within an economy. It's also a 5-year plan. So you try to plan for each of the years for the 5-year plan of the SEDS. And as you heard earlier, a completed SEDS and approved SEDS opens up eligibility for EDA grants. And so that's another big reason why a lot of communities go through the effort to put together a SEDS. One of the things when we just talked about the grants, the types of grants that the EDA funds and that a SEDS allows a community to apply for a whole host of different grants. These are some of the priorities for grant investment that the EDA has. And we've taken into account during the entire planning process these 7 different priorities of the EDA. And they're equity, recovery, resilience, workforce development, manufacturing, tech-led economic development, environmental and sustainable development, as well as exports and foreign direct investment. And we've thought about that. So I think when you read the document, it's woven throughout the entire plan. And I also want to share with you, we have been so well served by a strategy committee made up of 32 local leaders from across the two-county area. You probably see many familiar faces here. This has been an outstanding group to work with. We brought them together many times. They've poured through data with us. They have brainstormed about strategies and actions to be incorporated in the SEDS. They've helped us promote and open the door to do stakeholder engagement as a part of the SEDS as well. I want to recognize them and just thank them for all of their time and commitment to this. Talking about stakeholder engagement, that's been a big priority of this project. We've heard from over 400 stakeholders across both counties providing input. We've done roundtables in both counties as well on a whole host of different topics. And you can see we've done 15 of these roundtables. But we've also been served by 4 separate industry advisory councils so that they could share with us what they're seeing in the local economy, what's going to be driving this regional economy moving forward. And this is the project schedule that we've had in place. As you can see, it's been a comprehensive planning process. I won't mention all of the tasks that have been a part of this effort, but I will tell you the first third of the planning effort has really been about doing a tremendous amount of statistical gathering, but we've also done a lot of stakeholder gathering during that first third. During the second third of the project, it's really been about identifying strategies and actions to incorporate in this project. And then the last third is where we are right now. This is where we've actually built the document, we've drafted the document, we've refined it as a part of, in conjunction with our strategy committee. And here we are at the very beginning of the 30-day comment period. So it's been a ton of work by a lot of people throughout both counties, but we're really proud about where we are today. And the last thing I'll share with you, oftentimes when folks see a comprehensive economic development strategy, especially a 5-year strategy, it can be a little daunting, a little overwhelming, because there are a lot of strategies, there are a lot of actions, there are a lot of organizations that are going to be involved. But I always try to share a few real-life examples, and this is a community that we did a strategic plan for just a few years ago in Northwest Indiana. They titled their regional economic plan, Ignite the Region. And these folks, all of the stakeholders who came together to develop the plan, now that the plan is complete, they meet every quarter after quarter, to talk about what's been done to accomplish the plan, what needs to be done to move it forward over that 5-year horizon. And they've done this over and over and over again. In fact, at the end of every year, they bring together a large-scale community event to celebrate all of the work that's been done as a part of the SEDS. It's a fantastic representation of how these things take life and become reality. They do a wonderful job of promoting it, but I will tell you, this is just one example. There are examples of communities that we work with around the country that really do seize the SEDS opportunity and give it life and move it forward and have had great success out of that. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Julie.
Okay, so I'm going to walk you through the plan itself here. And an overarching structure for the plan. So this before you is the structure of the plan. So there's an overarching vision statement for the region, that the Central Coast is a dynamic region where current and future generations thrive and businesses innovate and excel. 4 guiding principles are overseen and kind of permeating throughout the goals and strategies that you see in the plan. And that's that the plan is future focused, it's focused on inclusive and equitable growth, it's sustainable and resilient from an economic perspective, and that regional collaboration really lives at the heart of all of these actions that are going to take place through the plan. 3 main goals: people, innovation, and place. I'm going to touch on each one just really briefly to give you kind of an overview. So looking at the people goal. So this is the talent side of economic development. So it's looking at the pathways that exist that need to be built to both train our current workforce and to build programs that can help train people for the future jobs. Exposing youth to job opportunities and career pathways in the region. So really making sure that our youth of today understand what those jobs are of tomorrow and that they can stay here in the region and have a good paying job. Thinking about talent attraction and retention. How do we keep folks here? Looking at partner coordination, leaders in workforce development coming together around these issues and connecting in between workforce development and industry and the future needs of industry from a workforce standpoint. And then wraparound services, which is really services that are needed to support a workforce. So things like broadband, childcare, transportation, healthcare, these kinds of things that are really foundational to supporting someone and making sure that they are able to have and maintain a good paying job. The second overarching goal is around innovation. So this is looking at innovation opportunities here on the Central Coast, really thinking about both the businesses that are already here, the startups that can be here and are starting to emerge here. We know we have incredible innovation here on the Central Coast. So thinking about business retention and expansion, how do we keep those businesses that are already here? How do we support them? How do we help them expand so that they're not leaving the region when they get big enough to need to expand? Thinking about business attraction, so how do we bring more of those businesses here to the region? We could be looking at things like the supply chain for existing businesses that are here and helping them build out the local ecosystem. Looking at entrepreneurship, making sure that we're supporting entrepreneurs, everything from access to capital to helping them through processes and permitting and those kinds of things. And then thinking about the target industries, so those 4 target industries that are a core component of the SEDS, and making sure sure that we're really supporting and leaning in on those organizations and the larger ecosystem so that we are both attracting and retaining the businesses that are in these target industries which have the most potential for job growth. And the final goal is around place, and this is a really broad-ranging goal, and it's by design. So looking at workforce housing, given what we know about the pain point that is for employers in our region, making sure the region is developing a comprehensive list of developable sites that are connecting between employment centers and residential housing. Looking at the supporting infrastructure that's needed to maintain all of this. So thinking about broadband, public transportation, parks and trails, flight route development. That's played a huge role in the last decade in really connecting our region to the world and the businesses that are here. So really focusing in and honing in on that. Quality of life, really thinking about we all live here for a reason and really making sure that remains a core tenet of the economic development that we're doing. One strategy I'll just highlight here that has emerged is this one that you see that's called Places of Belonging. So this is really investing in places where people can come together and feel supported in the community and really connected into the community. That was something that the strategy committee really felt could be a really great place for us to lean in on. And then regional collaboration. This is a lot of the work that's already started to happen through the work that REACH has been doing, but also just the work that we saw all this morning with you all. And so really thinking about how we continue to expand on those regional collaboration and partnerships that are emerging. So I'm going to turn now really briefly to how the public can engage with this document. So this is the start of a 30-day EDA required public comment period. So we're welcoming public comment on the plan. People can go to the reachcentralcoast.org/seds, download the plan. It's available in both English and Spanish. They can then email us here at this email address, sedscomment@reachcentralcoast.org. We're just asking folks to reference the page number of the section, help direct us to what part your comment is about in particular. And then all of the comments are reviewed and considered by the strategy committee for incorporation into the SEDS. And so that is kind of the overarching public comment process, but really everything that folks need to know lives there at that URL on our website. And then just putting into context where we are, I know Jeff talked about the project itself, but thinking about kind of the future of the plan itself. So here we are in the yellow on public comment. We're anticipating once all of the strategy committee takes into consideration all the public comments we received, that the document will be finalized and submitted to the EDA around Thanksgiving timeframe. They have a 45 to 60 day review process, and then we anticipate once that final plan has been approved by the EDA, bringing it back before both boards in both counties for consideration of adoption of the plan officially. And I think that that'll be an important component. But so that's kind of probably in the January, February timeframe. The next phase for the strategy committee is around an implementation plan. So what do we do with all of these strategies that are in here? The strategy committee is going to start to really map out and project plan for organizations that will maybe own different strategies. As Jeff and Melissa have both mentioned, this is a really wide-ranging plan for the entire community. Many different stakeholders will own many different strategies, and there'll be a lot of collaboration among those folks. It's really important to note that this is an evergreen document. So as we move into these strategies, we're able to modify and change any of these strategies as needed. It can be a really flexible plan over this 5-year implementation time period. The EDA doesn't want to see everything try to be completed in the first year. They really want to see this spread over a 5-year time frame. So that's the implementation plan that the committee will be working to pull together. So I think with that, I'm going to turn it back to Melissa, who's going to talk a little bit more about the key initiatives emerging from the project, particularly around target industries and workforce development.
Great, just a couple last comments and then we'll wrap it up. So Julie noted that there's going to be an implementation kind of planning session with the strategy committee, because a lot of this is, we all know, there's strategy and then there's action, and what are we getting done and how is it making an impact in the communities that we live in and that you all serve. We know kind of from the 3 broad goals that there are 3 large-scale initiatives that have been identified, and we're already starting to map out, some of what the implementation would look like, but some of this is actually already underway, and we wanted to kind of highlight that. So the first being developing career pathways for innovative industries. The second being fostering a regional innovation network, and this is really connecting in the entrepreneurial and innovation ecosystem and capitalizing on those strengths that we have. And then the third is building a housing and infrastructure coalition, and really just looking at what we know is a systemic challenge around housing. Now, all of these things, all of these opportunities that we want to see take place, all will be limited if we aren't addressing those underlying foundational challenges. So that first one around developing the career pathways for innovative industries, we actually have a robust kind of work going on in parallel to the development of the SEDS that I wanted to just comment on briefly. We have heard a little bit about these industry councils and those target industries, about 75 or so of kind of the large employers that have projected job growth, really understanding and bringing to them the data that we're seeing and trying to validate. Because a lot of times there's an employer who says, I want to grow by, 10x over the next decade, but that doesn't show up in your data. So how can we really get at that? And we've been doing that through our industry councils and also some robust one-on-one interviews with each of these employers to really round out that picture. That is all going to come as the second phase, kind of later this calendar year. We'll be releasing some of these target industry economic impact analyses and kind of forecasts, looking at what are these jobs of what type and what is that going to look like? And then there's also a layer of some of that target industry work and developing workforce development strategies for each of those target industries. And some of that work is being supported by cities, GPS, and Brookings. So that's a part of this overarching project and something that you'll be seeing later this year. So I think with that, we are turning it back over to you and happy to answer any questions.
Questions from the board? Supervisor Hartman.
Has the county ever done a SEDS in the past?
Supervisor, through the chair, not to my knowledge. If it did, it preceded me, and I don't think Nancy did some research, and I don't remember when the last time the county did.
And so there are many reasons to do this, but the federal funding is certainly tantalizing. Can you elaborate a little bit more on how the SEDS sets us up? I mean, do we get points for the, or is it just, does the Department of Commerce communicate with other departments, or can you just, I believe in it for its own sake, and that we'll have a lot more collaboration and a lot more clarity about and history already showing that we're working together on this. But could you elaborate a little bit?
Yeah, I'll answer, and if Jeff wants to chime in as well. And a lot of different types of every county or education institutions or nonprofit organizations will go for federal grants, and there's a process in which you are applying. Every agency has different processes, but in the federal government, a lot of times there is do you have a regionally aligned SEDS? And it's just like a box that you're checking or not. In our work, I can tell you that we actually, in 2020 timeframe, went in and tried to apply for a grant through the EDA to get some support and some of this workforce development strategies. And they said, no, you can't have it because you don't have a SEDS. If you go and do a SEDS, then you can come back. And then we said, what if we did both? Can we do them both at the same time? Which is why we have the SEDS and some of this target industry workforce development work. But from the EDA perspective, it is really important for them to see that you have, because the SEDS gives you that framework that you have communicated, you have collaborated, you have worked with all different types of industries. And it's not just through the EDA, but there's all kinds of different federal agencies that bring in that criteria as well. So it just makes you more competitive.
Yeah, and the only other thing I would add, yeah, of course, for some grants, if you don't have it, you can't apply, just as Melissa shared. But I also would share with you that it's valuable in a lot of other ways. That for example, that community that I shared with you earlier in Northwest Indiana, they took their regional plan, and because they were all coordinated, they were all on the same page, they all worked together, they used that as a foundation of for an application out of the state of Indiana where they were distributing their ARPA funds. And collectively, using that plan, they received $50 million out of the state, largest ARPA designation that state gave. And so, to me, demonstrating an organized, cohesive approach to economic development. I've seen this happen I live in the Seattle, Washington area. In that SEDS that was done years ago, they approached the state legislature saying one of the results we found was that there aren't enough seats for engineering students at the University of Washington, and fifth in helping the local technology companies and aerospace companies. So collectively, everyone that participated as a part of that SEDS went to the legislature and said, we need more seats. And they, in turn, ultimately, even though budgets were tight, ultimately approved hundreds of new seats at the state of Washington for engineering students. So it's that collective power that really is an amazing thing that SEDS can do.
Well, if I may continue, I like it because it creates a tremendous framework, and I want to recognize the strategy committee. I mean, this is a heavy lift. I think of Devika Stalling. She's a one-person operation, and yet she's doing this and committed to it. So I'm sure everyone who participates, they have to do their other job too. So I'm especially grateful that you've got such a good strategy team together. I wondered about the target industries. You say, I mean, they're sort of all technology in a way. I mean, it's energy, it's ag, it's space, and then it's technology. So I wonder, could you elaborate a little bit more on just the technology one? It's a broad category, and I know you're seeing what has already taken root that can expand in this area. So I wondered.
Yeah, on the technology one, it's actually something that we're working with the industry sector folks to distill down and to really be able to communicate where our kind of niche is in that area. We obviously have a lot that's kind of happening in what would be like the computer science and coding and those types of things that are coming out of UCSB and Cal Poly. Obviously, Goleta, there's some really interesting kind of tech hub, a lot that's happening in kind of the semiconductor space.
And health, technology,
yeah, health
a
and
lot.
technology as well. So there's a lot that is there, and it is, I mean, tech is in everything now.
Yeah, so I'll just be interested to see what as you say, what our niche is in
and
that.
how we market that and communicate that in a broader way is something that we're looking at.
And I guess I just wanted to, I guess two things I wanted to say. I'm really intrigued by the importance that people put to places of belonging, and eager to see how that gets developed. And I just, when I came on the board, we've been struggling ever since. How are we going to, what role is it appropriate for the county to play in economic development? We're public sector, we're not private sector. And we didn't create a big overarching structure like SLO and Ventura had done previously. We went to REACH, and we've been co-evolving, I would say. And I think what you're doing is really exciting. I think we made the right choice. And it's just, I think you need to pitch your website more, because there's some tremendous resources for people who want to work here or want to locate here. And I'm just very excited about the framework that you've created that allows everybody to see their piece and how they can move it forward. Because we can't do it. I mean, that's not government's role, but what we can do is create this frame that people can see the relationship and their efforts and kind of help convene. And so I'm excited about this.
Thank you.
Supervisor Capps.
Thank you, Chair Williams. Thank you for this conversation. I am a huge advocate of economic development, and this is a welcome tool and framework. I appreciated that specific example you gave from Washington State, because that's kind of what when I see something so broad, and I'll start with a question. I imagine this is broad so that it, if there's a grant opportunity, there's a home for it.
By design,
Okay,
it's broad.
That's what I figured. But the way my mind works is I sort of want the priorities. I want the top lines. I want the example of we need 100,000 engineers. At this stage, have you all unearthed those findings, or will that come at a point? I'm anxious for those kind of lessons from this work.
Yeah, it's a good question. I think that's where this implementation plan is going to really start to come in. It is broad by design, right? You want everyone to be able to see themselves in this plan, be able to apply, make a lot of different grants can fit under this. But when it comes down to that implementation plan, that's where we're really going to start to get into the project priorities. There will be things that are going to happen over the next year. There are going to be things that happen over the next 3 years and over the next 5 years. And then there are some things that may roll over into the next sets. This is something that gets updated every 5 years and really is reviewed annually on that basis. So I think the project planning side of it will really start to dig into some of those questions and specificity that you're looking for.
Excellent. Okay, and my second question you spoke to a bit, Ms. James, but just the action, the implementation, is this the same group, the folks that were listed that have done a lot of the work? Are they on board for the implementation? Who does that? I know we all do that, but who is actually tasked with staying engaged in that way?
Yeah, so the strategy committee will continue to stay on board.
Okay.
Obviously, I think people can flex on and off, but the idea is that group of organizations are on board. But the implementation planning, when we do that workshop, we'll be inviting other stakeholders and organizations to come to that, because the strategy committee is going to take a look at that and say, who else needs to be in the room on these things? And so making sure that we're really incorporating other agencies and groups in that as well. And then the strategy committee continuing on for that time frame of the sets, yes. But we anticipate, obviously, some people will need to flex on and off.
Sure.
Poor Davika may not be able to be there.
Yeah, and thanks to Ms. McGinty for representing the county, so thank you. Thanks.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Williams. Thank you for working on all this. It's really important work that we're all doing here. You know, this board has really been focused on often housing, because that's one of the tools that we have in our land use and one of the big concerns. And sometimes it's difficult for us as an agency to wrap our arms around what we need to do economically to help businesses. You know, I often say the best thing we can do is get out of the way of businesses. But I do think that there's some needs out there that we can address through our land use and our police powers here that I'm looking forward to hopefully coming from this. You know, I had a meeting yesterday down in Santa Barbara, and I was disappointed to hear a business that was in Goleta relocated down to Oxnard and not back up into other parts of our county. So wanted to capture and retain those businesses here and grow them, making sure that, part of that issue was that we don't have the level of education up here in the Santa Maria Valley that they might have in the Ventura area. And so something that we definitely need to be looking at and addressing so that we are attractive, but at the same time that we have the spaces for businesses to move into as well. You know, we need to make sure when we're thinking about our housing element update, we're also thinking about our economic development update as well. Where are these areas that we need to develop that potentially can bring in manufacturing jobs or other jobs that are conducive to some of these higher paying wages, but still balancing our other priorities like agriculture. So a lot of stuff going on here in the county. Definitely I'm looking forward to being a part of it and appreciate REACH's ongoing partnership.
Just to make a quick comment on that, when you talk about the business attraction and retention, we do have a group we call our practitioners network that has a designated person from every city. Sometimes it's a chamber, sometimes it's a city staffer, so the 15 cities and the 2 counties, and folks that are doing economic development in their full-time job. That comes together every month, and as needs arise, there's a business that needs a new location, or there's an opportunity to attract. That group is like a strike team. So if you hear of a business like that is having an issue and thinking about relocating, we have a space that we collaborate and coordinate around to try to help address those things. So just something for the public to know.
Yeah, and thank you, Melissa, for bringing that up. But also I think it's important for REACH and that strike force to know that they they also have to reach out to the board, and sometimes in our offices, right? We wear many different hats, but on the local and district level, sometimes we're one of those entities that can help pull that forward. There's so many times that I hear about businesses that go into planning development counter and ask, can I do this? And they're often dealing with a junior planner. Nothing wrong there, but that may not see the whole vision and all the pieces coming together, and they get told no, or they get told of the process that's very lengthy, and people go, okay, it's not going to happen. So many projects are still born, and it's unfortunate, and I think we need to sometimes get up to a level, have a higher view of the opportunities here, and then finding out whether those are policy calls that are huge hurdles or are they just speed bumps? And so we need to figure that out and work through those. And any recommendations that come from this kind of planning that can help us all, I think would go a long way.
Appreciate that.
First, do we have any public comment?
Chair Williams and members of the board, we have no requests to speak on this item.
Supervisor Lavanini.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to also offer my appreciation for this. And this has been, to me, the missing piece, that we really haven't had. I mean, when I first got here, there was zero economic development. And we never really knew how this was going to work, because you're right, we don't do this, but somebody needs to be doing it. And the thing that's really worked for me, too, is that I know it's strange to people that aren't in elected office. You would think it's second nature, but like I share a district boundary with Jimmy Paulding, and I finally got a text from, we just don't, because the boundary line's there, and it's like, well, you represent San Luis, I represent Santa Barbara County. You would think we would talk to each other, and we don't. I don't even know the supervisors in Ventura County. It's just strange. I mean, we don't really look at this as regional. We're lucky if we look at this as one county as opposed to 5 districts, So no, I know. So what I'm saying is we are getting out of our silos, and we're getting out and saying, okay, they're now reaching out to me, San Luis is, and I'm communicating with them, and it's like, okay, well, what can we do together? I mean, we share this beautiful coast. We have a bunch of resources. He has a bunch of resources, and we have needs, and not communicating just really never made any sense, is probably why we never really got off the launching pad. So I think this is exactly what we need. And, I'm here to support any way I can.
Well, I just wanted to first, with the county hat, praise you for emphasizing high-wage jobs, ones that at least it's more within reach, that we might have housing accessibility. And then, of course, emphasize that for most employers that I've talked to over the last 20 years, it's like 5% these other things and 95% housing, And then I'll put on my 3CE hat, because Supervisor Capps asked the question of some things that are contingent, and I'm sure you're going to talk about this in San Luis Obispo, because my understanding that, offshore wind is a big factor in this, not only because affordable energy is a big component of whether many of these businesses can be competitive, but because of the retirement of Diablo. And so I'm trying to understand that right now is the tussle about really that there needs to be a port facility for that to be possible, and of course so maybe you could explain that, and how does that factor into all of this? And then the other thing, if it's not in there, I would just advise you, the thing that I hear from those knowledge-based employers, second after housing these days is grid reliability. And since we can't control that, batteries, is a big factor. So tell me about, so that we're acting regionally and thinking regionally, and offshore wind is foremost in San Luis Obispo's mind. Tell us what's going on.
Sure. Yeah, great question. So the clean tech sector, just to kind of root it in some of the data that we saw, is positioned over the next, I think, less than a decade, to grow exponentially, to kind of outpace the federal level of growth in that sector by double. So we have a lot of opportunity in our region in the clean tech sector, which includes a lot of the things that you're sharing, offshore wind, being a potential further out into the future. So this board, alongside SLO County and the city of Morro Bay, actually did some regional collaboration to look at that very issue related to what is the onshore infrastructure that's needed to support an offshore wind farm. I can tell you at a high level, I believe that the state and the federal government has prioritized offshore wind so significantly and how necessary it is for our overarching energy portfolio that those projects are moving forward. We have 3 companies that have secured leases and they are underway. The question for us as a region and as a community is, what, if any, role do we play in that? Because there's a scenario in which there isn't, onshore activities that are happening on the Central Coast. They could be happening elsewhere in California and still, develop out the energy projects. So for us, it's, well, what does clean tech innovation look like on the Central Coast? What role does offshore wind play? At what scale does that look like? So we had done some of that infrastructure analysis, and it had a whole range of different types of facilities, from everything from assembly all the way down to kind of smaller scale operations and maintenance. And those are the questions that the community, I think, is looking at actively. And I do think it's not, no, it's not, I know that it is not a SLO County issue. It's a regional issue, and it's a state issue. It's a federal issue, and how these projects are going to move forward. We just have the opportunity in our region to maybe step up and say, this is what we do or don't want it to look like for us economically.
Are you saying that if port facilities are not built on the Central Coast, that it would be from the Port of Wainimi or someplace even farther?
Long
Which
Beach.
I would find ironic. It would make clean energy not that clean.
Yeah, there'd be
but,
other, yeah.
I mean, I know how much bunker fuel carbon content is, so, yeah.
Yeah, there are active conversations right now from the Port of Long Beach and the Port of Humboldt for the larger scale port facilities, and then there's smaller scale port facilities that will be needed. The difference being, larger scale are the component parts are going to come together, you're going to assemble them, and then you're going to go out and install them and develop the project. The smaller scale is people getting on to a boat and moving back and forth to kind of operate and maintain. So what you need for those things are very different in scale and size. So that's the level of detail that the conversations are at as infrastructure is being looked at.
Thank you. Supervisor Hartman.
Yeah, just one final point. We have a mismatch, I think, between the kind of jobs and the skills. And so we really need to focus on our education institutions. And I think of Allen Hancock College and Dr. Kevin Walther, who's been saying we need a 4-year school. We have a population that has many barriers to going away to 4-year college, and UCSB and Cal Poly aren't appropriate for everybody. And he's been kind of a lone voice in the wilderness. And I think that if we had this strategic committee and all of this together saying, in our area, this is really important to have more 4-year options for young people. So I hope that's a direction that we can go in, that we can get more support behind his lonely cry in the wilderness.
Yeah, I appreciate that. He has absolutely been a strong advocate, and it is a big gap and a need for our region and for our residents to have more opportunity for education, particularly with 4-year degrees.
Is there a motion? Let's get them on time. Sort of.
Make the motion to receive and file.
Second?
And staff recommendation, all the letters there, A through C.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Thank you for this work. We will adjourn to closed session. Can you give us a preview for closed session?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. The board will consider in closed session one item of existing litigation, Rubo versus County of Santa Barbara, which is a Superior Court case. Conference with labor negotiators, the Civil Attorneys Association, Deputy District Attorneys Association, Engineer and Technicians Association, Santa Barbara County Deputy Sheriffs, Santa Barbara County Firefighters, Local 2046, Santa Barbara County Probation Peace Officers Association, Santa Barbara County Sheriff's Managers Association, SEIU Local 620 and Local 721, Union of American Physicians and Dentists. And our agency designated representatives, our CEO Mona Miyasato and HR Director Maria Elena De Guevara. And we also have one item for a public employee appointment, which is the Community Services Director. And the time estimate, say an hour, but I do want to emphasize that if we can go more quickly, we will, and we'll start right away. So I don't want anyone to not come back because they think it's going to definitely be an hour.
gonna be a low turnout event.
When things go bad, it's all,
It's all full, yeah.
We are reconvening the Board of Supervisors meeting. Report out from closed session.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. The board met in closed session on 3 items. 1 item of existing litigation, Ruber versus County, conference with labor negotiators, and public employee appointment, CST director, and the board took no reportable action.
Let's go to D3.
Chair Williams and members of the board. Departmental item number 3 is from the Public Health Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations to repeal outdated sections of the Santa Barbara County Code, Chapter 18, and to amend Santa Barbara County Code, Chapter 18C, Article 3, Certified Unified Program Agency, CUPA, and to add Article 4, Release of Waste, to reflect recent updates to state laws and regulations.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board. We're here with, everybody knows Lars Seifert, our Environmental Health Director, and recently also appointed as the Division Chief of Regulatory Services. So we're here to present the proposed amendments to Chapter 18 and 18C of the Santa Barbara County Code. Those amendments are being requested to ensure that they reflect the recent changes to the state laws and to comply with the state audit and directive for the CUPA regulatory program. These ordinance or these changes are not going to result in programmatic changes. They're mostly administrative in nature, and as I will introduce them, Lars is going to be able to give you more details on what is happening. So these recommended amendments, as we mentioned, would include an action to delete the outdated section in Chapter 18, Health and Sanitation, that is found in Attachment A in your package, as well as incorporate these sections into Chapter 18C to reflect existing environmental health services oversight of the cleanup of hazardous waste, including when properties may be contaminated by illegal methamphetamine and fentanyl lab activities. The proposed amendments, along with administrative revisions, are directed by the Cal EPA or EPA in a recent program audit, and they can be found in Attachment B of your packet. I'll hand it to Lars to walk us through some of those changes.
Chair Williams, members of the board. State law in AB 304, Assembly Bill 304, provides that whenever a release of waste occurs and remedial action is required, a responsible party may request the county health officer or county director of environmental health services to supervise the investigation and oversee the remedial action. Each year, we have about 5 to 10 contaminated properties that are cleaned up under EHS oversight. And we have about 200 cases that we're continually overseeing the investigation and cleanup of contamination. This oversight ensures that the responsible party cleans the site so the groundwater supplies are protected from contamination, and to ensure that public health risks are avoided, including those posed by hazardous gases, heavy metals, petroleum products, or other toxic chemicals that can be associated with elevated cancer risks. Once the property has been cleaned to meet required environmental standards, EHS is authorized by the state to issue a no further action letter so that the planned redevelopment can proceed without risk to health and safety of future occupants. The proposed amendments today establish clear delegation by your board to the County Director of Environmental Services to continue these oversight activities consistent with current county practices. Next slide. In 2019, state law was also revised to add fentanyl to the Methamphetamine Contaminated Property Cleanup Act. This legislation imposes duties on the county to ensure that properties contaminated by illegal fentanyl activities, such as a fentanyl pill press that would be maybe in a residential dwelling unit, are cleaned and the property is deemed safe for reoccupancy after that occurs. These ordinance amendments proactively identify how EHS and the public health officer will jointly coordinate noticing and the cleanup oversight of property contaminated by illicit methamphetamine or fentanyl laboratory activity to protect the public from any chemicals or contamination that may be present. Finally, in 2021, the California Environmental Protection Agency, or EPA, thank you very much. You got me confused now. Completed a triennial performance audit of the Coupa program. For the benefit of the public in attendance today, the EHS is certified by the state to ensure that hazardous materials are handled in accordance with state laws, including reporting of unplanned releases or spills to the environment. The proposed changes today have been directed by Cal EPA to ensure local ordinance reflects existing state laws and regulations. No changes to local program or reporting requirements will be made as a result of these ordinance cleanup provisions. In addition to the published notice of today's hearing, we did directly email 1,268 local businesses with Coupa permits and also 62 cleanup consultants as a courtesy to notify them of the proposed ordinance changes and to provide an EHS point of contact if they had questions. As a point of clarity, we did receive 2 inquiries regarding the release reporting sections that are being moved to Chapter 18C under the purview of the Director of Environmental Health Services. There was some confusion as the markup version of the ordinance in your packet appears that these are new kind of redlined changes. However, they are actually not new ordinance sections, but they're actually just being moved from Chapter 18 to Chapter 18C. And those were approved by your board in 1986, but they're basically being relocated so that businesses, when they report release to Cal OES or the Coupa, they're also then in full compliance with local ordinance in practice because the Coupa is administratively placed under the Director of Environmental Health Services. So it's to try to align the local and state laws. So that both are complied with if you meet to state. So with that, I'll turn it back to Director Hamami and for the recommendations today.
Thank you, Lars. We recommend the following actions to update chapters 18 and 18C as proposed. 1, to approve the introduction or first reading of the ordinance to repeal specified sections in chapter 18. And the second is to approve the introduction or first reading of the ordinance to amend Chapter 18C related to the Coupa and the release of waste, as well as read the titles of each of the ordinances and waive the full reading of the ordinances and continue the hearing to the administrative agenda of September 19th to consider adoption of the ordinance amendments. If approved by today, then we request that on September 19th, that the board consider and approve the adoption for a second reading of both ordinances and find that the recommended actions are exempt from the CEQA. I found out that to qualify as a Californian, you have to have so many acronyms. And direct staff to file a notice of exemption. We can answer any questions if there are any.
Well, you should know, Mohana, that usually knowing what CEQA is one of the reasons why we disqualify applicants. But you were so good that we accepted you anyway.
I'll take that pass. Thank you.
Why don't I start with Mr. Nelson?
Yes, thank you, Chair Williams. You know, a question that keeps coming up in discussions that I have with the public, you know, we're obviously regulating businesses and those that are getting these permits, these Coupa permits. But we obviously know that there's quite a bit of some of these materials out in public spaces because of obviously unsheltered populations, you know, encampments, which are often using, you know, toxic substances. You know, what's the obligation of your department and this program? We know that's in our waterways. We know it's in, you know, often in public, and you guys are regulating this space and you're having the police powers. Can you help me out with, you know, what do you guys see as your obligation and what more can be done? Because it's really difficult for the public to understand some of the complexities of the regulated side when there's so much that's going on out there that we seem to, as a society, turn our backs on. And so can you maybe help me out with that, Lars?
Yeah, Supervisor Nelson through the chair. The Coupa and the state regulations have sort of minimum thresholds as far as when a permit is needed, when it would be a business that would be regulated by us. That doesn't mean that we basically are not involved in those situations where there's chemicals out in the environment that are not within a permitted facility. We do participate in homeless encampment assessment teams. We do have staff that participate in those for that particular reason, to basically make sure that if we're identifying those chemicals, we can try to find some resources to basically remove those and clean those up. As far as that falling within the permitted purview of us, it doesn't, because they typically don't meet those thresholds. But again, we are actively involved in those teams that go out to try to assess, and we would respond if there were chemicals identified and we were notified of them.
And these would be active and cleanup sites for homeless as we address those, or unsheltered sites? So the question is, because we have a lot of active locations where people are living outdoors and often without restroom facilities and things like that, that we obviously know are not coming in compliance with environmental health standards that you regulate. And so where does your agency come into play in those spaces to say, hey, time out, this isn't, this is inappropriate uses here. We need to be able to protect public health and the environment as a whole. And what the activities that are going on there aren't doing that. There's a lot of people that come to me that are concerned about these activities, and I know this is kind of going a little off of what you guys have asked to do, but I think it's really topical, and I'm glad it's it's agendized to ask these questions. These are in our waterways, and I know we've got a grant to do some cleanup and outreach activities, but I'm really concerned about the environmental impacts and public impacts by some of these pollutants that are done in a non-domestic way.
Yeah, I think Environmental Health Services has space for being able to respond to those concerns that might come up from constituents, and so I would be happy to have that conversation, specifically when those situations arise. I don't think that from the Coupa standpoint, it really fits within sort of the permitted thresholds and regulatory scheme, but I think we do have an obligation as Environmental Health Services to be responsive to the community. So when those situations, if you have them come up, I'd be more than happy to have that conversation.
Thank you for indulging me.
Yeah.
So I saw in the presentations that you work on 10 properties a year, and is that all types of cleanup or this specific, or did I just misread that?
Yeah. Chair Williams, those are voluntary cleanup sites where they're doing redevelopment, for instance, where there's typically large amounts of contamination, soil, groundwater, chemicals on site.
So it includes all the criteria pollutants that you could be
Yes, and those actually are about 5 to 10 each year are complete the cleanup process. So it will take a lot of time to develop a sampling plan, the cleanup plan, work plan, remediation plan. We have about 200 active cases each year that we're working on, but we would complete about 5 to 10 of those a year.
Got it. Okay, is there any public comment?
Chair Williams and members of the board, we have one request to speak on this item, and we're going to Zoom with Claire Weidman. Claire?
Hi, good afternoon. We appreciate this is Claire Weinman with the Grower Shipper Association of Santa Barbara and San Luis Obispo counties. We appreciate staff's work on this and efforts to streamline the ability to comply with state requirements, and thank Director Seifert in explaining all of this. We do have one request. Since the section is being updated, we do ask that the county remove its addition of making a violation of any provision guilty of a misdemeanor. We understand that additional action might be warranted in limited situations, but are concerned about the broad exposure the current wording creates for employees and operators at all levels. We understand that the misdemeanor language in 18C55 is above and beyond the state requirements, and express our concern for those regulated by this provision. I believe I heard that it was some 1,200 parties across all different sectors of the county. Thank you for your attention to this one important detail. Thank you.
And that concludes public comment on this item.
Mr. Nelson.
Mr. Sievert, I'd love to get some response on that. That seems to be a good point or question to be asked.
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair. Yes, and Claire, I appreciate Claire's involvement and diligence in making sure that they understand kind of the reporting requirements and what we're trying to accomplish. Again, we're trying to align sort of local and state law so that basically there's not additional reporting requirements that would be above what's required by the state, but that if you meet the state obligated reporting requirements, you're also meeting the local ordinance. I do want to point out that in the California Health and Safety Code provisions, it does require, it does have that section on violation that basically mirrors county ordinance, and it does include provisions for a violation being a misdemeanor. So that is an existing state law, and we think that the county ordinance provision would be in alignment with what is a potential penalty in state law.
Could you give me the section again? I would like to take a second look at that.
The section in county ordinance is 18C
49.
Sorry, 18C 55.
Thank you.
So let me just read in basically in the California Health and Safety Code 25.515.3, a person or business that violates section 25.510, which is these reporting requirements, shall upon conviction be punished by a fine of not more than $25,000 for each day of violation, by imprisonment in a county jail for not more than 1 year or a misdemeanor, or by both the fine and imprisonment. And the next section in California Health and Safety Code does also specify that a person who willingly prevents, interferes with, or attempts to impede the enforcement of this article, which is again reporting requirements for a spill, or by any authorized representative of a unified program agency, is upon conviction guilty of a misdemeanor. So those provisions are in state law as well. And so the county provision that was adopted by your board in April of 1986 would be consistent with what's a potential remedy in state law.
So if I could continue on that. So any violation of this ordinance is a misdemeanor. Is that what I'm understanding?
This would be related to the article release of waste, which is a report of release of hazardous materials. So it's a reporting issue.
And one of my concerns is not just for the general public, but I understand even sometimes the county and our own CUPA, our own work, we're working through these issues, and sometimes and I really appreciate Lars, your team, you guys are often don't lead with the consequence. You guys are big on education and trying to resolve and bring into compliance, but I do, and I am sympathetic to the idea that it's the heavy consequence that's on the other end. I wonder if it could be softened, if there's a possibility for, infraction or other things, and then if those things aren't remedied, then we'd be looking at a misdemeanor. I think something that was maybe not intentional in nature, but is a violation of this, that's concerning to me. I mean, that's a criminal act at that point. And so I am, as I'm thinking this through, getting more uncomfortable with that language. Is there something that might be proposed or amended that might be less than that might accomplish some of the same goals of the department to bring operators in compliance and with these regulations?
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair. Even if removed from local ordinance, that provision and ability to essentially refer it to the district attorney's office for enforcement as a misdemeanor would still exist in state law. So removing it from this section in local ordinance would not necessarily change the end result. County council might have a different opinion on that. I want to make sure that I give them an opportunity to respond as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Supervisor Nelson. I am looking at the state law provision that was just cited, and it does have the language that we're discussing. And I just wondered if, is your concern, you're looking at section 18C-49? Is that correct? 55.
Could I interject a question that, does the county have an obligation to have ordinances, regulations, at least as strict as the state? I mean,
Supervisor Hartman, through the chair, let me answer it. I think it's the most stringent provision would still apply. So if the county had a lesser penalty in county ordinance, basically the state provision would still be there and still be applicable.
And Mr. Chair, or members of the board, typically, we can be more restrictive than state law, but not less restrictive. So that would be consistent with this. Also, as a general rule, violations of county ordinances are misdemeanors unless they're designated to be an infraction. So I think your question is whether we were permitted to do that in this circumstance. I could look at that. I'm not sure off the top of my head.
It is to the board. I do, Supervisor Hartman.
well, I would just say there's a lot of discretion in what gets referred. But having worked in this area, reporting requirements are taken really seriously. And if people intentionally lie or don't report, then they open themselves up to this because the integrity of the system depends on that. And I'm sure there would be, if it were inadvertent, if there was something like that, then prosecutorial discretion and referral, you just don't have as strong a case.
I want to appreciate Supervisor Hartman. I do appreciate that. Obviously intent to avoid or to defraud the permitting process is absolutely something that should have some severe penalties to it. My concern is the inadvertent, lack of disclosure, and that might, and somebody getting tripped up that might not intend to commit a criminal act, but somehow fall into that. Again, I'm pretty comfortable with the current leadership in environmental health on walking through that. But someday you guys aren't going to be here, and some days we're not going to be here. So I really want to make sure that some of this was started in 1986. So future boards and future environmental health officers, I'm just concerned about some of those potential penalties. And I think grower shippers for bringing to my attention, that's one of the reasons why we have public comment is so sometimes we don't catch some of this stuff during our own individual agenda review, but it does give me pause as we move forward. But I'll still mail it on here for the next couple of minutes or next minute or so while the rest of the board makes a decision.
Well, I'm simply of the opinion that it is the public safety committees of both houses of the legislature that determines what is a felony, misdemeanor, and infraction, not the Board of Supervisors. I just think it's important that we implement this to have our code uniform with state law and compliant with state law.
And Mr. Chair, members of the board, this might have been said as I was doing the research, but this language, the violation, any person who violates any provision of this article is guilty of a misdemeanor. That's existing language in Chapter 18, and this is moving Chapter 18 language to Chapter 18C. So it looks like it's new, but it's actually existing.
Well, I'm prepared to take a motion.
I move staff recommendation A through D.
Is there a second?
I second.
Discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It's unanimous. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. D4.
Chair Williams and members of the board, departmental item number 4 is from the General Services Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding a Santa Barbara County energy efficiency and renewable energy update.
Good afternoon, Chair Williams, Supervisors. So over the past couple of months, we've had a number of questions on our energy program, and so today our goal is to update the board on, So today our goal is to update the board and public on where we stand with energy projects we've done already, ones we have in the pipeline, and where we see ourselves going in the future. So I'd like to introduce our briefer today, Brandon Kaysen, who's our energy manager. Brandon.
Good afternoon, Supervisor Williams and members of the board. My name is Brandon Kaysen, the county's energy manager, and it's an honor and a privilege to be able to be here today and share an update on our energy efficiency programs and the renewable energy efforts that we've encountered to date. So just a quick overview. I've got a lot to cover pretty quickly here, but I do want to talk a little bit about our providers and how electricity specifically is distributed throughout the county. Talk a little bit about energy performance and our energy efficiency efforts. We'll go into solar infrastructure, existing infrastructure, as well as future plans, how we fund those projects, looking at future funding opportunities, maintenance strategies, and then what I think some appropriate next steps will be. So in addition to our current solar projects or our self-generation facilities, how electricity is provided throughout the county is a little bit complicated. So we have PG&E as well as Southern California Edison, which are the two major investor-owned utilities that serve power to our buildings. And then we have Lompoc Electric, which serves facilities in the city of Lompoc. And then within those investor-owned utilities, we have the CCAs, or community choice aggregators. The primary CCA is the Central Coast Community Energy, and then we also have Santa Barbara Clean Power in the city of Santa Barbara specifically. So Central Coast Community Energy, where we procure our electricity primarily, again, services SCE and PG&E grid. We are buying power, electricity specifically, at 40% renewable energy. That was a decision that the board made when we signed up for the Central Coast Community Energy Program. And in Santa Barbara, the SB Clean Power provides 100% renewable electricity. And currently in the city of Lompoc, they provide electricity at the 35% renewable energy rate. So here's just a quick breakdown visually to see where are we getting our electricity from and who's providing it. So in the PG&E service territory, we purchase our electricity specifically through 3CE. That's about 40% of our total electricity consumption. And then the bottom there, in the Southern California Edison service territory, we have 3CE as well as Santa Barbara Clean Power, which composes about 37% of our electricity consumption. Lompoc Electric provides about 5%, and the remaining 18% is provided by our current county solar arrays. So taking a look at our energy performance, this is just one of many figures that you can find on the Energy Division website, both the public and intranet websites. Taking a look at our monthly energy consumption, this graph here actually includes both electricity and natural gas, so you're kind of looking at the whole gambit of what's powering our facilities. The green and blue bars, lines at the top, are 2019 and 2020. Of course, those were during the time of COVID, but you can see that the electricity and natural gas consumption was quite a bit higher than what was the most recent 12 months, or the most recent fiscal year, rather, which is the red line there that trends towards the bottom. And we were off to a great start, so that yellow dot at the far left represents the start of the current fiscal year. So I hope to continue to update these and provide these for public information. So just a quick rundown of some of our energy efficiency projects. We completed an LED lighting upgrade right here at the Betaravia campus. It was a very successful project where we implemented LEDs and lighting controls. We're hoping to do the same at Foster Road across the 12 buildings out there. That project is currently in the design phase, and we're working out the funding mechanism to get that project done. Both of those projects, we utilize the on-bill financing mechanism through Pacific Gas and Electric services to fund those projects. Every year we have our energy efficiency program where we're updating and improving our HVAC systems and installing controls to manage those systems. Capital projects and facilities maintenance has done a wonderful job at looking at every year making those systems more efficient. And we're strategically looking at opportunities to replace our gas-fired water heating systems as well as our gas-fired air conditioning systems with heat pumps, or it's more efficient technology. It's really the direction that we need to go with our buildings if we're going to hit our zero net energy goals. And then last but certainly not least is a really exciting program where we're developing a system-wide standard for building energy management systems. This is not only going to help us more efficiently run our buildings, essentially giving our facilities maintenance team more tools to do their job better and more efficiently, but my hope is that we'll see reduced energy consumption and more comfortable buildings at the end of the day. So wanted to just touch quickly on our zero net energy facilities. And there's actually many ways that you can define a zero net energy goal. But when we're talking about a building specifically, a zero net energy facility produces all of the power that the facility consumes in a calendar year. So here we have a picture of Fire Station 27 out in New Cuyama, which was our first go at a full zero net energy building. And currently we are in construction with, or for the Regional Fire Communications Center, the expansion of our Emergency Operations Center. That will have a 286 kilowatt solar array as well as a 373 kilowatt hour battery. And currently completing the design phase, and we're getting ready to start preparing for construction, is the probation headquarters building in downtown Santa Barbara, 260 kilowatt solar array and 372 kilowatt hour battery. None of this would be possible without the hard work that Capital Projects has done to make this a possibility, and I feel very confident that this is going to be the status quo for us moving forward with new construction. The big challenge for us and the General Services team is looking at our existing building infrastructure and figuring out what does it look like to actually transition our older, aging infrastructure to more modern zero net energy buildings. So currently we have 7 projects and that accumulate to 3.13 megawatts. And there's an asterisk there because I wanted to include what we have out at Tahigas as well as the Laguna Sanitation District. Those projects are all owned and operated in-house, if you will. We have 4 locations, which include the 2 previous buildings that are in construction, or Probation and Regional Fire Communications Center, as well as the site here at Betaravia that will total 1.5 megawatts of solar. The General Services team has identified 10 locations that we think are really good candidates for energy production, solar and energy storage systems. And those total 4.5 megawatts of power. And as you probably are aware, we're looking at various site acquisitions that to really get us to where we need to be with our zero net energy goals, we think that the site that we're looking at currently could produce about 6 to 8 megawatts of solar. One project I did want to update you on is the one here at Betaravia. We're almost complete with construction of a 950 kilowatt solar array and 820 kilowatt hour battery energy storage system. This project is designed to meet 100% of the electricity load, the annual load for the campus, which is pretty remarkable. The value at a quarter per kilowatt hour, which is pretty expensive. We expect that this project will save us about $415,000 annually. And just the solar alone, so not considering the battery or other electricity generating assets that were a part of this project, we expect to have about an 8.5 year simple payback for this project. As I mentioned, we do expect to complete construction next month, and the final hurdle to get this system energized will be our interconnection agreement with Pacific Gas and Electric. So here are the 10 sites that we believe are really good candidates for solar and energy storage. Some quite large, including the Kai Real campus expansion and the Northern Branch Jail, and some smaller projects like the Santa Barbara Animal Shelter and Waller Park grounds. Looking at both the solar arrays and the appropriate battery sizes for these sites, we estimate that if we were to fund these projects internally, it would be roughly $31 million in capital costs. As you can see on the far right, many of these sites have been applied for Net Energy Metering 2.0, which was the most recent, basically a tariff with the utilities that has currently now sunset. So all new projects will be a part of the net billing program, or what's commonly referred to as NEM 3.0. So historically, the standard has been that the county wants to own and operate.
Before you move on, can we just go back to that slide? The Northern Branch Jail, there's been previous analysis on the facility size that would be possible. Is this just looking at a net metering project, or is this just the roof plus parking lot? Because previous analysis have showed a 4 megawatt potential on a ground mount.
Yeah, Supervisor Williams, we looked specifically for the Northern Branch Jail, looked at offsetting the usage on site there. So when we look at
there's more potential there.
For the
it's
site
just,
at
this
large,
is how much
absolutely
energy usage is.
Right. So if we wanted to offset 100% of the energy usage, that would be the size of the array. But there certainly is a lot more space on site if we wanted to look at doing more.
Got it.
So as I mentioned, the county has historically had a standard.
Supervisor Nelson had another follow-up to that.
Well, that's great, and that's why I was kind of curious about the North Branch Jail too. That jumped out at me because we do have a lot of property there, but we do also, it is a site and a campus for the county. Future looking that on-ground mounts might limit some of our other potential to do things as a county. In an area that Santa Maria Valley is kind of growing towards in that direction. So I hope that that's a bigger discussion. I'm here up on the board before we jump both feet into something larger. So I just wanted to put that placeholder there.
Got it.
And just a quick technical question. So if we expanded there, would it be NEM 2.0 or 3.0?
Supervisor Hartman, through the chair, we currently have the NEM 2.0 application for the 0.96 megawatts. So we would need to be looking at a 3.0 or net billing tariff. And we could get into that at another time. It's very detailed, and I think that we find that there's still many benefits to be received in the net billing tariff versus 2.0. So historically, we have utilized mainly external funds to facilitate our solar projects. Very grateful for the California Energy Commission 1% loan, which we utilized for the Kai Real array as well as the Better Avia project. For battery energy storage systems, to date we've leaned heavily on the self-generation incentive program, or often referred to as the SGIP program. And where we needed to make ends meet, if you will, we have relied a little bit on general funds, but that has not been our primary source of funding for solar projects. We have not, to date, entertained the use of power purchase agreements, and as some of you are likely aware, a lot of our neighbors have done so. This would have a third-party developer install, own, and operate the system. This would include regular maintenance, performance guarantees, and likely an expected future cost of electricity. There's certainly pros and cons to PPAs, but it's something that we are interested in and entertaining regularly. And currently, we utilize the Utility Internal Service Fund to facilitate ground maintenance, structure maintenance, inverter replacements, rodent control, kind of you name it, anything that goes to owning and operating these systems. So just taking a look at next steps, it's been abundantly clear that having a strategy roadmap for the general services team is critical to move forward thoughtfully, efficiently, and effectively. So that's something that we're focusing on now, really trying to integrate all the plans and strategies and resolutions that we have in one roadmap. We also are going to be releasing a request for qualifications to find a partner or potentially multiple partners to help us move forward with those 10 sites that we identified, likely others in the near future. And we know that it's really important that we do our due diligence in all forms of financing. So looking side by side, what does ownership look like? What are the pros and cons? What do power purchase agreements look like? And are there other mechanisms that we haven't entertained? We're going to be relying on our contractors to help lay that out for us. And then, of course, the utilization of the investment tax credit through the Inflation Reduction Act will be a part of that conversation. Future site acquisitions, there are challenges that come with that, but we're very excited about kind of looking beyond the current assets that we have for our renewable energy goals. And we likely will need to look at increasing our internal capacity, both budgetarily and staff hours, to manage this program effectively and move forward quickly. And just some things to consider. We are building bridges as often as we can with various divisions and departments. Our partners over at the sustainability team are pretty critical in us moving forward, making sure we have the appropriate information, but also to integrate the various plans that you can see here into this effort as a whole. So we are aligning our efforts and our projects with other plans and policies. We want to make sure that we're making fiscally responsible decisions and maximizing value for the county. So utilizing a net present value calculation for decision making, saying if this project's going to last 25 years, how do we evaluate which one to move forward with today and maybe wait 5 years or 10 years? So the net present value calculation gives us the information we need to make those decisions. I believe, and our team has landed on about $500,000 to $1 million annually to effectively move forward with energy efficiency projects. We do currently have a fund in capital projects to do energy efficiency. However, there's a long list that we frankly don't get to because of funding limitations. And talking about additional staff support, that doesn't have to be additional FTEs, but looking at how do we expand our capacity to move forward with this program effectively. So with that, thank you so much for your time. It's been actually a year now that I've been with the county. It's been a pleasure, and I'm open for questions.
Questions from the board? Supervisor Hart.
So today, it's just a receive and file, and so we can't give you authorization to use PPAs, but you're at least going to analyze and compare them and come back with that. Could you talk just a little bit about the Inflation Reduction Act and how this will position us to take full advantage of the opportunities that presents?
Yeah, Supervisor Hartman through the chair. The Inflation Reduction Act essentially opened up a tax opportunity for local governments like ours to take advantage of the investment tax credit, whereas historically that tax credit was not available to cities, counties, etc. So we currently do have projects that are approaching completion that we will be applying for those funds for, specifically the Betaravia campus project. And as we look at the potential funding mechanisms for future projects, that has to be part of our consideration when we look at the financial analysis.
Supervisor Capps.
Thank you. It's a very exciting topic, so thanks for bringing this forward and more efficient than answering all my questions via email, so thank you. I just think it's so important values-wise that we lead by example, and I know we're, if not the biggest, a big property owner in this county, and so when we do good, it means that the county's doing well. And I just wanted to ask you how, you spoke to it just briefly, but how does this tie into our climate action plan? Like if we're at 53% now, but let's say we get that higher, that obviously is only going to have good impacts on our stated goal that this board just recently stated of 50% reduction by 2030.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Supervisor Capps through the chair. It's a great question. And I'm quite familiar with the Climate Action Plan, and like I said, we work really closely with the sustainability team. And as you're probably aware, the CAP casts an umbrella, a shade from an umbrella, much, much larger than the County of Santa Barbara, our owned and operated facilities. So while we have a very critical and important role in the implementation of the CAP, it's much farther reaching than we could control with the dollars that we have to spend. But being a leader in the field and showing a signal that this is not just the right thing to do, but it's cost effective and it has an ancillary benefits across the field, I think is really important. And when I mentioned putting together a roadmap and working with sustainability to develop that, we are going to incorporate all of the municipal strategies that were set out by the sustainability team within that roadmap. So when we're looking at projects, we're evaluating them not just on cost effectiveness and renewable energy, but does this meet our climate action plan goals? Does this meet our zero net energy goals and energy assurance goals?
Great. And I appreciate that the roadmap is something that you're going to work on, and I imagine that would include a goal, because I mean, we're at 53% renewables currently. I would appreciate knowing where are we trying to get with these things, the projects that you've listed, and I think it just helps galvanize us if we have a sense of what we're trying to get to. Obviously, 100 would be ideal.
Well, Supervisor Capps, through the chair, I think that if we want to get to 100% renewable, there's a variety of ways that we can get there. Some are more cost effective than others. Some bring more value locally than other decisions do. So that's something that I would pride myself on if we were able to get there quickly. However, it's really important to me that we make thoughtful decisions and we move forward in a way that brings the most value that we can to the county. So currently our goal is to be net zero by 2035. That's our goal. So that means transitioning all of our gas-powered equipment to electric where we can, where it makes sense, and then providing 100% renewable energy for our electricity budget, if you will. So that effectively will be 100% renewable by 2035. It's just said a little bit differently. Sure.
Just a couple more questions, but and I appreciate that Supervisor Hartman brought up the Inflation Reduction Act, because that tax credit is actually 30%. It's a very significant one. And on the in the board presentation, it said about sort of the fiscal analysis is, I didn't see any numbers, and I appreciate that takes doing, but inherent in doing this are cost savings. Globally, when you turn to renewables, that's what an added benefit. So I just want to weigh in that one of the benefits of having a power purchase agreement is that fiscal analysis is done for you on the onset. So I just think that's another reason why working with a third party and having an RFP process would help us get a sense. Because I don't feel like, and maybe it's just to come forthcoming, but I don't see a lot of numbers here of how much we expect to save with these efforts. And I think that would really help the conversation and help the taxpayers understand what we're trying to do.
Supervisor Capps, through the chair, I have done some preliminary analysis in terms of simple payback, which is much more rudimentary than a net present value calculation. But when we're looking at power purchase agreements versus self-ownership, the big difference is one requires a lot of upfront capital, and it's part of the reason why our adoption of renewables has been maybe slower than some would like, and why we need to consider other funding mechanisms if we are going to achieve the goals set forth for us. So power purchase agreements need to be a part of that evaluation process. So, and as does self-ownership and, like you said, taking advantage of those tax credits and otherwise. Okay, great. But I just would love to see with the roadmap just more fiscal analysis of if we do solar here at XYZ, if we transition to more electricity, that we, what does that mean for our costs? And I think you had one example, but I'm sure it sounds like that's in the works. Yeah. Okay, I want to just get to, because I wasn't around for this portion of when we joined 3CE, and obviously it's incredibly important and worthwhile, but we're at that 40% rate of renewables. I know Ventura, I believe, is at 100%, and I know getting part in the program was the pitch, and I am fully supportive of that. I'm just wondering what the thought process was and would that help us get higher than 53%
threshold if we were to change and go to the 100% rather than the 40% renewables in terms of our participation in 3CE.
I can outline what those options are. The county always has the option of switching to 100%. However, it is questionable in my mind and most of our staff's mind what appreciable difference that makes. Meaning the amount of incremental renewables that 3CE would purchase with the county's revenue would not be the equivalent of the amount if the county put that same amount of money into energy projects.
Okay.
Meaning if the county put that same amount of money that it would be paying on additional rates into energy projects, we would reduce emissions more than if we had 100% option. And it's because most of the CCA's 100% options are at least partially, if not wholly, illusionary. They're portions of that are based on a thing called carbon-free attributes, which is questionable whether that actually increases renewable energy. But it's a common way that electricity providers, not just CCAs, but utilities too, sort of mask their power content labels. Imagine a power content label is kind of like the label on your cereal box if you also had the option of buying sugar-free attributes.
Got it. Okay, 2 specific questions now about what we're doing, since it's teeing off of that. You mentioned the Betaravia campus and how massive the impacts will be, but I know there's been a lot of delays. When can we expect that to be turned on?
Yeah, Supervisor Capps
Flip
to
the
the chair.
switch.
That's the $1 million or $415,000 question. And the truth of the matter is, a lot of the work that we need to do to get this project ready will be done next month. So that's for sure. We'll be done. We'll have tied into the utility grid, and all of the construction will be complete. Now, the challenge is dealing with our friends over at Pacific Gas and Electric and identifying, all the details that they need to see in order to give us the green light to turn on the power. So that's what we are challenged with, and I wish I could give you a specific date at which we would get that go-ahead. But that's 100% our focus now that construction is effectively complete.
Okay. Last very tiny question. You mentioned heat pumps. There's a ton of construction going on. Are we putting in heat pumps? What's the plan for heat pumps?
Supervisor Capps through the chair, the plan is that we will install them wherever it's appropriate. And currently it's at front of mind, and I'm having regular conversations with our capital project managers, with our facility maintenance team, because I want to make sure that when we install a piece of equipment, our facilities maintenance team is confident that they can manage it and maintain it, and that we are good partners there, in which we've identified that they are supportive of moving towards heat pumps. The challenge is that we have a lot of old buildings that when we increase the electricity consumption significantly, we may need to do service upgrades at those facilities. So that requires a much longer time horizon. And this is exactly what I want to get at with the strategy, the roadmap, is figuring out how can we get ahead of equipment approaching end of life and make those service upgrades ahead of time. So when the time is right and the equipment gets to the end of useful life, it becomes a very easy integration with heat pumps, both for water heating and space conditioning.
Thank you for answering all my questions. You both bring a ton of experience to your relatively new jobs, and I'm just here to support. Thank you.
Just midway through, I did want to impart a suggestion of how we parse projects that we directly own versus the ones we put out for PPAs. I mean, and this is sort of based partially on my thinking beforehand, but partially based on your question of which ones do we need now, which ones we do later. And, so we have a lot of these interconnection requests. So we have a bunch that are very advantageous from a financials perspective under the old NEM 2.0. We have some places, we have the additional advantage of the, Inflation Reduction Act. To me, there should be very few, if none, of these projects that we wait 5 years down the line. I think what you internally should do based on whether we're willing to allocate additional funding or not, and I at least would be willing to allocate the lower end of that. If we could, I would think the higher end is useful because I think we'll recoup that money back in these NEM projects. But the way I would think it is staff would figure out what do we have the capacity to do ourselves in the next couple of years. And all the other projects we put out to contractors to see what they would give us for PPA rates, right? And if that's better than or close to our existing costs for energy, then we go for all of them, right? And then we obviously create a benefit from the projects that we directly own. The only one that I would think that we treat a little bit different is the jail. I think as much as I am only comfortable with one pod right now, we need to make sure there's room for more than one. But I don't think we need all that room for 20-year time span. And so though we only have under a megawatt of energy need, I think we should be thinking entrepreneurially from a money and climate perspective of what we could do there to sell energy, right? Whether that's as a medium scale solar project, 2 or 3 megawatts would be a biggest one ever done by a municipality locally, or probably in most of the state, but it would, in the scheme of things, be a relatively small, but it would make a difference. Or batteries or other needs. The marketplace is out there. 3C is one possible purchaser, but there's at least a couple others too. And there is a demand, and we could make that climate impact while also making money, for the county to obviate other costs. Mr. Labnino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just curious if there's a, it seems that the page that you can go to that gives you the real-time solar generation, I think the one on Calle Real's been down for a while. I'm just wondering if there's another place the public can go to get that information, or is that coming back up online anytime soon?
Yeah, Supervisor Lavanino through the chair. And the solar monitoring went down a few months ago. And that's something that we've been looking at because we have other systems that don't have live monitoring currently. So myself, as well as some other team members, are evaluating various providers, and it'd be nice to have one dashboard that had all of our systems online. You can rest assured that the solar is producing power. We actually just recently upgraded the inverters there. So yeah, unfortunately, we don't have a live online dashboard for the array currently.
I think you bring up a good point, though. I think it would be a cool place to just have one dashboard where somebody can go and they can see all of our different projects and what we're generating. The inverse federal deficit with the money going. We could be putting money into the bank would be cool.
Mr. Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Williams. I may shock you here with my position on this, is that actually I want to do all these projects as soon as possible. But I also, this might not be shocking, is I don't want to spend any general fund on it. So question I've been asking, and I see Mr. Clemente in the audience, is I think there's got to be a way for us to be able to finance the investment from the county side, because and push that out to future savings so it can be expensed across some of these internal service funds. When we spend general fund dollars on these projects that we can't recoup through an ISF, that's less money to spend on other infrastructure projects and other needs throughout the county. So I'd rather us become the PPA, right? So we're finding financing services to go ahead and move forward with these projects, and then costing out that investment or that finance portion over the life of the project or over a certain period of time to cover that. And hopefully that will be recaptured through the internal service fund, so that we're not only having general fund paid for it, but we're having, pass-through dollars for, public health and social services, some of these state and federal dollars come through. So whatever efforts we can do to accomplish that, I'm all for it. I would put all the projects moving from right to forward. I'd hire project managers left and right and get there yesterday if we can find a way to do that where we're not tapping into the general fund. And I think we should be creative. I think that, the technology's advanced, the business model has advanced, and I think, we can finance these through a long period of time and still save money, maybe not save as much money as we make a big initial investment of general fund dollars. But, I'd rather keep the powder dry here for other projects, but look forward. These are 20, 30-year projects. And so there's no reason why that can't be financed over that period of time at a reasonable rate, especially municipal financing obviously comes across, even in this high interest rate environment, much lower than other places. And that's fairly cheap money in this environment. So I think we should take advantage of that when appropriate, as long as it doesn't hurt our credit rating, because this is going to be something that is, ongoing. And it makes a lot of sense to me. So to that extent, even if it's the general fund loaning the ISF dollars to do these projects, I'm interested in that. Something like that we can do to try to pull those funds apart, so that we're not having to make big, significant $1-2 million investments every year that could be used on other deferred maintenance or capital projects, because we still have a ton of other needs out there besides just investing in our future, especially with clean energy. So thank you.
Supervisor Hartman.
Yeah, just one quick point. It was interesting at the South Coast Chamber where Chair Williams and Supervisor Capps talked about the state of the county along with our CEO, Mona Miyasato, that they identified the two issues as housing and electricity reliability. And so I think that reliability isn't actually a financial calculation, but I think it's very critically important. So I think you have to account for that somewhere, and I think our sense of urgency is partly driven by that.
There's one request to speak.
Chair Williams and members of the board, yes, we have one request to speak on this item, and we are going to Zoom with Farah Stack. Farah? And Farah, I have unmuted you on our end. If you can please unmute on your end, and then you could provide your comments. There you go.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, honorable supervisors. My name is Farah Stack, Policy Associate, speaking on behalf of the Community Environmental Council, a local environmental nonprofit whose mission is to build on-the-ground momentum to reverse the threats of the climate crisis. CEC's Director of Climate Policy, Michael Chiakos, would love to be here today to give a comment in support of this item, but is currently out on vacation this week. CEC appreciates the strong progress the county has made on sustainability efforts, including its role working with Central Coast Community Energy on the 100% renewables by 2030 goal, establishing strong, well-funded programs to help residents and organizations adopt clean energy technologies, and advancing high labor standards that are making widespread impacts across the county. The county has also made great progress with energy efficiency, solar, electric vehicles, and other projects for their own facilities. While some larger solar projects have been built, there is a substantial amount of work laid out in the 2014 Sustainability Plan and Zero Net Energy Resolution, where not as much progress has been made. CEC urges the county to move forward quickly on the ambitious energy efficiency, solar, and battery storage projects outlined in the board letter. The county hasn't used power purchase agreements in the past, but CEC encourages the county to give serious consideration to utilizing PPAs if financial constraints constraints are poised to hinder project progress for another 10 years. Santa Barbara Unified School District was also hesitant to use PPAs, but then, after much advocacy, SB Unified School District gave power purchase agreements a fair review and decided to move forward. The school district has now completed 14 solar facilities at local schools, including 6 with battery storage, which are projected to save almost $8 million over the project life. The Goleta City Hall project this year also uses a power purchase agreement, like many other projects around our region. The county has been planning these solar projects for almost a decade. Let's commit to move them forward in the next year, whether the county can self-finance or do a power purchase agreement. Thank you for your time.
And that concludes public comment on this item.
And I can truthfully say that CEC and I did not coordinate on saying the exact same thing. That was without any coordination. Just one other question I had is the batteries at these different facilities. Are we doing load shaving with these batteries, or are they only for emergency backup?
Yeah, Supervisor Williams, they're for both, dual purpose, indeed. The current new construction projects are really, they're not necessarily intended for load shaving and backup. However, that doesn't mean that we can't, mitigate them or evolve them rather to be able to do that. All of the battery energy storage systems that we're installing are intended to meet about 4 to 6 hours of backup power, but in the meantime, when we're not using them specifically for backup, we are using them for load shaving, especially when electricity costs increase towards the end of the day. And we want to utilize some of our, when the panels are overproducing, storing them in the battery for later use.
I think that's great. I think especially when we think about GHG emissions as being very different through the course of the day, that the batteries are vital. Any other comment from the board?
Just have to add
Supervisor Capps.
Thank you. Since the reference to Santa Barbara Unified, that was an $800,000 upfront cost for the $8 million savings. So very good deal. And UCSB is doing power purchase agreements. So with that, maybe I'll make a motion.
Great.
I will
Why don't you
move
make a
to
motion?
receive and file the staff report. Thank you.
And I will second. And I just want to thank you both for breaking this down and having so much more forward momentum coming from the department. So it is A and B is the motion. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, departmental item number 5.
Chair Williams and members of the board, departmental item number 5 is from the County Executive Office. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the fiscal year 2022 through 2023 fourth quarter budget status report and cannabis taxation, compliance, and enforcement update.
Good afternoon, Chair Williams and members of the board. I'm Paul Clementi, your budget director. With me is Deputy CEO Brittany Oderman. Today I'll be updating your board on how the county ended the fiscal year 22-23 compared to the adjusted budget. And then I'll be turning it over to Brittany for an update on cannabis taxation and compliance and enforcement activities. As a reminder, we look at how each department in the general fund ended the fiscal year, and if they had a variance of $300,000 or more, positive or negative, as compared to their budget, or if they would have closed the year with a reportable negative variance without additional financial assistance, we include them with an explanation in the report. Special revenue funds are required to end the year balanced, so they don't typically end the year with any reportable variances. Consistent with projections reported to your board throughout the year, the general fund ended with a positive variance of $27.2 million, driven almost entirely by the general revenues coming in $24.2 million positive. 4 other departments had positive variances, and no department in the general fund ended with a reportable negative variance, although the Sheriff's Department did need additional revenue to close balanced. I'll touch on each of these in more detail on the next slides. As noted, general revenues ended with a positive $24.2 million, driven mostly by property taxes coming in higher than budgeted by $15.5 million. As reported throughout the year, this property tax growth was driven by higher than expected assessed value growth, high supplemental taxes driven by reassessments, and higher than anticipated payments on current and prior year tax delinquencies. This higher than budgeted property tax revenue was already anticipated and built into the current fiscal year 23-24 budget when that budget was prepared this spring. Due to higher interest rates than past years, the general fund also earned about $4 million more than anticipated in interest income. Similarly, TOT and sales tax brought in $2 million and about $900,000 over budget, respectively. Conversely, cannabis, which Ms. Oderman will be talking about in more detail in a few slides, brought in $10.2 million less than anticipated in the budget. However, there was enough in cannabis fund balance carryover from prior years to fund all budgeted allocations in 22-23, so it didn't impact the $24.2 million surplus in this department. And as your board is aware, we've incorporated a much lower tax projection in the fiscal year 23-24 budget. The other four positive reportable departments are general county programs, treasurer tax collector, clerk recorder assessor, and probation. The $789,000 in general county programs was driven by a reimbursement to the general fund of eligible ARPA expenditures from prior fiscal years. The other three departments all had savings ranging from close to $400,000 in probation up to around $700,000 in clerk recorder and treasurer, which were generated mostly through salary savings. The Sheriff's Office had a $1.5 million deficit that was closed at year end with release of Prop 172 fund balance. This release came from the $2 million set aside established in general county programs after board direction last October. Prior to release of the Prop 172 funds, about $500,000 in ARPA funding was also sent to the department for eligible pandemic response costs. As reported throughout the year, their deficit was mostly driven by overtime in excess of budget, although much of this was due to vacancies and covered by salary savings. CEO staff has also been continuing to work with the sheriff to develop solutions to more accurately account for their overtime drivers in an effort to establish a base overtime budget moving forward. That work is continuing with a recent analysis from the sheriff's office that we are currently reviewing on the budget team. New time tracking processes in the department may ultimately need to be developed to get to the level of detail necessary to determine the drivers of overtime in specific instances. While that work continues, no ongoing funding recommendations can be made related to shift relief staffing requests coming from the department. And finally, we wanted to touch on our process for what we do with carryover fund balance from prior years. As your board recalls, the carryover from prior year typically makes up the bulk of the available one-time funds used during budget development for the upcoming fiscal year. In this case, and to the extent possible, we will try to preserve the 22-23 year-end balance for allocation during the 24-25 budget development coming next winter and spring. However, issues also often arise during the current fiscal year that are not foreseen or for which funding wasn't available during budget development a few months ago. On the slide, we've listed out some anticipated issues that will require funding, in many cases, millions in funding, both this year and next. They include additional 22-23 storm disaster recovery cash flow for public works and community services beyond the $14 million already set aside, cash flow assistance for capital projects getting underway now that will eventually be funded with a debt issuance, the IST penalty assessment, preliminary design costs for expansion of beds at the Northern Branch Jail, general cost inflation on previously approved and funded capital projects, funding of new capital projects, additional one-time workday implementation costs, and implementation costs for countywide plans currently under development, such as the Recreation Master Plan and Climate Action Plan. Doubtless, unanticipated issues will arise. With the action this morning on the Guadalupe issue, $4.5 million of this year-end carryover has now been allocated. And additionally, we've just kicked off our 5-year forecast and fiscal issues report process with departments that we'll be bringing back to your board in December, where we will attempt to identify other significant issues on the horizon. The anticipated one-time needs in this year and the next will likely exceed the year-end carryover that we've just discussed, so prioritization and trade-offs will be needed in the months ahead. I'll turn it over to Ms. Oderman.
Thank you, Mr. Clementi. Good afternoon. Just have a couple slides to walk through to give you a fourth quarter update on cannabis. First, under tax reporting, we did receive all required tax reports by the deadline, which, as you will recall, when we amended our ordinance was July 31st, and taxes were due then August 31st, and I did receive an update from the Treasurer Tax Collector that they received all payments in a timely fashion. There were 3 state licensed operators that did not report, but they are currently not in operation. That's been verified in the field, and they do not have active county business licenses, and so there's just that lag between when their state licenses will be surrendered or expire and when they're inactive. Under enforcement, the Sheriff's Office reported to us that they completed 4 enforcement actions against illegal cannabis operations. They confiscated over 550 plants and 20 pounds of product with an estimated street value of over $300,000. Our team issued 9 new business licenses. So far, we're at 108 that have been issued in total. And an update on our acreage cap. For the first time in the unincorporated northern part of the county, since we filled the acreage cap, it is no longer full. We've had several operators drop off the list that were either in process, and also some operators that were operating that were no longer financially viable. Mainly, that was the reason that they withdrew. And so we were able to offer acreage to everyone that was on our active wait list. And so we no longer have a wait list in the north part of the county. And then Carpinteria continues to have acreage available as well. And then just to get to our revenues, we collected $2 million in cannabis gross tax receipts during Q4, as I said, by the deadline of August 31st. So the total revenue for our 22-23 fiscal year was $6.1 million. As Paul said, that was lower than we anticipated, but for 23-24, we have adjusted our budget, and we are looking at 7.5, hopefully, for this current fiscal year. And this is just a chart showing you the percent change over the years since we started collecting cannabis revenue. Obviously, between 2021 and 21-22, we saw the biggest dip, another dip from 21-22 to 22-23, but we're back up. We've been hearing from industry, and we're seeing receipts that are higher, and so we're hoping that we'll go up a bit and level off. I don't think we'll get back to 2021 levels, but we are on our way up with taxes collected. That concludes the cannabis report, and then our recommended actions today are to receive and file our 22-23 fourth quarter budget status report and make a CEQA determination. And Mr. Clementi and I are here for any questions you may have.
Supervisor Launino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Brittany, does any of the tools that we have helping us predict it all, outside of just asking growers what the market's looking like? Do we see anything out there that we're using to be able to forecast our budget at all?
Thank you, Supervisor Lavanino, through the chair. We are using data that we're collecting, the pricing data that we're receiving through our CCA membership in the data platform. We're using that. In the Treasurer Tax Collector's office, they're taking actual receipts, and they're documenting that, and then they're also looking at national trends. California's a little different than the rest of the country, but kind of a hodgepodge of information that we're using to collectively come up with some better projections. And I think now that we're 5 years in, I think we've got some good, solid data that we can use.
Supervisor Hartman.
I know this is a complicated question to answer, but what is the net? If we look at how much money we're bringing in and how much money we're spending, what are we actually profiting?
Thank you, Supervisor Hartman, through the chair. As I reported, we brought in $6.1 million of tax revenue. In 22-23, we brought in $940,000 in fees for licensing and permitting. So we're at, say we're at 7 million. The total cost of the program for permitting, licensing, compliance, and enforcement is $5.6 million. But if you look at enforcement, if you kind of pull out enforcement, because that's for illegal activity and something that, we'd arguably be doing even without a legal market, right? Our sheriff's office and our DA, collectively, that's about $2 million. So if you want to call our total cost of the program, then 3.6 without the enforcement. There's some enforcement that probably happens that's related to the legal market, but without the legal market, it would be illegal and we'd be doing enforcement. So those are the numbers.
I just want to, I think there's an opportune time to chime in. If we know that our costs are $2 million and that we're only recovering $1 million of permit revenue, then we know we're not charging enough, right? So, and I know this is not mostly your end, it is some other departments, but, the way that the ordinance was written would be that all costs are recouped in permit costs. So, except for enforcement, which, as you pointed out, is something we'd have to do anyway, and we can't recover from permit revenue. So this isn't like a black mark on you, but I think we just keep on needing to push the departments, the relevant departments, that if you can actually spell out your costs on this program, that means you can charge for those costs on the program.
Thank you, Chair Williams. As you recall, we did do 2 fee ordinance amendments this past year. We won't see the benefit to those until this current fiscal year. And so we will be recouping more costs moving forward. And then when we have a planned fee ordinance amendment for next spring, because we've been asked to really look at every single line item and ensure that we're getting as close to full cost recovery as possible. And so we'll get there. And so that's not really reflected here, like the cost of the CCA, that'll be for this current fiscal year, right? That stuff kicks in with Q2. So, but yeah, so I hear you there.
Supervisor Capps.
Thank you. I certainly support your point about cost recovery and the need for diligence there, so thank you. I just was curious about, I believe I read in the staff report that one reason for the increase in revenue projections for this current fiscal year are the dispensaries. Is that accurate? Could you give a quick update on, because I believe that one that's coming online is in District 2.
Thank you, Supervisor Capps, through the chair. That's correct. There are 2 active dispensaries that are already open and operating, one in San Ynez and one in Isla Vista. And then there is one proposed for Eastern Goleta Valley. That is looking like it will open hopefully next spring. So hopefully in this current fiscal year, maybe Q4. They have to do a demo and rebuild. It's a total demo and rebuild. Summerland, the Summerland Toro Canyon area on Santa Claus Lane, that one is in process of building permits. Los Alamos is a brand new build, so that's probably a ways out as well, closer to what the Eastern Goleta Valley schedule is. And then I understand that the retail operation in Orchid should have their building permits shortly. They're getting really close, so that one is close to operation. That one is close to operational. We're hoping by the end of second quarter this year. So we will have at least, in this current fiscal year, we're hoping to have at least 2 more, potentially 3 retail operations online.
And so are we to the point of projecting what I believe it's 6% tax on sales, what that will do to the program?
Yes, thank you Supervisor Capps. That is being added into the projections. And so when we look at projections, that's part of what's difficult is predicting when they're going to open, right? So we'll put, okay, we think they're going to open in Q3, but maybe it's mid Q3. So we don't know, we'll have to be conservative in our projections. So we've been communicating with planning each quarter to ensure we have updated information on where they are in the permitting process, and then we input that into our spreadsheet to look at projections. So yeah, that's all being considered.
And do you have offhand, it can be a follow-up if need be, but how much the taxes, the revenue off the dispensaries have brought in so far?
Thank you Supervisor Capps. Because there's only 2, it's difficult for us to report that separately because there's a concern about being able to identify.
Yep, got it.
So,
Okay.
but we can give a total at some point.
Got it. Okay. Last quick question is this the first time that there's been no wait list on the acreage cap?
Not the very first time, because as we were filling the cap, obviously. Sure. But yes, this is the first time since it was full that the wait list is now exhausted.
Okay.
It's been maybe a year and a half.
Thank you.
I think the point, is there any request to speak?
Chair Williams and members of the board, we have no requests to speak on this item.
I had a question.
Bob.
Sorry. My question is
It's late enough that we're not saying Supervisor Nelson, we're just saying
cool.
Bob.
Thanks, Doss. And no surprise, my questions are about cannabis as well, but I do want to thank Mona, Nancy, and Paul for the work on the other part of this item on the fourth quarter budget update, and just your guys' fiscal restraint and responsibility that you guys exhibit that has that as a result is a surplus in the county. I could see, I was at the State of the County on Friday with the rest of you, and I think when Mona reported that variance, I think, you could hear audibly in the room people being shocked that, yeah, it was me. I was really loud. So there's a lot of people out there that don't expect that from our local government, and I think this is a very fiscally responsible board, and we've got a really fiscally responsible budget team, and I just think that needs to be acknowledged before I dive into cannabis. So.
Can I tie into that for just a second?
Yeah, please.
I also want to thank the department heads that came back with a variance in the positive. There were a few listed on there, and I'm sure it's not easy to hand back $750,000, but appreciate those directors that stayed within the budget and followed the CEO's direction. So thank you.
I think those departments would rather have their positions filled, but it's okay.
Yeah. But moving on to cannabis. So on the retail side, the questions there, are we looking at, was there a time frame that some of these that were awarded licenses that they had to actually get operational? Because it seems that now that the market's changed a little bit, that not everybody's as motivated to get those moving. And I know some communities are happy about that because they didn't really want a retail location in their neighborhood anyway. But it does seem a little odd while there was other people who wanted to move forward or already had a building in place ready to go, that these operators have this license, this token, and then they're holding on to it. Are they any of them at risk of losing that, or are they pretty much they have that vested right to be the operator in the unincorporated areas and in those community plans, and that's just the way it's going to be whether they open this year or 5 years from now?
Thank you, Supervisor Nelson, through the chair. You bring up a good point. We did require that they, once they were notified that they were the #1 ranking applicant, that they get into the permitting process right away. Within 30 days, they had to submit their application, and they all met that deadline. And then, they have to move through approval of permitting. And we've been monitoring, and I haven't seen any of the operations necessarily dragging their feet. Retail is not necessarily in a slump. We haven't seen retail sales go down. In fact, we're hopeful that if we open more retail spaces, that will contribute to a increase in down the line in the industry. So we will. I mean, if one of these applicants is not making progress, we would have the right to say, hey, you have, we'd give them X amount of days to get to a certain point, and then we could go to the next applicant on the list. But I don't think it's for lack of trying in this case.
Okay, that's good feedback and good to know. Just because we're talking about cannabis revenues, I have to ask, the tax measure concept that we're talking about, when's the next time we're going to potentially see or have discussion with this board on that?
Thank you, Supervisor Nelson. I don't have an exact date. I'm working with the industry. We're having difficulty finding a good balance with the outdoor growers and a square footage and a way to charge that makes sense for when they're not growing with our use it or lose it clauses, and figuring out a rate that makes them economically viable and still able to maintain the acreage that their business applied for and has at least now has a right to. So we're working through that, and I have a few options in play. I'm also working with the Treasurer Tax Collector's Office because, as you know, they hold the tax ordinance and they have to implement it. And so we want to ensure that whatever we're proposing works for them. And we're trying to build in some flexibility so that when prices do fluctuate, we can, make some adjustments to those rates. And so we're looking at, and as you recall, we're also reviewing we're doing some polling in some other tax measures separate from cannabis. And so those are taking a priority right now of my time, but when it comes to tax measures, but I am looking at this, and we have a new cannabis program manager starting on the 18th. And so with her on board, I'm hoping that we can pull it all together and bring you back the information before the end of the year for sure.
Okay, so I think it's good for the public that's interested in this issue to get an update. So I appreciate you giving that. That probably means November 2024 at the earliest, because we'll have to be done with this way before then to get to the March ballot.
That's correct.
Last one, other Chapter 50 changes, that's not what we have agendized here. But I know we've been bringing back those semi-regularly and having discussions about it. And I know there's an ongoing discussion about best available technology. And, when carbon scrubbers eventually become best available technology. And so, when is the next opportunity for this board to have that discussion?
Supervisor Nelson, the issue of best available technology has to do with odor, right? And odor control. That's not something that we address in Chapter 50. That's falls under the Land Use Development Code.
Okay.
And so it would require, and I don't want to speak for planning and development, but it would require changes to the LUDC, which is in the long range wheelhouse. And so when we're looking at the budget for next year, if that's a priority for the board, I would, something that long range could work into their plan if they were directed by you to do so.
Great, thank you. That's very clarifying to understand where that's at.
It's a coastal zone amendment. That's the expense.
Okay. Great, thank you.
I just wanted to put out there, since you talked about retail and you asked about retail, and I think it's important, the thinking about that is, I think that it's obvious from the amounts of sales that there's still a huge number of people in Santa Barbara County buying marijuana off the black market. And both because it's in our financial interest, but even more so because it's in our social interest. I think we want to try to be pejorative of that choice as an institution in any education materials. I mean, not only, let's go down the list. Black market weed has mold, pesticides, associations with criminal syndicates, including human trafficking, lots of bad stuff, lots of the highway of human pain, of cartels, et cetera. So there's just lots of reasons to not, if you don't know where your weed comes from, to question whether that's a moral act. And so, I think it's something that we should integrate into the program at some point, because it's just a huge issue. Is obviously there's some of these dispensaries in places where people are used to buying black market weed. Isla Vista, Summerland, and maybe the consumer education that takes to change that. And I think it's also good, to recognize that a lot of our fortune fiscally on this is based on the misfortune of our constituents. The interest income is higher, the property tax income is higher, and it's a temporary reprieve from us fiscally, but it's actually representative of the level of hardship that is out there for our constituents. So I think it's important to remark on that. Supervisor Hartman.
I had a constituent question about who regulates the cannabis in the retail operations to make sure that they really have what they say. Is that done by the state, or how is that regulated?
Supervisor Hartman, if you're referring to like the manufacturing laboratory, like the actual labeling, I mean, all that is regulated by the state.
Right, so the product that they're selling at the retail, I mean, I know it goes after cultivation to the laboratories to make sure it's not contaminated with pesticides, but I just wondered, it can be mixed with other things, and just wondered who tests at the retail.
So there are testing facilities, and those are regulated by the state, and then labeled, and then all that product gets inputted into track and trace as well, so we can track where it's going, and that it's being coded into the store and then leaving the store through a transaction. And so, yeah, that's all regulated through the state.
Okay, I will entertain a motion.
So moved. I will move to receive and file the report.
A through C, I'll second.
Second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, D6. Mr. Luna.
Chair Williams and members of the board, departmental item number 6 is from the County Executive Office. It is a hearing and consider recommendations regarding an update on county broadband efforts and the Santa Barbara County Strategic Plan implementation.
Ms.
Good afternoon, Chair Williams and members of the board. Jasmine McGinty, Principal Analyst with the County Executive Office. And today with me, I have Brittany Oderman, Deputy CEO, Chris Cherwin, Chief Information Officer, Fred Luna, Project Manager for Broadband with SBCAG, and on Zoom, Shelby Arthur with the Broadband Consortium of the Pacific Coast. So we have a team here today. So today we are asking your board to receive and file an update on County of Santa Barbara Broadband Strategic Plan efforts, as well as a strategic plan update for broadband. Next slide. Thanks. So today we're going to cover a few things related to broadband. So starting with some of the strategic plan recommendations that came from the plan that was completed in January of 2023. We'll also talk about various funding opportunities at both the state and federal level. And then we'll talk a little bit about partnerships with various stakeholders working on broadband efforts throughout the county. Mentioned a few of them earlier. And then we'll lead into some of our advocacy efforts that we've been working on to ensure the county's priority areas are being addressed at both the state and federal level. And then we'll talk a little bit about next steps. So from the strategic plan, there's 3 overarching goals that came from that, which is achieving access through improved broadband infrastructure, achieving affordability and adoption, and achieving resiliency and redundancy. And under each of these goals, there's some strategic action items and priorities that we have been working on, and that is what we're going to present an update on. So in relation to participating in middle mile conversations, the county has been very active in participating with the California Middle Mile Advisory Council to ensure that all of our priority areas that came from the strategic plan remain in the state's Golden State Network Middle Mile Broadband Initiative, which Chris will touch a little bit on later in this presentation. Another strategic action that came from the plan was to prioritize last mile deployment. So we are coordinating with the rural county representatives of California, as well as SBCAG, on a last mile grant opportunity, which we'll discuss a little bit later as well. Under the second goal of achieving affordability and adoption, the strategic plan recommended that we partner with the Digital Equity Coalition, which is a coalition led by the Santa Barbara Foundation, made up of local nonprofit organizations, education partners, government agencies with the goal of closing the digital divide throughout the county. So we've been working on that as well. We've also, under achieving resiliency and redundancy, the county, one of the recommendations was to review, consider, and adopt asset inventory, review various policies such as a dig once policy, and determine conduit feasibility. The county has developed an internal broadband working group, which I'll talk a little bit more about in the next slide, and we're currently reviewing the feasibility of implementing such policies and looking at other county examples of those policies. The strategic plan also recommended that we identify and apply for various grant funding opportunities, which we are also doing. We were successful in securing a $1 million local agency technical assistant grant through the California Public Utilities Commission for a broadband connectivity preparation project. So we are working on implementing that. And we are also working, as I mentioned, with RCRC on an application for a last mile federal funding account application. And that is for last mile infrastructure building. So to implement these plans, the county created a broadband internal work group, and that is to formalize plan implementation at a broad county level. So through this work group, we've included a variety of other departments in the county, including the Information Technology Department, Public Works, Planning and Development, General Services, and we've also teamed with Santa Barbara County Association of Governments as they're working on our LADA program. So through this group, we meet monthly to share information and strategize on broadband efforts. And the slide prior to this gave an update on where we're at with those various recommendations coming from the plan. And to assist us with plan implementation, your board approved a contract with the Broadband Consortium of the Pacific Coast last month, and that is to assist this particular work group on strategizing and prioritizing efforts that came from that plan. So now we'll talk a little bit about funding opportunities and how we are, from that third goal, how we're implementing identification and application of those grants. So the local agency technical assistance grant was the first one that we applied for with the CPUC, and we were successful in securing $1 million from that. And we've partnered with SBCAG to implement that program, and Fred Luna is the project manager on that implementation. So there's 3 work products that came from that program. There's high-level network design, formation of a broadband JPA, and development of a programmatic EIR countywide. So this gives a status update of where we are with those work products. For the high-level network design, we completed that for 4 priority areas in the county that came directly from the strategic plan: Guadalupe, Casmalia, New Cuyama, and Los Alamos. So that has been completed. The broadband JPA was just started by SBCAG, and so actually during the September 28th SBCAG board hearing, SBCAG will seek direction from the SBCAG board on direction for the Joint Powers Authority Agreement and use of existing advisory committees, as well as seeking approval during that meeting to release a request for proposals for a countywide programmatic EIR for broadband projects. I don't want to speak for SBCAG, but if there are any questions on that, Mr. Luna is here to answer those questions about where they're at with those 2 items. In terms of the high-level network design, though, we did complete those for those priority areas, which you will see on the next slide here. So this is a map just showing the 4 priority areas in relation to a couple things that you'll see here. So the red and green and yellow, that represents the served, and green, the underserved in yellow and the unserved in red. And you can see that those 4 priority areas all fall within primarily unserved and underserved areas. You'll also see, it's a little hard to tell on this screen here, but there are 2 lines. There's a yellow line that goes along the coast there on the 101, and that's phase 1 of the California Golden State Network middle mile maps. And then the pink line that goes right down the middle there through Los Alamos is phase 2 of those maps. And Chris is going to talk a little bit more in detail about those middle mile maps later in this presentation. But as you can see, 3 of the 4 priority areas fall on that phase 1 of those maps, and Los Alamos, the 4th priority area, falls on phase 2 of those maps. So that's just a visual of where where those are, and that design work has been completed through SBCAG. So in addition to LADA, we also have the last mile federal funding account, also known as FFA funding, that has come out. And as you can see, the allocation to Santa Barbara County is approximately $15.8 million that could come direct to Santa Barbara County. And then you'll also see about 6,000 population unserved. So the Last Mile FFA program will ultimately fund deployment of broadband infrastructure across California with a focus on unserved and underserved areas. And we've been monitoring this funding opportunity. Came out pretty quickly, and the application actually closes September 29th. And it is open to all private, public, and tribal nonprofit entities, so anybody is eligible for these. It's a very competitive application process. So during the August 29th board hearing, your board approved us partnering with the Rural County Representatives of California with their efforts through broadband, and also applying for the Last Mile federal funding account. So we learned about RCRC's efforts, multi-county, multi-stage broadband deployment project, starting with phase 1, which is broadband strategic plans, which we had already completed ours. Phase 2 is high-level network design, and they were funded through LADA. And phase 3 ultimately is deployment of and supporting implementation of those high-level designs funded in phase 2, which is where we kind of started with RCRC. So there is currently a memorandum of understanding in place with SBCAG for high-level network design. We're working with RCRC and SBCAG we worked with Tilson and Utopia, which is the contractors they use for their high-level design work, to complete those 4 priority project areas that I mentioned a little bit earlier. So we joined RCRC with essentially in phase 3 of their broadband deployment efforts, which was approved last month as well. So for the Last Mile federal funding account priority project areas, RCRC and Golden State Connect Authority, which is the broadband arm of RCRC, are going to apply on behalf of the county for FFA funding for last mile infrastructure projects. And through a rigorous evaluation process, and during that process, it examined financial feasibility, technical feasibility, access to the state open access middle mile network, as well as number of unserved addresses that would be served. RCRC did determine that all 4 of the areas would be eligible for our application. So they will be applying for Guadalupe, Casamalia, Los Alamos, and Cuyama for our FFA application. They'll also be requesting funding from FFA to cover middle mile construction costs to reach the Los Alamos area, as that is not on phase 1 of the Golden State Network maps. If they're located on the Golden State Network maps, they get more points in the FFA system, but CPUC is encouraging for application for phase 2. So our application will cover the 4 priority areas as well as middle mile construction costs to reach that Los Alamos area. So now I will turn it over to Mr. Cherwin to discuss a little bit about how all these partners work together on these broadband efforts and summarize that.
All right, thank you, Jasmine. Good afternoon, Chair Williams and members of the board. This slide in front of you is a little bit complicated. Don't expect you to go read it. So I will just summarize really what's on here. So,
I know, this is what you IT guys consider relaxation, right?
We like flow charts.
Programming.
Yeah. So the County of Santa Barbara is working very closely with the Broadband Consortium of the Pacific Coast. And we're really taking the role of just general coordination of broadband efforts, making sure that we're aware of everything that's going on at the federal, state, and county level right now. So advocacy, ensuring that we're not missing out on any broadband funding opportunities, We formed an internal broadband working group, as Jasmine mentioned a few minutes ago, and just general leadership overall on broadband initiatives. SBCAG is currently focusing on using the LATA grant funds to achieve the high-level network design for our county, the programmatic EIR, and the formation of a JPA. Here in North County, Econ Alliance and the San Ynez Band of Chumash Indians are working closely together on different broadband initiatives for this region. And then the Digital Equity Coalition, which actually I don't think is on here, but they're led by the Santa Barbara Foundation. They are working towards education, training, and ensuring all constituents have access to digital resources. So a lot happening, and we're doing our best to try to coordinate those efforts so that we're all working closely together. All right. So let me go to the next slide here. So this map in front of you, Jasmine already spoke about it a little bit, but back in 2021, Governor Newsom signed into law SB 156 to approve over $3 billion to add about 10,000 miles of fiber optic cables throughout the state of California. Unfortunately, those 10,000 miles have now been reduced to about 8,000, just a little over 8,000 miles, primarily due to costs that were higher than they originally anticipated. And so right now, what's happening, or what has recently happened as of mid-July, was the California Department of Technology, which oversees the map and oversees where the route of fiber optic cables is going. They published their map mid-July, and this map in front of you is what you see, or is what they gave us in mid-July. And so this is funded, and I will talk a little bit more about this in a minute, but just wanted to point out this is the phase one. Phase two is also managed by California Department of Technology and is currently unfunded. And they're looking at approximately an additional 1,700 miles right now. We will see where that goes here in the future. And so as I look now at our map of our county, which I will get to right here. Oops, next one here. I'm doing two things at once here. There we go. I was like, why is this not working? All right, this is a better map so you can see where we're at in our county. So the orangish color on the map is phase one. Phase one, like I said, is funded. The good news is that we advocated for fiber optics along Highway 166. And that has been a real positive thing for our county, because what it does is it reaches, it gives us an east-west path through the county that goes basically from, the western end of our county all the way into Kern County. And so it connects through the communities of Cuyama, New Cuyama, which was underserved and unserved. So that was a big win for that area. And it also does create some additional resiliency, primarily for North County. And now that we have a north-south route in North County and an east-west route in North County. So that's a positive thing. And then you'll see that the route extends south primarily along the coast on Highway 1 down to the 101, and then follows existing fiber that is already in place. They're just adding additional fiber along that route. And so that is currently phase one. Phase two is the part that I mentioned earlier that is currently unfunded, but they're hoping to obtain those funds. And if they do, then that area in that pinkish purple color there is what they're anticipating for phase two. So that would reach through Santa Maria, down like towards Los Alamos, down part of the 154 into San Ynez, and then cut across into Buellton. So that is, again, what they're calling a potential phase two. So just wanted to point out where we stand as of right now. So to complete the presentation.
Supervisor Nelson just has a
Yeah, so-
question.
Yeah, since we have
Yeah.
this up there.
Sure.
Hypothetically, even if phase two existed, there's a lack of redundancy for the South Coast either way, right?
Correct.
There's a problem
There
there
is-
that exists. So
there
I
is
just
a
wanted to
problem.
make sure that that wasn't lost on the entire board, that there's only one way in and out of the South Coast.
Yes, that is accurate. So currently, all of South County has only one route that runs along the 101. And so if there was some type of a disaster and that fiber got cut in 2 or more places, it would potentially remove all internet capability to South County communities. And so it is a real concern. We certainly would like to see a fiber go up the 154. That would be a big win for our county, and we're advocating for that. We recently had a phone call with California Department of Technology on that specifically. Let them know that that is critical for our county from a resiliency standpoint. And on top of that, it would reach communities that are currently unserved or underserved, like Painted Cave, Paradise Road, those areas. And so there's multiple benefits from having fiber up the 154. Okay, so just our recommended actions to receive and file update on county broadband efforts and Santa Barbara County strategic plan implementation, and provide other direction to staff as necessary. Happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, I guess my one is, in the 4 areas where you're, number one, you said the phase 1 build out, and in the 4 special areas that were problems beforehand, what is the timing of when consumers should notice, improvements?
Yes, so those funds have to be spent by the end of 2026, calendar year 2026. So it would need to be in the ground by then.
Great. Mr. Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Williams. And to piggyback on that, the work that's being done through RCRC, which I've got the privilege because of this board to sit on their executive board, and we've been doing a lot of work in this space. Those underserved communities, Casmeli, Los Alamos, Guadalupe, and Cuyama, will be able to have access to an open network where they're going to be able to choose their providers, and you're probably going to see them be able to find services at lower prices because of the amount of competition that will be available to them in those systems. So it's not only are they going to be receiving high-speed internet, but they'll probably be at some of the most competitive prices in our county. So it's really exciting to see that there. And I just don't want to understate at all the importance of the additional advocacy from our legislative team in the county for not only phase 2, but the whole entire 154. There's redundancy issues there. We're not hitting the tribe. I mean, it's crazy that to me that we're missing them here and how they were left out of this. I had my staff go back and look at the phase 2 versus phase 1 of the state middle mile investments, and the Santa Maria Valley is the largest urban area in the state that was left out. So, we have this disadvantaged community here in Santa Barbara County that was left out of that. And so, it's really important that we advocate, and I would actually say that we shouldn't, be advocating for phase $2, but really kind of $1B for 154. I think we should try to separate ourselves and not necessarily be a part of that 1,700 miles, but really a part of that initial 8,300 miles, just because of the urban interface that's being passed over, frankly, here. I think it was a last-minute decision by the California Department of Technology, and it was something that we weren't able to react to. It was one of those afternoon meetings where they started cutting things, and we got left on the floor. And so it's really important that we continue to stay on top of that for the both the redundancy and the access throughout our county, so that we can have that really equitable access for all of our residents.
Supervisor Capps.
Yeah, I just want to make the correlation, which we all know about, poverty rates and access, especially with children. And we certainly saw that drove home during COVID, and that expectation still exists, that learning continues, at home with access. And so I'm thankful for this work and just want to keep that front and center. And I'll, of course, very supportive of the efforts going up the 154 and serving those communities. Thank you.
Any public comment?
Chair Williams and members of the board, we have no requests to speak on this item.
Then back to the board. Supervisor Nelson.
Yeah, with no additional comments, I would be happy to receive and file this item and the recommended actions of staff.
Is there a second?
Second.
And for my part, I'll just say that I really appreciate both county staff and SBCAG staff really seizing this issue with initiative and energy. I think it's really meaningful to our constituents. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? And I just wanted to just ask folks for a brief moment of silence. You know, we sometimes we value human life everywhere, but of course sometimes there's just a tendency in some countries to think that suffering is inevitable, and I think human life is just as important everywhere, and obviously the flooding in Libya is something that we should all, given our own experiences here, have a huge amount of empathy for. So I just hope that we would give them a moment of silence. Thank you so much. We will adjourn to Tuesday, September 19th in Santa Maria.